Right, I think we're good now. I'm just gonna check the other platforms to be sure we're streaming. Empress one day. Good to see you. Okay. Alright, so I hope everybody's fine. How was your weekend? Let's not jump into the conversation. Let's Ẹkáàbọ pé báwo ni gbogbo wa ṣe dáadáa nílé wa. Àwọn ará ilé ńkọ́, ṣé dáadáa ni gbogbo nǹkan ń lọ? Ẹ dáhùn o. I want to jump straight into the conversation, so let's have a little tete-a-tete. Hope everybody's fine. Àwọn ará ilé ńkọ́, you're fabulous, awesome. Àdúpẹ́ bá ṣe ń ṣe ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni a máa kọ́ kíra wa náà. Great. Thank God. Me, thank you, Empress Wandy. What did you say? Fabulous. Yes, I'm fabulous as well. I'm very well, thank you. God is good. Had a fantastic weekend. I can't complain. It was beautiful. It's good to get some breaks. Concilium proventus. You have to tell me the meaning of this Latin phrase. I could search for it myself, but since you are the one that so you are going to be the 122 for us. Good afternoon, Rebe. Good to see you, sir. No political rascality over the weekend. Congrats to the Falcons. Moroccans, tears. I didn't even know Moroccans were crying. You'll be shocked that I want to, my man, so no. I want to lay your gun in your tail. The people crying whenever in my own, what I saw wasn't even Moroccans crying. It was some so-called Nigerians crying, which is quite interesting. But it was good. I mean, I didn't watch the match, but I watched the highlights yesterday. It was so interesting. Thank you for your response on X. I'm trying to know which one, but thank you. I don't know the exact one you're talking about, but thank you also for reading the response, and thank you for your feedback. Many things. You are not greeting our side bow. I won't say side chick. Remember when I asked you for a rebuttal? Oh, you're the one. Oh, okay. Empress Wandy, why are you laughing? I don't know if that's what Jimon is trying to do, Shao, but it is well. All right, so Rebe, I remember the rebuttal stuff. So I mean, I noticed that there was still back and forth. I didn't bother getting involved because so let me even tell you one funny thing, guys. Let me tell you something from what he said. I intentionally did not respond. So the person was saying something along the lines of, "Oh, you guys were not Yoruba until the British came. All of you were not Yoruba, but they have always been Igbos, and that there's a book that was written by some person who was actually taken as slave, but as a slave, but that there was a book that was written by that person." And as long as I don't have anything like that to us, as long as we Yoruba people cannot provide something like that, that means that. So I think that I didn't talk because I don't like the person is not asking to know, he's asking to compare. Excuse me. So let me quickly say something. So number one is that sometimes people confuse identity with nomenclature. Okay? People confuse identity with nomenclature. The Yoruba identity is thousands of years old. The identity, like the common identity amongst the people that we now call Yoruba today, that identity is at least 5,000 years old. And this is, I'm not even looking at the myth. From the mythical perspective, it's from the beginning of creation, whenever that is, or whenever that was. But from science, it's about 5,000 years old. Now, the name, the nomenclature Yoruba, has had to go through different iterations. And I did a video about that a while back. 1 second, I'm noticing something in the background. I think it's flaring. Oh dear, oh dear. Empress, I'm going to respond to that, Mombo. Where was I? So the identity is something it's a concrete, I mean, it was a concrete fact long before the Portuguese even got to Yoruba land, let alone the British. And the Portuguese got to Nigeria in the 15th century, got to Yoruba land between the 15th and 16th centuries. No, 15th century as well, got to Yoruba land. And then the British came much later. But before all of that, there was already an identity that all these people in your Cornwall, they call themselves different names. So, like I was saying, that there's a video on that on YouTube. It's on TikTok as well, on Radio Miriam, but it's on YouTube, where you see the meaning of the name Yoruba, or how it came to be called Yoruba. And we've been called different things. We've been called Ife. There are people today, right, in some parts of Yoruba, we've been called Aku by some outsiders. We've been called Olukumi because that's another word we use for ourselves, which means my confidant or my friend. We've called ourselves all these things. We also had a group that had the name Yoruba amongst us. And then, of course, by the time the colonialists came, they took that name and appropriated it to every single person. But just because they are doing that does not mean that that is when the existence started. I'll give you an example. If a person gets married today, she does change of name. That doesn't mean that's when she started existing. 1 second.
Can you imagine affect me now? When you go every day. Sorry, somebody was. What do they call you on English? I thought that was it. Oh, I'm all right, sorry about that. So I was saying that. Oh, thank you.
All right, sorry about that. So I was saying that. Oh, thank you. So I was saying that imagine a woman getting. So if a woman gets married today, she does a change of name. So the name has changed now. But the fact that she is who she is not like it's starting on the day that she's changing that name. All right. In other words, our identity as a person is already secure, but now she's taking on another person's name. Anyway, what I'm trying to say basically is that the Yoruba people have the same identity, a common identity. But the name, and this is the truth, the name Yoruba was not for every single one of us. And that's why I was saying that when you study history, for instance, you have to understand evolution. So, for instance, there is thank you. Two examples. Olukumi is what many people use in Yoruba land, but today, when you say Olukumi, you are most likely talking about a particular subgroup in Delta State, in Anambra North local government. They're Yoruba people, but they are the only ones that we now call Olukumi. But that's not to say that there was not a time that many of us as a group were called Olukumi. When you hear Yoruba today, a particular group may have been called Yoruba, but that doesn't mean that today when we say Yoruba, that's what it means. So you have to understand the timelines, and that today when we say Yoruba, we're talking about all of us, even though there was a time when it referred to not all of us, maybe to just a part of us. All right. That's one. Number two, the person was bringing Lauda Ekwano, whose book I have here. And the interesting thing about it is this: he had to be taken as a slave. And I didn't want to type that thing on Twitter because you are saying that you have a book that was written in the 18th century or something. Therefore, you have an older existence, which is nonsense. Because number one, you were a group of slaves that were taken at will by several groups within. And I'm talking about your neighbors. Forget Oyinbo, your own neighbors. Sold, and then the person travels and is able to write a book. And you're saying that because the person wrote the book on that day, that means that you have something older. Like, it doesn't really make sense. So you are really just shouting about the fact that you are a race of slaves. But I didn't want to type that because if I typed it, I would not be able to explain the way. And there's a way you can type. If I typed it, it will be very caustic. I know myself. That's why I didn't bother. I just ignored it. But I don't think any sane person will be, telling the whole world, hey, they are part of race of slaves, so therefore they are better than everybody. It just doesn't make sense, but yeah, it's people are different, I guess. We process things differently. Yeah, let me talk about what Empress put up there. There was a protest. By the way, before we get into the topic of today, let's quickly do some housekeeping because once we get into it, I'm not learning. So let's quickly do this. If you're on TikTok, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head, join the team, and drop a heart me or gift. These things help the algorithm get us on the FYP. So please, if you're on TikTok, do that. If you're on YouTube, please like the live. I see people on YouTube speaking. Say no sound. No sound, bow. Sorry, if you're on YouTube and you can't hear me, please let me know. Hello, Mr. Roland Obisonya. Can you hear me? There's no reason you shouldn't be having sound on YouTube. You know what? Let me just test it. Come on, that be Mumbo. My YouTube people are very wonderful people. Hello? Hello? The sound is good now. My YouTube people are very wonderful. The sound is good. There's nothing wrong with the YouTube sound. Maybe your volume is low. There's nothing wrong with the sound. Absolutely nothing. All right. Thank you, Tosin Onibudo. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so let's quickly do the housekeeping. Then we'll get straight into the topic. So please, if you're on TikTok, whether you have joined the team before or you haven't, please just click on the heart icon and join or drop heart me's, things that will help us, push the live. If you're on YouTube, kindly like the live, and then share as well. If you're on Facebook, please do the same thing. Twitch, I'm still trying to get a hang of what the platform is all about, but I don't know whether you share or like there. But whatever you do to get people to see what's being done, please do it. All right. I see a message from Facebook. Mori to flash, but so let's just quickly do this. And also, if you're on YouTube, on TikTok rather, just like YouTube folks, please share the live. There's a video dropping later today on, I'll see if I can quickly find the title. It's about what happened in Cameroon. I'll find the title for you guys. Banned from the land. Why Southern Cameroon tried to eject the Igbos. So that, it's a long stuff, but we've put like 2 stuff on TikTok, but the longer version will be on YouTube later today in the evening or in the middle of the night. So please watch out for that. Some of the short ones will also be on YouTube later today. Okay. So please let's share the live. Let's just quickly do that before we get into the conversation. This will probably take us 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will dive right in. Dive right in. Okay. Someone is saying something. Echo Jumo, Daniel the Go Carter. Year before home, I didn't get that. By the way, congratulations to everybody. The Super Falcons made us proud. Would you tell us how the Oromo Kawantua, well, we are happy that the whole thing went the way it did. But it's quite shameful. Thank you, Solo 28. Anika no Muradadan ratio. It's quite painful that people would just move the way they do about things. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. So let's quickly do this, and then I'll be able to tell you all about it. And I'm sure you know about some of these things later. Omashe Oju Telegon. Omashe Oju Telegon. Oh, Emma Famisi Kini. Otonikotmo Rokomonka. I can't have you go my show in I was like, what to know Oju Telegon? 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to share this thing. Mi o àmì ohun mẹ́ta ni àmì Yorùbá. Àmì ìsàlẹ̀, àmì àárín àti àmì òkè. Ṣé ẹ kọ́kọ́ yé yín ná? Kí n tó tẹ̀síwájú pẹ̀lú ẹ̀kọ́ bó tẹ̀ pé Yorùbá kọ́ la wá ṣe lónìí, but mo ń bọ̀. A lè fi yẹn náà bẹ̀rẹ̀. Àmì yẹn le gan, kò lè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Kò lè. Ó rọ̀ bí ojú ẹja. No, ojú ẹja kọ́ yẹ kí n fi ṣe. Ó rọ̀ ṣá. Just becoming. Ẹ̀lẹ́ o, ṣé dáadáa ni? Káàbọ̀. Mo ń bọ̀ máa ṣàlàyé nísìnyí, mo kàn fẹ́ fi gbogbo eléyìí síta náà kábàámọ̀ mọ̀ pé a máa pọkàn pọ̀ sójú kan. This weekend was lovely. A lot of cool stuff happened, and just also a sign of many great things that will be happening going forward, I believe. We're good. We're good. All right. So, excited share àmì mẹ́ta ni Yorùbá ní: àmì ìsàlẹ̀, àmì àárín àti àmì òkè. Ìsàlẹ̀ náà pè ní do, àárín náà pè ní re, òkè náà pè ní mi. So nǹkan tẹ́ kọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, you have to hum it silently in your mind. I wish I knew it on your back. No, you can learn it now. It's not too late. So if you say Ade, so it's do re mi, Ade re mi. That means that oh boy, classic we say there are two things you have to know. Number one, know the sound. Then number two, know the vowels. Yoruba has 7 vowels. 7 vowels. A, E, E, I, O, U. Your vowels will mostly be on, your AMI. The diacritic will be on the vowels. Okay? And then sometimes, but very rarely, you would also have it on ni and mi. So sometimes you want to say kan. Could be re, kan, re, do, re. So ìgbà mi, ni ó lè ní àmì, mi náà máa ní àmì, ṣùgbọ́n as a rule of thumb, vowels méjèèjì a e e o o ni àmì máa wà lórí ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n máa kọ́kọ́ kọ́ nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ àmì a máa ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ kan lórí ẹ̀ later bó ti yẹ pé later ń ṣe Yorùbá. Bó ní ká ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ní iná Ẹkáàbọ pẹ̀lú nígbà tí kọ́kọ́ ń sọ yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ now I have to switch to English language. I love Yoruba. All right. I love speaking Yoruba. I think it's, people say that Yoruba people are, I mean, I've seen it a number of times. I never knew any sane person would think that way, but I've heard it. So apparently, and I want to assume those people are sane. So when they say things like Yoruba people are tribalistic or tribalist because they speak Yoruba language, which is weird because I don't say English people are tribalists for speaking English language, even though in that country there are many other languages. There's Gaelic, there's Irish, but they choose to speak English, and I don't call them tribalists for that. But you see, the thing is that even amongst us as Yoruba people, there's a number of groups, a particular one I should say. Those ones, they will tell you that the language is a language, no, their dialect. That their dialect is a dialect that God will use to judge the earth. If you are here and you know that dialect, let me see in the comment section. Before we get into some serious stuff. Those ones say that it's not even just Yoruba language, or it's their own dialect that God will use to judge the earth. So if you think that speaking Yoruba is tribalism, I wonder what you would say. No, it's not Egba. I wonder what you would say when you hear those people. Ijesha, God bless you. Ijesha, I'll tell you that, Ololade Kehinde on Facebook, thank you very much. We go need visuals for this Ami own lesson. Don't worry. Maybe one of these I'll just take one day, we'll just talk Yoruba and Ami. We'll do it sometime. Yes, Ijesha people believe that their own, not just the Yoruba language, but their own dialect of Yoruba language is the one that God will judge the earth with. So I don't know what you're going to call those ones. They must be bigger than tribalists, if that's your definition of tribalism. Anyway, that was just something to put out there. All right, so 1998, Nigerian female team won the CAF Women's Football Cup, WAFCON. 2000 was the second time, 2002 was the third time, 2004, 6, 10, 14, 2016, 2018, and now 2024. And now we have a new champion, and it's the ladies, and I was very proud to just watch, these fantastic players, right? I mean, like I said, I didn't watch the match. I didn't watch the match live, but I watched the highlights, and it was just beautiful. And perhaps, what should I say? My fingers hurt now. Oh, sorry. So there was I'm sure you have seen all those things. There was a picture. Should we say a picture? No, there was a report. The Nigeria actually lost to Morocco yesterday, 2-0. It was published on Voice of Nigeria, and it was published after the first half by somebody who probably thought that he was a patriot. Turns out that not only did we equalize, we actually won 3-2. So the girls did so well, and Rashida Ajibade won the player of the tournament, although that became something for clowns who are just not thinking people, who will say things like, oh, there's an Ajibade agenda. The way people start responding, and I say, oh, you guys are tribalists. Like, all the girls did fantastically well. I saw some of the games, apart from the one that I saw yesterday. I saw some here and there, and I thought they were really good. But it's important not to turn things around and start, bickering about it. So it was good. It was good to see what happened. But I think the saddest part for me, even in this win, is the fact that the team did not just beat Morocco yesterday. They also beat some Nigerians. There were posts that I saw online where people were already talking about why things did not work, why Nigerians lost. Think about it. While the match was going on, people were tweeting why Nigeria lost, why the Super Falcons lost, insulting the government, insulting this, insulting that. And it was actually quite interesting to then see how the ladies won. But beyond that, it's also the funny thing about people who consider themselves to be the lovers of Nigeria. I call them the emergency lovers of Nigeria, like some do, and I agree. A lot of them are emergency lovers of Nigeria, and they go around, waiting for Nigeria to lose. But I'm glad that the girls won. That was actually very, very good, and I'm very, very proud of them, and I'm sure you are as well. All right. Whatever you're waiting for, that's your business. The name of the person who wrote this thing is Samuel Chimeze Isaiah. If that's what you're waiting for, Ikezi, that's the person's name. It says Morocco defeats Nigeria to win first ever WAFCON title. He published it before they even finished the match. That's his name. Whatever you want to do with that, you can do with it, since you really want it so badly. And it's just a shame that so many people will think that way. But we're proud of the Super Falcons, and we're proud of the captain, Rashidat Ajibade. By the way, let me just quickly say something about this. So he's not supposed to be winners of the Kinikon. So there's winner of the match, the player of the match, then there's player of the tournament. And I don't know why people have issues with basic things that anybody will be able to understand, but it is what it is. Okay, so today is Monday, so we have a lot of grounds to cover as it has to do with the news. And then when we're done with that, we'll get into the topic of today. I want to discuss Awolowo's path. We're going to go beyond his education now. Well, at least beyond the early education, right? Is beginning. We're going to be able to go beyond that today in our conversation. Okay. Yeah. So, Umbo, I said that I've been putting things together since Friday for today. So I'm looking at where we go start. By the way, shout out to Asisat Oshola. 6 times African Player of the Year, 4 times WAFCON champion, 3 times La Liga, 3 times Copa de la Reina, 3 times Spanish Super Copa, 2 times UEFA Women's Champion League, 2 times Chinese League, 1 time English FA Cup. We're also proud of her. But before we go on, I'd like to play something from the president, in case you haven't heard it. I know some of you may have heard it, but just in case you haven't, give me a second. Let me try and find that and put that up so that you can. We're going to talk about what happened in Lagos. Many things happened, by the way. Many great things happened in Lagos over the weekend. We're going to get into all of that. So take a listen to this audio. It's of a call between the president and the Super Falcons. So take a listen to this.
Thank you, sir.
Very, very proud of you. The entire nation is proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
You lifted our spirit and Christ to the old generation, and we are all very, very happy.
Thank you, sir.
You'll be celebrated, and I congratulate all the coaches and the management of the team, including the ministers and the officials.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I very, very best regard to Rashida. Very good. And I watched the penalty. That's a very courageous
Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you, Mr. President. Prime Minister President.
To send to the record of victories is not a very small thing.
Yes, sir.
For the country.
Yes, sir.
And the continent as a whole. Very proud of you. Safe journey home. Enjoy yourself. Avoid injuries. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. That's it. Thank you so much, sir, for the payment. We appreciate you, sir, and we're coming to give you the trophy when we get back, sir. Thank you.
Good. I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you, sir.
Very excited.
Excuse me. See you soon.
All right, so that's something really cool from the Super Falcons. Going to move swiftly from that, and then we'll over the weekend on Saturday, there was a movement in Ghana where essentially everybody was shouting "Nigeria must go." In case you did not know about it, I'm going to just play some of the videos from the protest they had in Ghana. Take a listen to this.
We want Nigerians to go back to their country. Ghana is for us. Ghana is not for any foreigner. No Igbo man can come to this country and intimidate us. This country belongs to us. President Mahama, you came for Ghanaians. You said Ghana first. You said you came for the youth. Please, take action now. Thank you.
I don't know. Unite me. We can't be dealing with the lot of criminals that we are having in Ghana and be dealing with Nigerians to grow. So Nigerians must the government, the politicians have to do something about it. If they know that they are taking money from Nigerians, they better return it and do something about it. And the immigrations, they should stop giving Nigerians Ghana passports. They should stop.
We want Nigerians to go back to their country. Ghana is for us.
If you go to Congo, they are not comfortable with Nigerians. If you go to Zimbabwe and Zambia, they are not comfortable with Nigerians. In fact, even a country that is close to Nigeria as Ghana have a problem with the Nigerians. There is a problem, there is a general trait that Nigerians have. There's unnecessary aggression that other people don't find comfortable.
Why do you think there's seemingly an influx of Nigerians in most African countries?
Because their country, I think because of the terror that is going on in their country, and again because of the bulging population and the high rate of unemployment, so they are operating like Chinese. They are finding a way they can deposit their population. Unfortunately, they are depositing themselves with their Nigerian cultures, which do not fit in us. Even in Nairobi here, when you go to Kilimani here, we always see Nigerians opening, wanafungua bunduki, wanataka kupigana na the Kenyans. Those kind of things we have to make sure that they stop. If you go to Donom, they are doing very crazy things with our ladies. If you go to Congo, they are not comfortable with Nigerians. If you go to Zimbabwe and Zambia, they are not comfortable with Nigerians. In fact, even a country that is close to Nigeria as Ghana have a problem with the Nigerians. There is a problem, there is a general trait that Nigerians have.
To be honest, they're not talking about Nigerians. You know exactly what they're talking about. They're not talking, everything they said, bulging population, I mean, it's not because terrorism, everything they're talking about as a reason. The person is right to an extent, but it doesn't know who he's talking about. He's not talking about Nigerians. He's talking about a particular part of Nigeria, which is what the Ghanaians are doing now. They're talking about that specific part. They're talking about let me read some of the signs I'm seeing here. Money laundering and money counterfeiting must stop. We are tired of this same. Remember, our kids are missing because of the ethnic group. They wrote Igbos there. By the way, I wish this weren't so, but I can't show the videos. I'm just reading out. Our kids are missing because of Igbos. Ashawo must go, Olosho must go, Igbos must go, and so on and so forth. But you can hear some of them say some of these things. So let me play you a little clip here. Nigerians, Igbos are killing innocent people. I'm reading what they wrote there, Neil. The Kobiba rituals, killings. This is Ghana, by the way.
The truth. Because what I'm about to say now, I can give you guys evidence if I'm being called upon to give you guys the evidences of what I'm about to say. We live in a country now where there's so many human trafficking going on in Ghana. We have Nigerians bringing underage girls from Nigeria, 16 years, 17 years, 18 years. Ladies that are supposed to be in school, that are supposed to be educated. They pack them from Nigeria, they put them in a bus, they bring them to Ghana, they harbor them, 20 of them in a room for prostitution. What I'm saying, like I said, if I'm being called to come out with evidences, I will prove and I will bring evidences of everything that I'm saying. They bring their young men to Ghana, they rent the Ghanaian landlords. You guys should be very careful. They rent our apartments, 2-bedroom, they have about 50 people in there, and then they'll be doing illegal activities in there. Enough is enough. There's been kidnappings in Ghana now. We are not safe. Today, your child will go to school, and the next minute, you are not safe. Today, someone is being kidnapped. The following day, someone is being kidnapped. The next day, someone is being kidnapped. We don't have a problem with foreigners coming into our country. But definitely, you cannot have a Ghana without a Nigerian. Definitely, there will be a Ghana with a Nigerian. But what we are asking for is that our immigration service will be able to access, and we can say boldly that there is a leakage in our immigration service.
Withdraw it, because you see, the killing that is happening in Ghana here, go to the police station and take the report. Yeah. You will see that 80% are Nigerians, and they are all Igbos. There's no Yoruba man. There is no Fulani Hausa man. Yeah. Go and look at the murder cases where people have murdered people with heads, holding heads, and other things. 99% is Igbos. Igbos. Go and look for armed robbery, where people will stop cars. They are all over the whole country. They are in every part of Ghana, selling spare parts, bicycles, parts, what do you call it, phones, and they are a serious threat to our society and our sovereignty. They are the ones doing the armed robberies. Yeah. They are the ones doing the prostitution. Now you are comfortable allowing such a man, even telling him that they have, look, diplomatic ties does not mean that you should be foolish. No. Huh? Diplomatic ties doesn't mean you should be foolish and sell out your country. This is the only country we have, Ghana. When you go out there in foreign land, don't you behave like a gentleman? All of you ministers, when you go to your counterparts' countries, or you travel abroad, do you even rub your shoulders like this? You walk like this. And somebody is in your country walking like this. And you are comfortable with that person against your own people.
I'd like to read a report from Sahara Reporters. Nigerians must go. Ghanaians protest in Accra. Blame Nigerians for insecurity. Demand expulsion. And one of the signs here is "We're out." Nigeria must go demonstration. Our markets are flooded. Our jobs are vanishing. Our future is under threat. No more foreigners in our retail space. Come out in your numbers. Let's reclaim what's ours. The time is now. Ghana, hashtag Ghana first, hashtag reclaim our market, hashtag Nigeria must go. The protest comes amid tensions between Ghanaian citizens and segments of the Nigerian community. 1 second, please. All right. So he says, shaking it clear. All right. So he says the protest comes amid rising tensions between Ghanaian citizens and segments of the Nigerian community, following repeated incidents of criminal activity blamed on foreign nationals. Some Ghanaians on Saturday staged a protest at the popular Obra spot in Accra, demanding the immediate expulsion of Nigerians from their country over alleged involvement in crime and social vices. The protesters, who gathered in large numbers, displayed placards with messages such as Nigerians must go, end kidnapping, end prostitution, end armed robbery, end fraud, and end ritual murders. They accused some Nigerians of feeling insecurity and moral decay in Ghana, with some of the placards reading, "Who protects the rights and freedom of Ghanaians? Nigerians are kidnapping and using people for rituals. Our kids are getting missing because of Igbos." In a viral video obtained by Sarah reporters, several protesters are seen draped in the Ghanaian national flag, while others donned red clothing. Mombo. While others donned red clothing, a traditional symbol of resistance. One female protester dressed in red and holding a placard declared, "Nigerians must go because you cannot be in someone's country and be doing anyhow." The clown was asking me stupid questions earlier in the comment section. I think that's actually to you and folks like you. Now it has become something more than Nigerian issue. It's becoming a continental problem. I hope you at some point grow some brain cells and see the stupidity in the actions of many people from your part of town. All right. I mean, it's still Oyipo, but let's just stop on that particular matter for now. I'll actually play you a video of, let's get into good news. Something great happened in Ogun State. The largest garment factory in the world is about to kickstart in Ogun State. I'm going to play you a video, then I'll read you something from the government of Ogun State. So take a listen to this.
Planning to invest close to 2.25 billion. We are planning to invest close to $2.25 billion to produce entire textile garments and fabric. We will execute this project within next 2-3 years. Because of the excellent infrastructure and the facilitation provided by Governor and Governor's office, so we are very enthusiastic to put the project in Ogun State.
A plant with a capacity of averagely about 100 tons an hour, about 1,000 tons per day, 30,000 tons per month, about 350,000 tons per annum. We're producing about 4 million garments a day, and you can do the numbers. 4 million times 30 days is about 120 million garments per month, and times 360 days, 1.4 billion garments per year. This plant is meant to employ about 120 to 150,000 direct employees, and of course, all the indirect employees are the multiplier effect in the economy. We're here to, with the private sector partners, the bankers, to put together a project implementation team to identify what needs to be done and when, and to jointly establish timelines for each of the tasks, so that we can prepare for the groundbreaking of this project in September. This initiative that will position us as the biggest textile processing country in the world, I believe we are set to regain to occupy a pride of place in the committee of the textile industry. And I'm so excited because this initiative fits, perfectly and aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu renewed hope textile resurgence initiative, and that is explains why it has been of interest and has attracted his attention. And I must thank again Mr. President for throwing his weight behind this project. In Ogun State, we spent so much time putting in place the required infrastructure to attract investments like this, and I'm glad that this is a validation that we have done the right things at the right time. I want to thank Mr. President. I want to thank Gagan Arise. I want to thank my team. I think, again, like I always say, this is where vision meets passion, and when you have vision, when you have passion, and when you have funding partners, the result is what we are seeing today.
Our government is proud to announce a major milestone in our drive for industrial and economic transformation. The partnership with Arise Integrated Industrial Platform, IIP, an India-based multinational for the establishment of the largest garment factory in Africa right here in our state. That's from the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dr. Dapo Abiodun. According to the projections, the factory will have the capacity to produce 100 tons of garments per hour, 1,000 tons per day, 40,000 tons per month, and about 350,000 tons per year, translating to approximately 4.4 million garments daily. It is expected to generate employment for between 120,000 to 150,000 people, both directly and indirectly, marking a significant boost to job creation and economic empowerment in our state. The state has already allocated 10 hectares for this purpose, an initial 10 hectares, and with strong grower associations and planned offtake agreements. Our farmers will become a core part of the supply chain. So this is going to make Ogun State reclaim Nigeria's pride of place in textile production across Africa. So that's something really, really, really good. But speaking of factories, and sincerely, I wish this is not what I was searching for, but I searched for it. There's a place I just searched, so the keyword I used was factory. I found another news around that factory, but again, no pun intended. Anambra government shuts down baby factory, rescues 5 pregnant teenagers, 10 others. I'm going to quickly read this from the Sahara Reporters. The legal facility known as Mother and Child Hospital and Maternity, located at number 1 School Road near Tansian University, was reportedly sealed on Saturday following a raid that commenced Friday. The Anambra State government has shut down a notorious baby factory syndicate operating under the guise of a hospital in Umuya, Oyi local government area of the state, rescuing 5 pregnant teenagers and 10 others. Talk about the legal facility, and then the operation followed months of surveillance and intelligence gathering by the State Ministry of Health in collaboration with security agencies. Addressing journalists at the facility, the State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Afam Obidike, said that during the raid, officials reportedly arrested key staff and operators of the facility and rescued 5 pregnant teenagers and 10 others. The pictures are everywhere, but we're not going to show it here. But to be fair, the best way to remember that clothing thing, you also use factory. The thing just bring the other news as well. All right. Moving on to other things, I like to listen. Okay, let me just read this first, and then I'll play you something from Tony Elumelu. This is from Dangote. I'm going to be reading from Channels TV. Tinubu, a listening president, policies reviving private sector. That's according to Dangote. The founder of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has hailed President Bola Tinubu as a listening president whose policies are restoring investor confidence in Nigeria's economy. Dangote made the remarks over the weekend during a visit by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, to the $20 billion Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals and Dangote Fertilizer Limited in Ibejuleki, Lagos. Excuse me. Commending President Tinubu's efforts to address crude supply challenges to domestic refineries, Dangote praised the Naira for Crude initiative and the Nigeria First policy as bold and transformative steps capable of revitalizing the economy. Quote, I believe we must sincerely thank His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for ensuring that there have been improvements in the supply of crude oil. His insistence that all crude oil transactions be conducted in Naira has been particularly commendable. For us to effectively meet market demand, which we have the capacity to do, it is essential that crude is priced and purchased in our local currency, he said. There's another news before we leave Dangote alone. 1 second. There's something about Dangote leaving cement to focus exclusively on oil and gas. Alhaji Aliko Dangote retires from Dangote Cement. This allows him to focus all his energy on philanthropy, oil and gas, and new adventures, all aimed at helping Nigeria's economy and helping the ordinary man. Congratulations, Alhaji. Congratulations, Nigeria. That's from his cousins, Anjo. That's Sanusi Dantata. But also in the news, and if I'm able to get it, I will read it much later. But that's essentially, that's the crux of it. That is no longer the one heading the cement arm of the business, is now focusing on philanthropy, oil and gas, and other things that come along much later. Or having said that, I'd like you to listen to Tony Elumelu. Before I play his audio, let me just read something. 17th March 2022, Tony Elumelu tweeted this: businesses are suffering. How can we be losing over 95% of oil production to thieves? Look at the Bonny terminal that should be receiving over 200,000 barrels of crude oil daily. Instead, it receives less than 3,000 barrels, leading the operator Shell to declare force majeure. Why are we paying taxes if our security agencies cannot stop this? It is clear that the reason Nigeria is unable to meet its OPEC production quota is not because of low investment, but because of theft, pure and simple. So, I mean, he had a lot to say, but this was 17th of March, 2022. Anyway, this is the same man speaking a couple of days ago, and this time he's talking to the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Take a listen to what he has to say.
A lot has happened in the past 2 years. I'm not a politician, so I'm not speaking like one, but a lot has happened. Some of you here know I'm an investor in the oil and gas sector. We generate over 58,000 barrels of oil every day. Mr. President, before you took over to 2023, people here know, I shouted on social media, I tweeted that we were producing and losing 97% of our oil production. 97, Mr. President, over 50,000 barrels, 97%. Mr. President, every month we do what is called fiscalization. Last month, for month of June, and let's say Energy will know this, we got 98%. So 2% loss is significant. People don't know this, but it takes time for people to know what's going on. So whenever I have the opportunity, I say it as it is. Power is so critical. You know, Mr. President, with the energy we have in this country, youth energy, youth population, the stability you're bringing, this country will take off. Some generating companies are indebted to banks. Banks are threatened.
So they've gone from saying that they had only 5% to 98%. In 2 to 3 years. So that's fantastic news, and it's important to put that out there. There's a particular news item I know a lot of people want me to read, but we're going to get to that eventually. It'll be the last thing we talk about. All right. Still talking about what the president is doing. I want to play you a video or two. One is quite long, so I'll find a way to shorten it. But let's play something from Dr. Adeloju, who is the CEO of NESG, and what he says about President Tinubu's fiscal reforms and what he's doing with what's happening in the what's happening in the economy. So take a listen to this. Oh dear. All right, take a listen to this.
You, Dr. Adeloju, same question.
So so first, Taiwo, Mr. Chairman, like I call him, happy birthday. I'm wearing the gold tie I promised you. Welcome to the golden years. And thank you for being a fantastic representative of the NESG community. People do not know, but Taiwo was our first fiscal policy commissioner at the NESG, or Fiscal Policy Roundtable. That process birthed the most statistically significant study on citizen perception on taxation in Nigeria, which gave us for the first time a very deep set of lenses that allowed for some of the work that we could front load when the reforms started in terms of understanding what to do that the citizens wanted. He also served as chairman of the Debt Management Roundtable for the whole of West Africa. Thank you again for representing Nigeria well. And so as national practice leader for fiscal policy at the NESG, you can imagine that when the president gave this assignment, we just said to ourselves, all of us must jump in, and we are honored and inspired by the leadership you've brought to this very complex reform. Happy birthday, my brother. This is a very bold government. So when you discuss one bold reform, you can point to several bold reforms. Subsidy removal was historically unprecedentedly bold. Removal of historic FX, multiple FX rates with foregone premiums up to 65, 70% was historically bold. So I think the president is a very bold reformer. And I think we need to celebrate that in Mr. President. You can give him a hand if you want, but I think you should. And I think that that's the first thing we noted about Mr. President, his boldness on the issues of balancing the current account. And that has, like Kristen pointed, many things in it. The second thing was that Mr. President was bold in giving the Presidential Committee on Fiscal and Tax Reform this very strange assignment without boundaries. When I saw terms of reference, I think I went over to Taiwo's office, he was still in PwC, I said, are you sure the President wants to do this? Are you very, very sure that he wants us to go all the way? And he gave me some assurances. I said, well, I said we will see. Because the terms of reference looked almost impossible to execute. So what has gone well? Mr. President has deployed to the fiscal and tax reform an immense amount of political capital. And political capital manifests itself in at least 6 ways. The first is he was in front of it, all the way. Whenever we needed Mr. President to make a clear statement on the reforms, he was there. Number two is that it was backed by authorization to the critical institutions to support it. And Dr. Zach, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for just, he was in the room huddling, especially when the political dynamics started to shift in interesting ways. And in fact, when it looked as if the political headwinds would not be in favor of the policy, Mr. President was in front of his reform also. I think that's important to note. But the third thing about reforms is that you have to authorize a group to do serious work and get out of their way. I think Mr. Oyedele mentioned this, that one of the things the president did not do was to send us any, yellow notes on his interest. We worked for a year and a half plus with zero interference from Mr. President. And I think that's important. So let's give him a hand, because political authorization is one thing to say, do it, something else to authorize it to happen. The fourth was an immense amount of allocation of resources. We had all the institutions, CG, thank you so much. CG's most senior people were in the room, Fiscal Responsibility Commission. I think this is one reform where the chief executives were on board, they were in the room, they were on their beats, and therefore it naturally had the last component maybe to note in terms of what worked well, immense institutional coordination. Now, coordination did not mean we agreed. One of the lessons of this reform is coordination does not mean agreement. Coordination means that we accept we must get the outcomes we want, but there might be disagreements. One of the things I learned from these reforms, and I think it's an important improvement going forward, is that overlaps are not opportunities for conflict. In reform, overlaps are opportunities for collaboration, for partnership, for understanding ourselves better, and for finding a way that works for all of us. And those, I think, are important lessons going forward. In terms of what has not worked well in terms of the bold reform, it will be coordination, 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 coordination. And I think there are many lessons from this reform that we can apply to other reforms across Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. That's Dr. Adeloju, and he's the CEO of NESG. NESG is Nigerian Economic Summit Group. So for him to say that, I think that's fantastic. But then he mentioned the person's name, Taiwo Yedele, who was also interviewed in another event. This one is called Hidden Sparks. And he was interviewed, and I'd like you to listen to this very short clip of what he had to say about his team and how they've been, how he chose to work with the presidency. Take a listen, please.
So I said to myself, if I find the opportunity to help government with policy, because policy at the government level affects millions of lives almost overnight, I said I would jump at it. So I was getting myself ready for when the opportunity will come. So before the announcement of my appointment, I've been discussing with the president's team. And that process was trying to be sure that they are serious about it, and it will not be a waste of my time, and that they will allow me to do the job professionally. So I got all those assurances. In fact, we even worked on some executive orders before I accepted my offer. And within 2 weeks, they turned it around. Before then, under the previous administration, it would be 2 years to get those things done. So I thought it's okay now to jump into it. So I resigned from PwC, very significant financial sacrifice that I've made, but no regret, and I'm not complaining.
All right. So while he was saying that, he mentioned something about Zak Adedeji, who now happens to be the FIRS chairman. And the idea that there's a video here I'd like to play of Zak Adedeji talking about how they got Taiwo Yedele to work with them, and that they had a shadow economic team led by Wale Edo planning for 1 year before the election. So with Taiwo as one of the major figures, I'd like you to listen to this.
Honorable Minister of Finance, my boss and my dad, and my lecturer, Dr. and Professor Taiwo, give me a great pleasure to be here today, because I remember 10 years ago when you were doing your 40 in close landmark. We were there together. Then we were praying that Almighty God will give us opportunity to translate most of those things you put in papers and book into reality. Today, Almighty God answered our prayer, and we are here. I know celebrants roughly going to 25 years ago when I was a student. I was writing my professional examination 1 in ICANN when I was in part 2 in University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University. So I came to Lagos to write the exam. And one of our lessons then, WISE, in Maryland. So I thought I was brilliant until when I met him. Because I was, we had to write accounting standard then, not international accounting standard as it were, we have it today. It was a standard of accounting, statement of accounting standard. And we have only 21 SAS then. Then I tried to memorize 10. With the power of Bible and fellowship, and someone strolled to our class and he said that the lecture we will have today is SAS. And he taught us that day from SAS 1 to 21 without opening any books and without missing anything. So then I said, whether he likes it or not, he will be my friend. And, and from that day to today, he has been my lecturer. I appreciate the relationship and the sacrifice, because I remember I got chartered, got to Procter & Gamble. I was in PwC. He became our tax partner, and I was in Oyo. He helped. And when we were about to start this journey, he said he would never work for government. That is not a government staff, he's a professional. But thank God, then my boss used to be the head of our shadow economic team for incoming government. That's 1 year before we even have the ticket. I'm talking of Honorable Minister of Finance. So we used to meet in his house to coordinate us that in the next 1 year when we have ticket, what are we going to do? And from that day after meeting Honorable Minister at home, we have some of us, I will leave and go to Landmark to go and see the partner. That's what if you are doing this thing, trying to send him out. But thank God, when Mr. President appointed him, without even considering the future and the past, he sacrificed all he has and said that the best thing to do this job is to resign. I said, that he does not want conflict of interest, and this is what we all dreamt of, and there is no bigger sacrifice. And I know not only Nigerian, Mr. President really appreciates your sacrifice, and you can see from what you've seen that is one of the reasons he gave you all the free hand with your member to make sure you give you've done the best. So congratulations, happy birthday, and as you've said, that the work has just started. Thank God for the leadership of Honorable Minister and Coordinating Minister of Economy, for the kind of guidance he has been given. You know, when the bill, by God's grace, in a couple of weeks now, will be assented to by Mr. President, then implementation starts. And if you listen to Mr. President's speech on the day of inauguration, he said this is not a committee that will do. You propose and you implement. And that is what I'm saying, that congratulations for the first half that has been done. And I'm welcoming you to the real work. And I know the one you've just handed now was timed. I'm not sure the other one will be timed. God Almighty will strengthen you. And when we are doing your 60, by God's grace, it will be the real gain that we'll have. So on this note, on behalf of Federal Land Revenue Service, we congratulate you, happy birthday, and I will leave the rest for my boss when he's here. Thank you.
All right, so many lessons to learn from that. They met when I think it was 25. By the way, that was Oye, what's his name now? That was his 50th birthday. I want to be sure of his name, sorry. Oyedele. That was his 50th birthday. But they've known each other for a very long time. He also talks about association and the kind of people that you roll with. And I think for governance and politics, what you hear, is about a team working for a year, even before they got the ticket. So I think when you look at the policies of the president, some of those things, I mean, might be like it just happened suddenly, but apparently it's not sudden to them because they've had a lot of time planning it and not just forecasting, but also sounding out amongst themselves and other people. So it's actually quite nice to hear that has been in the works for a while. Now, you mentioned the person in charge of that shadow economic team, who now is the Minister of Finance, that's Wale Edo. There is something new coming from his ministry. Well, has to do with his ministry because about money. The federal government recently approved 700,000 naira imprest limits for ministers and other members of top management across its ministries, departments, and agencies. It means that the money that you have to run the office no go past 700,000 naira because of corruption. Let me quickly say something. You know that we have these conversations about corruption, but folks we just complain for the most part. For me, I just like the fact that we see intentionality and someone actually doing something about that. All right, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, and also it also tells you why, you know, the ministries and parastatals don't have to hold on to so much money. I'll see if I can find the details of this particular news so that it will give us better context. So give me a second for that. Number. So the federal government of Nigeria has officially approved a 700,000 naira quarterly imprest limit for ministers and other top-level officials in its ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, through the 2025 General Imprest Warrant issued by the Accountant General of the Federation, Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunjimi. The ministers can get 700,000 naira per quarter. Per quarter. Permanent secretaries or directors general will get 500,000 naira. Directors or heads of department, 300,000 naira. Heads of formations and authorized officials, 100,000 naira. Disbursement for standing imprest are typically once per quarter, with a second reimbursement allowed only in exceptional cases. All procurements or services costing over 1 million naira must follow the formal contract award process in line with the Public Procurement Act 2007. Accounting officers must submit expenditure details from 2024 and a list of authorized imprest holders for 2025 within 30 days of the circular's issuance. Imprest holders must also open bank accounts and provide monthly return reports to the Office of the Accountant General. Violations may result in withdrawal of imprest privileges and disciplinary actions enforced by the Treasury Inspectorate Department. That's actually really nice. You know what I like about this old government? I just like policies, you know, structural adjustment, so to speak. No pun intended. I'm not talking about this app. I'm just talking about the idea that somebody actually knows that we have structural issues and is also very intentional about fixing those things. I saw something on Twitter where people are saying, oh, 700,000 is too much. I think we should remember it's for a quarter, 3 months. 3 months in a year, 3 months for a quarter. So you break that down into 3 months and then into daily stuff. So you're about 20 working days in a month, give or take. And I just think it makes a lot of sense what's happening in Nigeria in the government circles. Speaking of money, the federal government recently did something quite interesting. Can that money buy diesel? If they're going to need more than that, they can apply for it. In other words, nobody say we could just give you money, just the chop them among yourself. If you cannot buy diesel, then you write to the necessary body, to the, what's the name of that group? Let me tell you, just in case you work for the government, because I see all these questions that people are asking. You guys want change, but you hate it. So if it's not enough, it says all procurements or services costing over 1 million naira must follow the formal contract award process in line with the Public Procurement Act 2007. They are not saying you cannot do anything more than 700,000 or 1 million. They're saying that if you're going to do that, there's another route you have to go through. And if you don't hate order and structure, it shouldn't be such a problem for you to just, okay, I can get it, but I have to go through another means. Nobody's just going to give you millions of naira while you're thieving it in the name of want to buy fuel. If you want to buy fuel, go with that's the funny thing. People complain about Nigeria not working, and then people are making it work. Then you guys are always complaining about people making it work. So what do you really want? It's amazing. Anyway, the federal government introduces 10 million naira loan scheme for staff of universities, polytechnics, and colleges. The federal government has introduced a loan scheme that enables academic and non-academic staff of Nigeria's universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education to access up to 10 million naira to enhance their welfare and professional development. The scheme, known as the Tertiary Institution, I'll take that again. The scheme, known as the Tertiary Institution Staff Support Fund, TISSF, was announced by the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, I like to say, in a statement issued on Sunday by the Ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Mrs. Folashade Boriowo, and reported by the News Agency of Nigeria. Alausa explained that the fund is aimed at promoting financial stability, improving the quality of life, and supporting career advancement for staff in the sector. Loans under the scheme will be capped at 33.3% of an applicant's gross annual salary and can be applied towards transportation, medical expenses, or small-scale ventures such as poultry farming. I think that's brilliant. That's very, very, very good. Right? These are the kind of things that, we want to hear in Nigeria. All right. While I'm still on education, something from the same Dr. Tunji Alausa, a statement he put out on the 25th of July. He says, as Minister of Education, I am proud to announce that the federal government is set to unveil the Sciences, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics, and Medical Sciences Student Venture Capital Grant. Oh, thank you, Empress. Thank you for the gift. So the federal government is set to unveil the Sciences, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics, and Medical Sciences Student Venture Capital Grant, SVCG. A bold and forward-thinking initiative designed to empower students in Nigeria's tertiary institutions to build scalable, job-creating ventures, also known as STEM Up Grant. This initiative will be formally unveiled on August 28th. They don't do this thing when we did school. They will start to do venture capital for university students. This is, you know what? I just want to clap. They're not here, but I'm just happy. If you went to my school, you know that we used to do a lot of business in school or tech or stuff. I started doing media as a student. What I'm doing right now is just a second. We started doing those things as students. Folks started creating apps in school, all kinds of things. If we had this, we would have scaled faster. And I'm just happy, right? I'm very, very happy that young people will be able to access these things. Just a little more about that. The SVCG is not just a grant. It is a launchpad for bold young innovators to lead Nigeria's industrial and technological advancement. We are giving our students the tools to dream, build, and scale solutions that solve real-world challenges, from technology and medicine to agriculture and green energy. The grant targets full-time undergraduate students in STEM disciplines, specifically those in their 300 level and above. Each selected student-led project will be eligible to receive up to 50 million naira in startup funding, along with access to mentorship, incubation services, and business development support. The initiative will be implemented in partnership with the Bank of Industry, BOI, to ensure transparency, measurable impact, and effective project execution. Loads of good things are happening in Nigeria. I'm just happy. All right, so young people, especially those in schools, at least now they'll be able to access all of those things. I like the kind of things, that we're hearing. Also, there was a news report that I read here last week about something that the government was saying about kids having to be 12 years old before they get admitted to secondary school. I thought that was crazy and stupid, and apparently the Minister of Education thinks the same way. So no, that's not a plan that they're putting out there. Let me see if I can quickly find that news. I said that because there was a report a while back saying that kids will be 16 years old before they get into uni. And now if you say they have to be 12, that means they will be 18 by the time they're done with secondary school, which of course makes no sense. And they were able to clarify that over the weekend. I'll see if I can quickly, I think it was on Friday actually. If I find it, I have to quickly find it. That news that person mentioned earlier, Tebekin Sole Konye, Ambombe, Ambo. Olamafi Pari, Uriela Dagbaye Torosi. Oh, this is actually quite, we'll find it later though. We'll find it. But just to say that if you have kids who are going to secondary school or who are done with secondary school, the thing about that news is about children going to secondary school and primary school is not what it is. I wonder where the original stuff came from, Sha, because it could make sense. ẹ má bínú kí n wá kábàlì jọ kápọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. And if you're on TikTok, thank you for being here, on YouTube and Facebook as well. Please, let's like the live, let's share the live, let's get it out there. Thank you very much. We're going to be discussing Awolowo's path later today. I'll show you. It's something you're going to want to stick around for. But before we get into that, we're going to finish this news and then bring people up. We'll talk about some of those things that we've shared so far, and then we'll move on from there. By the way, the chairman of Kosofe local government area in Lagos, Moyo Ogunlewe, boldly tweeted earlier this week. Let me read what he tweeted. Earlier this week, we commissioned 7 roads this week across Kosofe local government area, completing 40 roads in 4 years. Welcome to Rojo Avenue, Ojota. It connects 20 other roads. And then we went ahead to explain, those roads. It's quite interesting. But a local government area, a local government, not state, local government, has completed 40 roads in 4 years. It's amazing the kind of things happening in Lagos, by the way, and I really would like those things to be replicated. First, all across Yoruba areas, especially the southwest and other spaces, and then later to other parts of Nigeria, because so many things happened over the weekend. I'm looking at a picture of a school that was commissioned by the governor, but built by local government. Last week it was commissioned. This one is the Mumbo. There's a Bass Boost news that I think is just coming up because I saved a lot of it. I want to read something about Jonathan and who knows that song, by the way? There's a song trending now. Well, it's been trending for a bit. I think the song was by Shegun Blessing. Shegun Blessing. I think that Shegun Blessing, I've never heard this song like that. Benga Adeboye, he did a song and he mentioned Shegun dressing, Shegun Blessing, Shegun dressing, Ẹkáàbọ. Who remembers that stuff? While I'm looking for the news, if I don't find it, we'll continue with the other news items. But the crux of it, who remembers that new stuff? Shegun dressing, Ẹkáàbọ. Ojo Yoro. Oh, sorry, Ojo Yoshu. It's about that. It's about that. I will say no. Laisa Abeshuk Millennium. Can you do about that? Laisa Abeshuk Millennium. Ojo Yoro. Lo say Loro Gloria almost Shegun dressing. Aba Bolon Toby. You told on to I said, "Nipe Toba lo Toba." Ojo Yara sin lo asin. That man was brilliant. By the way, if you don't understand Yoruba language, it cannot be interpreted. What I just said right now is from an album by Benga Adeboye. Onishegun dressing Mati Dode Ẹkáàbọ. How could they have thought about that thing like Ojo Maro? I was seeing on Shegun dressing law. But to the stage. That was brilliant. Okay. Go down. It's done right there. Right there on Friday. I found it. So 20. I lost that. Number I found it. So join that. So minimum. Current what yes, education has no with a concern if Sorry, one is complete. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you for calling my attention to that. All right. The Federal Ministry of Education has noted with concern a false and misleading publication by the Punch newspaper, claiming that the federal government has set a new minimum age of 12 years for admission into junior secondary school 1, JSS 1. The ministry wishes to categorically state that the report is entirely inaccurate, did not emanate from any official source, and does not reflect government policy. For the avoidance of doubt, the minimum age for admission into JSS 1 remains 10 years. Accordingly, no child should complete primary education below the age of 10. Any suggestion to the contrary is misleading and should be regarded by the public and all education stakeholders. In the same vein, the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, has reiterated that the prescribed minimum age for admission into Nigerian universities is 16 years. The policy is consistent, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. So, like I said, I was happy to see that because it makes more sense than, I was like, I want government to, which also makes me say this thing about folks reporting things in newspapers, like what happened over the weekend with the football match by that guy who said, "Oh, Nigeria has lost," only for us to discover that he's one of those what do you call them now? Emergency lovers of Nigeria. They hate Nigeria with a passion. I just don't want to read the things they said about the match. They were sure Nigeria was going to lose. They were too sure. Anyway, still on institutional changes, a few things are being put together in a very strategic manner by this government. Let me just quickly read 4 of them, as reported by Charles Adegbite Beecroft. It says they're fighting institutional corruption in a very strategic manner by instituting, number 1, the NRS, Nigeria Revenue Service, which will be one agency which now controls the revenue channel of the Federation. No more leakages as a result of underreporting of collection by some very obscure agencies. Number 2, stripping MDAs of contract payments. We read that earlier. Every payment for all contracts will now be facilitated by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, no longer with directors and heads of finances of MDAs just generate contact codes and share money. Number 3, unification of the FX exchange rate. Round tripping is gone, alongside emergency billionaires from FX inefficiencies. Number 4, honoring fictitious FC differentials and non-existent cargo payments. People might not want to admit it, but these policies have saved us billions in dollar value that would either have gone into private wallets. Are we there yet? No, but we have moved away from the past. Are there new leakages? Yes, there are. Humans by nature will always want to test and know how to game any system. Yesterday's crooks have been disarmed, and we hope today and tomorrow's crooks will also be disarmed as we continue to develop systems to curb sleaze to the minimum. I thought that was really beautiful and that I should share it. Away from the federal government now, there's 2 more stuff before we now get into that particular news item. All right. So the PDP released a statement over the weekend, which I found quite intriguing. They says Jonathan, not Obi, is North's best choice. That's a PDP chieftain. Amid the conversation about zoning, by the way, this is from the Vanguard newspaper. Amid the conversation about zoning and return of power to the North, a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Umar Sani, believes it is better for former President Goodluck Jonathan to emerge as his party's presidential candidate than Peter Obi, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Sonny, who appeared on Trust TV's Daily Politics on Saturday, made this statement while reacting to speculation that the PDP is courting Obi and the potential return of Jonathan to the 2027 presidential race. In his submission, the media aide to former Vice President Nnamdi Sambo stated that whether the speculations are true or false, the North will prefer Jonathan to Obi. According to him, Jonathan's return to power for another 4 years will complete the South's 8 years. I would prefer that President Jonathan takes the ticket, not because I do not like Obi, but because that will ensure that the South will have completed their 4 years. He argued that by law, Jonathan's presidency cannot exceed a 4-year tenure, adding that Obi's promise to spend 4 years in power is merely political talk. One more thing. There's something that Obi said that I think I have here. Obi. So, somebody released this over the weekend. I found it. This was from 2016. It says, Anambra belong to me. Either pay me 1 billion monthly or I make Anambra ungovernable. That's Peter, credited to Peter Obi. It's quite interesting that this kind of thing happened. Somehow, it didn't come up during the last election, but now everybody is bringing everything out. I hope it's not true, but apparently it happened in 2016. But I don't want to spend too much time on this particular news item because of time. So I said one more thing before we get into that other stuff. All right. This is from both Sanusi Dantata and Femi Otedola. It's a video that Femi Otedola shared over the weekend, and 4,000 trucks that Dangote was expecting have now arrived. I don't know if you're going to hear much from it, but I'm going to tell you what's happening there. Take a listen. Arrival of 4,000 CNG trucks for free logistics for distribution of PMS and diesel nationwide. All right, all you see here are just the trucks, and then of course the ship's berthing and so on and so forth. And Sanusi Dantata says, to put this into context, in the entire country, there are about 1,500 trucks, that's tanks or tankers, that are in use, carrying petroleum products to various locations or stations across the nation. Dangote is bringing 4,000 to start with. The one where everybody get now, home and abroad, now 1,500. The man they bring 4,000 to begin with, and they are all CNG, which also tells you something about, when the whole argument about CNG trucks was raging, and people said things like it's combustible, it's inflammable like it's not supposed to be. Anyway, that it's going to burn up everywhere. Like I said the other day, it's quite interesting that the person selling fuel, petrol, and diesel is not using CNG. If anybody should be afraid of fire outbreak, it should be the person selling fuel. But it's people that are driving Korope that are telling the whole world that CNG is not safe. Again, emergency lovers of Nigeria. All right, so somebody that a lot of people, shaking sorrow about my body. Let me leave it for now. I'll leave it for today. Maybe another day I'll talk about it. There's a particular person that a lot of people, criticize a lot, but then he said some interesting things over the weekend. Some of those things I kind of agree with, but maybe we'll play that some other time. All right. So let's listen to the chairman of Bariga LCDA, Local Council Development Agency. And listen, by the way, I'm very happy with this news. I left it be Omapishi last one because of how happy I am. Somebody says, do you know God? I beg waka pass. Oh, God. Hi, Prof. Could you please help us check the sound? It is breaking. Oh, I'm sorry. Shut it better, but shut it up and sing. Where's Christ Jesus in your life? You are done using, you want to use religion to blackmail me. You have to go back to your dad, yo. He has to teach you wisdom because you're very daft. Who again? Somebody says, oh, Vikita Vuki, I'm glad you're here. Says, where is one spirit who made you all into spirit? So spirit can possess me. If you want to use Christianity to blackmail people, trust me, I'm the last person you can do it with. No, let me not talk. I'm the very last person you want to even deal with. Okay, thank you, Intel. Thank you. You're going to blackmail with the Bible that you don't know. That's the funny thing. This clowns doesn't know anything in the Bible. Now, me want to take Bible blackmail. You have no idea who you're talking to. Where is Christ Jesus in my life? He's living in me. But he definitely doesn't know your home. Well, he knows your home address. You don't know him. You go everywhere. When you are done using different things, number one is victimhood. I'll read that. I'll even say that before I play the video. This is the last thing we're playing before we get into today's topic. They use victimhood. So they did this to us. We are marginalized. We are the victim. Work. They now go to, are you not Yoruba? Say Yoruba people are Omoluabi. You guys are always accommodating. When that does not work, they now hear, where is Jesus in your life? Are you not a Christian? Listen, doesn't really matter. There's nothing you can use that will even work. Nothing. By the way, what's trending right now is there's a clown who went on Twitter to say Yoruba people. He said, leave bigotry for Yoruba people. Let me say this to Yoruba people. If anybody calls you a bigot, let me put it this way. If people call you a bigot, don't try to explain yourself. Don't say, I am not a bigot. Own it. Especially if you know that you are not a bigot. So, to protect your space is not bigotry. Right? It's called self-preservation. Protect your space. Protect your land. It's self-preservation. It's not bigotry. If a person calls you a bigot for that, don't explain. Oh, it's self-preservation. I'm not really a bigot. No, I'm a bigot. Okay. And by the way, most of these clowns have no. It's your fault if you really get into conversations with these clowns. So, somebody wrote, they will say, are you not tired of hunger? Maybe that's the truth. That's why I usually tell them that perhaps himself and his family members should go and look for food. Because I ain't hungry. How come I want to be so rather than they are not serious human beings? All right. Let me play something from the chairman of Bariga LCDA. By the way, I said something the other day that what people are doing, there's going to be responses. I remember saying it, and I was saying at the time that my own job, right, was to alert people and also to sound a note of warning that folks should stop being stupid and insulting and just saying all kinds of things about Yoruba people. Stop it. Say, shut up. We have our rights. Okay. Like they say, Freedom of Speech Day. By the way, it's even Olamide that said it, and it's the one this news is about. Olamide, it says in one of his songs, Freedom of Speech Day, I no go dull you, but freedom after speech, I can't assure you. So say anything you want to say, but don't complain when the chickens come home to roost. And this is the case of chickens coming home to roost. Take a listen to this.
Road will now be called, Laje Road will now be called King Sunny Ade Road. Ajidagon Street will now be called Olamide Adedeji Bado Street. That means that Charlie Boy bus stop will now be changed to Bado bus stop. No more Charlie Boy.
Let me just tell you, that is music to my ears. I love it, love it. And before I read anything, I'm going to play you two videos. One is a group of people just having a great time on the road, letting us know that we now have something called Olamide Bado Bus Stop. By the way, the signs are up for respectful, and I'm going to tell you some of the things that he did that actually shows that some people just don't. Age doesn't confer wisdom. But this is something from the bus stop in Lagos.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bus stop
All right, so that's a group of singers and DJ talking about the name change. and I'll say this, I think it's a beautiful news, and I'm really glad about it. And I think that's how things should go on. Kotib, this is just we're testing microphone, right? Let people insult. Don't stop. Don't stop. This man, who is supposed to be in his 70s, he wrote something last year. He says, as I dey pass my old area today, Bagada, I still see Charlie Boy bus stop. I been think say they won't remove him. I just dey laugh mumu people. Una like him like this. You know, earlier I mentioned the man, Bengade Boye. In one of his comedy pieces or routines, he said something about in your contours of way, Baba, Baba, like say Abeshukule Soro. Only as a power oko, I know reality kunio, was a Osetoran, ukulity. Shake by me, Thomas Fiele or I ben with that, but since a poor ferron, you can't let it call you can cuckoo. I am going to go by take bang by me. You can hear in Kampanuni. So now that you have reminded us, we have to do the needful. Let me quickly read something from OKNG, then I'll now read some of the nonsense that Charlie Boy has been posting for a while now. Bariga LCDA renamed streets to honor Tinubu, Sonia Ade, Olamide, Nice, Bukayo Saka, and others. There's a full list of this. Ibaje Road is now King Sonia Ade Road, like you said. Bariga Road now Bola Ahmed Tinubu Way. Community Road Akoka is now Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu Road. Ajidagon Street is now Olamide Adedeji Bado Street. Ifeanyi Street. Ifeanyi Street is now Abolore Akonde Nice Street. Charlie Boy Bus Stop is now Bado Bus Stop. Ayodele Street, Ladilak is now Tony Tetrila Street. Ilojo Crescent, Obanikoro is now Bukayo Saka Street, which recognizes the England national football star of Nigerian descent. We have not started. There's a song that just came to mind. The only reason I'm not playing that song is because of copyright stuff. Anybody who, okay, don't even bother. But we have one gift and the title of the song is the song is the first song that actually got Olamide everything he now has. Thank God for him. His very first song that went all out. And Duro. Speaking of Olamide, let me play you something. What he said about this whole stuff. Yes. And Duro. Educated stream. If a person he is Yoruba, but beyond that, even people who have become integrated into our society are recognized, e.g. Daddy Shoki. But Tointachula is completely Yoruba, I hope you know. He is, but even if he's not, he's one of those who you can call Yoruba by integration, but not assimilation, apparently, like Daddy Shoki. And those ones, we will still have them, but not people that will stay in our space and insult us. Those ones, we don't want them. Anyway, let me play you something from Olamide. By the way, Nice is somewhere in the background. Take a listen to this.
If you are a Yoruba man, I don't know if you are a Yoruba man, but I mean, as a Yoruba person, I want to go on so like, you know, they tell person with time, those who know, those who don't know, they go tell those who don't know, because they don't want to explain to you too much.
All right, says all right, so all this thing about is from Kwara. Yes, it's from Kwara. That's Tony Tetrila. Anyway, Charlie Boy went on his own killing to say, you cannot erase fire. And people are talking about his legacy. I don't know any legacy he has apart from, let me not talk about it. But I mean, okay, I like the fact that he used to ride Okada with a lot of people, but generally speaking, it's more nudity and stuff. But I also like, there was a time I was doing Zoom on TV back then, where they interviewed people, so that was good. But when he said you cannot erase fire, I don't think fire needs to be erased, you just have to pour water on it, that's it. Somebody says here, if renaming Charlie Boy Bus Stop to Olamide pains you so badly, and you truly love the man so much, kindly give birth to a male child and name him after Charlie Boy. Train him to become a person like Charlie Boy and pray for him to be a character like Charlie Boy. It's that simple. All right, I'm not sure many people will say amen to that, but by the way, many names will still be changed. And this is just this is Obele concept. All this name change, street changing, all those things. It's just area war. It's just like introduction. First of all, introduction. Let me sing an Enduro Atomoto show. In other news, I'm in love with my book. Anyway, I'm just flexing. Allow me there. There's a particular series of tweets that I saved somewhere. I don't know if I can find it as quickly as I need that. But it was by Tony Tetwila. He talked about the Oni. He referred to Awolowo. Just, it's a shame that your man dagba jera ofu kan dagba ba nko and to ba jera ofu bi mo binu Mumbo. I'll find it and then we can move on from here. Prince 577 Ẹkáàbọ. Yes, let me first read let me read. Koko can go see Baba Zombie. Only my legacy cannot be renamed Charlie Boy. I don't know what the legacy is, but I means as well. Singer Charlie Boy has reacted to the renaming of Charlie Boy bus stop to Olamide Adedeji Bado. By the way, Bado is a Bariga boy. You know, so it's better to have that than I mean, I've heard all kinds of things about rent payment for certain people, but I don't know how true. Singer Charlie Boy has reacted to the renaming of Charlie Boy bus stop to Olamide Adedeji Bado bus stop by the Bariga Local Council Development Area. In a statement on X, he expressed his views on the matter, emphasizing that renaming a place doesn't erase the legacy. He asserted that the name Charlie Boy bus stop was given by the people he fought for and empowered, not by politicians. Charlie Boy described himself as a movement, an institution, and a warning affirming his impact in society. According to him, the renaming is an act of fear, targeting his legacy and influence. He said, despite the name change, his legacy will endure and remain etched in the minds of those who dare to question authority. Them say they don't change the name of Charlie Boy bus stop. Very interesting, but let me remind you of something simple. You can rename a place, but you can't rename a legacy. You can replace the signboard, but you can't erase the spirit. It has already been done, and more to come in every local government and every state in the southwest. By the way, while Olamide was everywhere singing "I Love Lagos," doing songs and putting things out about how great Lagos is, the other person, every chance he got was to denigrate Lagos. If it's not smelling, all of us are mumu. But the son of the soil is saying, "I love Lagos," is singing songs and stuff. That one, we will now leave that one alone and be going after the person who is insulting us in our space. I see. Let me read some of the funny things that Charlie was typed before. He typed this in 2023. God forbid. So all the efforts of Awolowo is in vain. Is his investment in educating his people a waste? Since when did the Yoruba people become so bigoted, hateful, and vile? Does Tinubu represent the educated, socially intelligent Yoruba people? I beg you, I need answers. Then when he was speaking about Wole Soyinka, he says, the kind of respect I had for this man was almost the kind of respect I had for the late Justice C.A. Oputa, the Socrates of the Supreme Court. He's talking about his father. It has finally dawned on me that Soyinka can never be the man Chinua Achebe was. The Kogi is not ordinary. He should be very measured anytime he makes a public statement. Look at a man many Nigerians put on such high pedestal, reducing himself to a boy for criminal politicians. What a effing big shame. Then he was talking about the Oni. He says, see this fine bobo, talking about King. Actually, if everything you said is nonsense, but this particular one, bro. Only see this fine bobo, how he can't be saying in less than 2 months, 2 of our wives just divorced you and ran away from your kingdom. To add salt to injury, now for Instagram, then divorce you. True, all that guilt is not gold. My people, how now see this matter? How come wives just take off without notice? It good so. That's this clown that they call and it says for many Yorubas, I think their new motto should be, quote, on the mandate of crooks we stand. While Nigerians celebrate the Farotimi, some Yorubas are mostly against his fight for justice. That's the new position of a once ethical, value-oriented people who are not tribe captured by Tinubu. Am I the only person thinking like this? Did I get it all wrong? Let me say something. Anybody that folks from the Southeast adore politically, that person is wrong. Anybody that is praised in their political decisions by folks from the Southeast, you are wrong. If they say you are doing well, you are doing terribly. If you want to know if you are still okay, just watch how we say you are doing well. If folks from that side say you are doing well, something is wrong somewhere. I'm talking about politics specifically. I'm not talking about life. I can't say the same for relationship or marriage or business or whatever. When it comes to politics or political conversation, if Southeasterners tell you that you are doing well politically, check again. Most likely, there's something off. Most likely. I'm not saying for your relationship or for business. Those ones, I can't. I'm not speaking on that. But to budget politics, so want to get here. And so that's to say that what's his name? Dele Farotimi is not doing well. He's not doing well because the person who is insulting his entire ethnic group is the one saying he's doing well. And the person, you know what, I don't want to talk too much. I'm happy that the street name was changed. I'm looking forward to many more things to happen. But let me say something, it's going to go beyond street names. And when people say things like that, they will say you are bigots. I don't explain myself to clowns. If you say I'm a bigot, that's fine. But you see, what bigots see, you will see it. All right? You will see the reward of your stupidity in the land of the living. You polarize opinions, that's your business. You will see the reward of your stupidity in the land of the living, especially since the land of the living is Yoruba land. You cannot move mad and expect that there will be no consequences. You cannot insult people in their own household, in their own homeland. Now you know that Lagos is not no man's land. But beyond that, there are many other things coming. I said the other day that something's going to happen. But let me tell you something. There are other things that are coming very soon. By the time everybody is done, by the time we are done, what will happen is that Nigeria will be restructured. In other words, everybody will respect themselves wherever they go. So me, for instance, I've said several times, if I go to Kano, there's a way I move. If I go to Anambra, there's a way I move. I've been to Anambra. I've been to all the states in the south except one, Ebonyi. I've been to all of them, and there's a way I move. By the way, once you get to that on the chance and you hear everybody speaking Igbo, you have to arrange. So you have to look out for young people that can speak pidgin and speak pidgin to them and get, because it's not your space. I don't go to them telling them, why you all speaking Igbo? Why you all speaking Igbo? Why you all speaking Igbo? Are you not supposed to be one Nigeria? No. Not for somebody who speak pidgin or speak English. And generally, if you're in the bus, you'll be hearing, it's their land. It's their land. But some clowns think that when you come to Yoruba land, you have to tell all of us to do things to suit your narrative as though you are something. Meanwhile, you literally came here as an asylum seeker. I mean, if not for Nigeria, that's what you'll be. But may God bless everybody. May our land work, and may many more streets be changed, the names. And I know some people have been saying illegality, that's your business. We're just starting. Many more things will be changed. By the time everybody is done, one thing I'm looking forward to, which I think is happening, but it may be difficult for certain people to get it, is that everybody will know their place. Everybody. You know, this is how far you can come. You have your rights as citizens, but you are never an indigent. Okay? You are not. And there are certain things you don't say when you go. In your household, there's some things that... Another thing, I think some people are not properly raised. Even at home, there are things you don't say. How can you be 70 and be saying things like this? But no, don't worry. It's just beginning. By the time everybody is sorted, everybody will know their place, and then we can move on. All right. I tried. I wanted to do this before 4 o'clock. So we'll bring people up, we'll hear some thoughts, and then we'll move to the title of today's session. Somebody says, you are right, sir. Makes sense. I support this. How I wish animal people can be wise now. By the way, I just remember that. By the way, I just remember something. You know, something like this happened in Anambra State a while back. There's a street called Abakaliki Street. The Anambra State government changed it to Club Street. And Anambra people were angry. Great Ashi, amen, amen, amen. Thank you. Thank you. Anambra people changed it to Abakaliki. Sorry, they changed it from Abakaliki Street to Club Street. The government of Ebonyi had to complain before they went to look for one area like that and name another place at Abakaliki. They were like, why not revert the Club Street to Abakaliki? See, today, that place is still Club Street. It's Anambra. When it happens amongst them, they see no problems with it. Meanwhile, that's also why what's happening in Anambra North local government, that's what is happening right now. That's why they're saying that Ekwefu is Ekwefu, not Ukunzu. And the person on YouTube saying, how I wish Anambra people can be wise now. They've been wise for a while. They are changing things in Anambra land as well. Because once you use their name, they tell you that they own the land. Again, it's how you know an underdeveloped culture. So when it happened in Anambra, nobody saw any problem with it. You could change Abakaliki Street. Kendo, I'm talking to you because you've been waxing the record in the comment section. They changed Abakaliki Street to Club Street. The Ebonyi State government was talking about why. I mean, these are all southeastern Igbo people. Oh. They went to look for one street and named it Abakaliki Street. Revert the original name, change that Club Street back to Abakaliki. They did not. And guys, if you think I'm lying, you know what? Let me read something to you. Well, you can check. It's news. It's online. It's online, so it's not even something that we have to grab big bounty, if you get what I mean. Let me just say the paper to read. I mean, it's all over the internet. It's not even. It was in 2018. As in Daily Trust, as in the Nation paper. In 2018, the Anambra State government, under Governor Willie Obiano, officially renamed the street historically known as Abakaliki Street in Awka, Anambra's capital, to Club Street or Club Road to better align with the area's growing identity with city life and nightlife. This sparked strong backlash from Ebonyi State, particularly the Ebonyi State House of Assembly and Governor David Umahi, who condemned the renaming as an affront to historical and cultural ties. The Ebonyi Assembly gave Anambra 7 days to reverse the change, or they would rename structures in Ebonyi named after Anambra features. What did they eventually do? They looked for another street, a different street, and named it Abakaliki. But that old one, they never changed it. They never reverted to the original name. It's people like this that come and tell you what to do in your land. See, you know the crazy part is that you have this moral superiority that is non-existent. You talk to people like you are better, like you have more understanding of life, but you are worse. And in your history, it's literally, this is 2018, not be like 1905. And you are saying it's my opinion. I hope this one is also my opinion. They said Abakaliki was not cute for such an important, I mean, that's their business. I'm just saying that if you, whatever is good for the goose, they are Ibozo. Abakaliki, although they say that they have, there's a ladder. They have a class. Igbo people are very interesting people. There's a class system. Then there is a caste system. The class, and even the class got one get class. They are the real Igbos. They are the inferior ones. Then they are the ones that are not considered, you know, on the same level. Then amongst each of this group, there are not different classes. They're amongst those classes, apart from the material, whatever, used for classes, you now have to go into, are you Oru or Osu? These are the people that want to teach you about oneness. My own is, let charity begin at home. God will bless every part of Nigeria. Everyone will be fine. God will protect everybody. But in Yoruba land, this is how we do things. If you're in Rome, you behave like a Roman. If not, you can literally pack your bags and get on the next bus, considering nobody invited you in the first place. Meanwhile, before I leave, let me play you something from a gentleman. And I'll bring people up and then we'll talk about this before we get into the... No, not before I leave, before we move on to the next topic. Today we're discussing Awolowo's path. I decided that today we'll try as much as possible to end this around 4, so we are still on track. We are all one. It's not nothing like that. We are all in one Nigeria. We can all do well, but the people have to understand the fact that you don't even have to be told, if you have common sense, that There's a way you move when you leave home. And then it's worse when at home, in your own home, you actually don't condone, even amongst your own stock. I'm not saying Nigeria, amongst your own same ethnicity, you don't allow Kini, so it's not here that are going to start this nonsense. Let me play something. Take a listen to this. It's quite, by the way, this one I'm about to play is sad. I'm not happy about it. But just to tell you that when people tell you that they are coming to your land to develop your land, you are not developing anybody's land. You are leaving home because of, originally it was for one reason, was scarcity and lack of opportunities back home. Now, be like say something else has been added to it. Again, these things should call for reflection. How to fix home should be your top priority, not telling people how to run their own homes. So, and by the way, I've said it several times, a lot of us move out of our countries and out of our spaces because of, for opportunities, for better opportunities. A lot of Yoruba people are in the UK, in the US, right? Most of this migration happens because of economic opportunities. We don't go to, let's say, DC now and tell them that we are here to develop DC. We are the ones who developed Maryland or Virginia. We're the one who changed Atlanta. We're the one who turned Texas around. That's nonsense. We went there because there were opportunities there. We did not carry opportunities. If we had so many opportunities before we left home, most of us would not leave home. We left home because there were more opportunities abroad than home. And thankfully, from the look of things, I think a lot of people are also seeing reasons why they should either return or invest back home. But there are these folks who would go to other people's spaces and tell those people that we came to develop your space. And then you go back and look at their own homes. It's nothing to be compared with what they claim to have developed. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? You are not developing anybody's place. You have come to take advantage of it, and guess what? Take it. Take advantage of the place. God bless you. You know, do well, succeed, but don't ever in your life open your mouth to say we developed Guinea-Corn was a swamp. Even your elders speak like this. We developed Lagos, we developed Maiduguri, we developed this. Meanwhile, you have no cities you have developed on your own. It's a shame. Well, okay, Onitsha was developed before British, but Enugu was developed by the British. This is the kind of nonsense that we live with in Nigeria. But the sad part is that people are talking about it now in Ghana, in Cameroon, in Kenya. I played a video from Kenya earlier. It's just sad. But at least Ghanaians know that it's not Nigerians. They know the exact group they're talking about. But don't change, oh. Just be insulting everybody. God will bless you. I'll play this video and then we'll move on from it. There. Again, this video is not, I'm not gloating with this video. I think it's quite sad. But I think it's also important to put this out there. People need to, let's just understand what it is. Like you can, again, I'm not against you succeeding in my land. I think you should succeed. I say it every time. I'm going to say it again. Your success in Yoruba land, apart from the fact that you're able to take care of your family, it's also proof positive that Yoruba land is fertile and blessed. So I want you to succeed. I don't want you to go bankrupt. I want you to do well. But you've got to understand this is not your home. It cannot be your home. And the reason it cannot be your home is because you hate the idea of integration. You hate the idea of assimilation. In your own mind, the concept of power is isolation. Because that's what gives you that domination you're looking for. But it's not going to happen in Yoruba land. Anyway, this is a very sad stuff, but it's from Anambra State. Take a listen to this.
This is Anambra State. We have run away from our communities. They have been hiding this thing from the public, but I have to bring it. This video was done on 15th of this month, July 2025. This is Anambra State. We have run away from our communities. This is not the only community. This is Iseke, Olo, here, local government. There are also part of Olo in Imo State, which is the biggest local government in Imo State, where Locha Sokocha came from. Both the Olo in the part of Imo State, nobody is living in that community again. But this one that you are seeing on the video is the part of Olo in Anambra State, which is Iseke. If you go, 95% of people from this community has run away. Nobody is living in this community again. They have abandoned their houses, their shops. If you go to Riu in Anambra State, 100% of people in Riu in Anambra State have run away. If you go to Riu, it has become desert. Nobody is living in Riu again in Anambra State. And some part of Imo State also affected. This is the truth that has been hiding from us, from the public, not from us. And I decided to bring it to social media today. Please, Nigerians, the people that are terrorizing us are not Fulani. People that are terrorizing us are not Hausa. People that are terrorizing us are not Yoruba nor other South. The people that are terrorizing us are Igbos, our own brother. And if you lie, may the Almighty strike your family to death. If you say that this thing is lie, may the Almighty judge you and you will die with your family. This was done by our own family, our own brothers, Igbo brothers. They are the one that did this. Of course, Fulani cannot chase the community away. It's not possible. Our own Igbo brothers did this to us. They kill us, they terrorize us, and they kill their own brothers. This is the honest truth. And only truth can set us free. When they came as angels. They came as angels telling us that they are here for us. Many Igbos supported them. If you post them on social media, people will be hearing them saying, yes, they are here for us, until it leads to this. When the government were shouting to dismiss those groups, we say no, they are good for us. Now look at what they are doing to us. Look at what they cost us now. Nobody can go to these communities again. People have run away from the community. They kidnap us, they kill us, and they destroy our land. Our own brothers, not Fulani, not Asa, not Yoruba, our own Igbo brothers are the terrorists terrorizing us. This is the honest truth. And if I lie, she's sad. If I lie, may the Almighty strike me. If I lie, may the Almighty strike me. This was not done by Fulani. It was done by our own Igbo brothers. If I lie, may the Almighty strike me. This is sad.
I'm going to have to stop it. I mean, it's a long video and showing empty streets, deserted houses, terrible sights, and it's not something to be proud of. It's actually quite sad that entire communities will be like this, and folks will not think about that. They'll just be bothered about street names in Lagos and telling Lagos that telling Lagosians that their land is no man's land. Meanwhile, they troop out of their homes, and so it used to be just because of scarcity. Now it's also because of insecurity. It's quite sad, and I would expect that people will be more intentional about trying to fix home. But again, when you have a nomadic mindset, you don't think of home. You don't think of home. You think you can just make everywhere your home on your own terms. It's sad. Anambra State, part of Imo. I hope, and when the governor came out and said 99.9% of, folks that are giving them troubles in the south, in the Anambra State are Igbos, the same folks came up to say the man was wrong. Delusional. So essentially, denial is what gives you power. I hope people do better, Sha. Like, again, it's a touching thing, so I'm not going to use that against anybody. I'm just saying that people should be more concerned with that than to be talking Yoruba history. Anyway, we'll bring people up now, and then for the next few minutes, we'll talk about the conversations we've had so far before we go to the topic of today, which is Awolowo's path. We'll be discussing Papa's foray into entrepreneurship and also his work as a journalist, and then we'll get into his political adventures. All right? So let's bring people up now, and then we can have some conversations. Thank you very much for listening. If you'd like to speak, please send your request now on TikTok. If you're on YouTube or Facebook and you want to speak, please send me a message on Telegram. Send a message to Radio Miriam, not me, Radio Miriam. I have my own account. But on Telegram, you'll find Radio Miriam. That's REDOMI, REALM. Send a message there, and then, we'll be able to tell you to call. Then you can be part of the conversation as well. Thank you very much for listening. Let's bring our people up. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute yourselves. Please mute. Please mute. Mute. Rewaju mute, please. Ololufon, please mute.
I'm trying to mute.
Okay. Thank you. Kendo, you sent your request. I accepted, but I can't see you up here. Okay. Please mute, my brother. Please don't come and tell me some people, it's better for you not to have any conversation than to tell me I did not hear very well. I can assure you every part of my body, by the grace of God, they are functioning well. So all those things about you didn't see it well, you didn't hear it well, is another person, they're using our name. Please don't do it today. God bless you. Somebody says, Mr. Busui, now you know why they are clamoring for Anambra State, because they see there as the second home. Funny people. There are people in Asaba who are speaking out loudly about purchase of land from people from the southeast. I just don't like talking about it. There's an entire community in River State, Omoku. That's the name of the group. They sell land to Yoruba people. They sell to Hausa. They don't sell to southeastern people. They don't. It's like a law. And I know why. And I'm sure they also know why, but everybody can keep acting like we are all children. All right. Let's have Obalufon go first. Obalufon, are you there? Oh, okay. I muted you, so I have to unmute you. Obalufon.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
I come. Good morning. Eku Isimi. I hope you were able to like unwind and take off all the stress of last week. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I just want to chip in because 1995, 96, there's a school opposite that house Charlie Boy rented. It's called the Opportunity Industrialization Center. I did elect there 1995 like that. That bus stop was called Second Pedro. We have the first and Second Pedro because there is Pedro police station inside Bagada. When he rented the place without government or anything, he just put his name on the bus stop and take over everything. And because of his influence with those bike riders and everything, the name stood. So there is no illegality done if you did not do it legally and the government take it off. So me, I did not see any crime there. So that's just what I want to chip in about the place. He didn't own any bus stop there. So if they take his name off it, and also about the people that want to hear fake or bad news about the country, like first half we were losing 2-0 and they have already written news and everything, over 2-4. It is not as bad as anything that you trying to bastardize or buy because prior to that semi-final against South Africa, one person was interviewed in South Africa. He said he don't know Nigeria, he's Biafran, they should lose, Nigeria should. Why do you want to like put fire on everything before you leave? If you want to leave, call everybody in your region to go back home and tell your organs them to ask for the country that you want to exit without taking other people's land. You are not the only one in the whole world that is only you that do everything and move mad in people's space. Everybody have right to act because you cannot come to my father's land and do whatever. We are native people, we are tribal people. Forget, Nigeria has made us one. We are united by Nigeria. Any other thing you are seeking is extra. Now, I would like to use the mic here. I can't seem to use the mic also. So I'll just wait till Mr. Busui comes back and Mr. Lanrewaju, can you take the mic? Or Kendo, I don't know.
Yeah. Let me take the mic.
Okay.
My name is Kendo. I'm just associating.
Kendo, please hold on. One second, please. Obalufon, are you done?
Yes. I was trying to use the mic. I couldn't mute myself because I.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your contribution. So let's go to Kendo now. Hello, Kendo. Good afternoon. That's okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me very well now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But I think there are a lot of things I want to talk about. First off, take on the list is about the Ghana issue and the video you play. So recently I've been trying to actually to understand, check certain things. No doubt I know quite well a bad element even among you. And I believe that what any big country...
Can you do something to your mic? You're not very clear. We can hear you, but it's not as clear as it can be.
Okay. Is it clearer now? Is it
I
clearer?
don't know. Are you using earpiece or something?
No, I'm not using earpiece. Is it clearer?
You have a call. Jesus Lord. I have to mute you. I have a call. Let's have Ayola. Ayola, please go on while Kendo, sorts out the call. Hello, Ayola. Kendo, I'll bring you back up once you're done with the call.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
This tribe, they are just problem, in short, to everywhere they are. Now, you can't do business in their midst as Yoruba. Even Hausa can't do business in their midst.
No. Hold on, please. Let's be careful. There are Yoruba people doing business in the East. There are Hausa people doing business in the East.
No.
Are you talking about in
I'm
the
not
East
talking
or
about
Yoruba
the
land?
East. Do you understand? No.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the East. Even in Lagos State. Do you understand? There was like Igbo, if Igbo is selling food, you will see Igbo people patronizing the person. But if Yoruba should sell food in their midst, no, they will never move to the person. They will be telling you that what did they know how to do? What is this? Do you understand? Okay, this, in short, the tribe, I don't know. It's like their issue is but what I only want to tell the Yorubas is that those outside the country, if someone goes out to go and make money, wherever they are strangers there. And this is their home. They should not just stick to the place without looking back, so that by the time they are ready to come back, they will be able to. Hope you understand what I'm trying to ship in there. So I pray that God should help us.
All right, thank you very much, my sister. Great submission. So let's go back to Kendo now. Then we'll bring back Dark Poet. I don't know, maybe it's your network or something. Kendo, yeah, let's try and see if he's going to be better now. Yeah, please go on.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. So, I actually visited some of their crime websites. I went to click down tweets.
I cannot hear you. Maybe it's yours. It's not like I cannot hear the sound. It's not like I cannot hear you. But when you speak, I can't. The sentences are not coming together. Like your words are everywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's the device, or maybe you're using I don't know. Or maybe it's you. I don't know. But you're not sounding very clear.
Okay, I'll connect with another device.
Please do that. Thank you. All right, let's have Dark Poet while we sort out while Kendo sorts out his own devices. Abi, his own device. Oyinbo, you get the point. All right, so Dark Poet.
Okay, Prof. Thank you. I hope I'm audible enough because I was on the road then. Maybe the network is fluctuating. First, we congratulate the Super Falcons. And a lot of people saying Rashida Tajibare does not deserve the award of the player of the tournament. Most of them know next to nothing about football. I play football. I've been a coach at some point in time, and I've done quite a little bit on football. So the problem with the children of nowadays is they look at the person that score and the person that assists. They don't look at what other people are doing in their own department on the field. So they can say, oh, because the girl gave assist, he made some crosses, and they score from it. So they can say, oh, maybe she's the best player. So they don't consider maybe defenders, goalkeepers, and others. So that's what most of them look for in football today. So I don't blame them. They just need more knowledge on football. And then I guess the way the way we are going now, I think that's the better part. Even though they've given them Southeast Development Commission that is doing things in their place now, and they've given them like almost two, three major projects. They are still not happy with it. Well, if you can't be happy with little progress, you can't be happy with anything in life. People need to understand that. That's why we tell people to celebrate their little wins, so that so for me, see, then some people were saying, oh, why are Ghanaians now packing everybody together? I see, don't blame them, because these people they already bastardized the country. There, so I don't blame Ghanaians for taking it. I would just advise that they should just throw caution in the wind a little bit, because they know the people that are doing this. They themselves know, so they can't accuse all of us, because they know the dynamics of Nigeria as a country, and who we are, and the different major tribes that we have, and the people that are doing this thing. I think I'll stop for now. Maybe after the program, I would have been known, and I'll be able to speak more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dark Poet Heshel. So we'll go to G Money Bill. Kendo, if you can come back up before we move, because once we move now, it will be something else. So, but G Money Bill, please go on.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Professor. The only teacher that his reward is in heaven, waiting in the cooler.
No, my reward is on earth and in heaven.
I mean, like what you said, I will first of all say congratulations to Asiwaju for the guests winning that cup, and the way they spoke, the excitement, everything. And another one I'm gonna say is that no matter what, like you say, if the policy that man is putting in place, if he put policy, they complain. If he didn't put politics, they complain. So like you see, a majority of the people that are complaining, or some part of the people some part of the country that are complaining, are the same people who go outside of the country, who now rubbish the nation on the mud, beyond mud. They rubbish it in the feces of any nation. And they rubbish that name because in their mind, they don't hold any loyalty, any alliance. They have blocked their head and their thinking faculties for benefiting from something, but yet they hate it so much. So it's like, how will I put it? It's like somebody that hates his own skin so much that is trying to be who is not. So anytime he finds a way to rubbish his skin, he will do it beyond, so that the people that brainwash him will even be baffled by his act. And that is what is happening all over Africa concerning the eastern people of Nigeria, who goes to each other country or any other country and rub that name Nigeria into the mud. I always say one thing: every nation have their own baggage, but not all nations come on social media and say the bad, the rubbish, and the worst thing about their country, day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out. And when you look at it, that these people pass it from generation to generation. It's not something that stopped in one generation. So you now find out that it's either, it only takes, I don't even know, maybe God can help them. No God. So the only thing is either they come to their own critical thinking, or come to their own awareness, or come to a realization that the only evil that we are doing is we are doing ourselves evil. And it's right time we wake up, or we summon up ourselves and tell ourselves the truth. When you talk about the video you put up now, when somebody is saying that their village will be empty, because it's not today that they have been running out of that land. That land is a barren, is a cost land to them. The people that they were known for eating anything that works, be it human, animal, or anything, they eat it. Jesus. So why will you now say that those people should? In fact, If not that the British fast track their development and bring them to the table of
dear. No, more serious, dear. Because nobody. So I say this. Let's say somebody comes up now and says certain things, and then you're trying to, present a rebuttal. Yes, but could necessary.
Okay. So this is Prof. Is that I hate it when I see them demarketing that nation. Look at the South African guy when the guy's coming. If the guy didn't even say, if the guy said that I'm a Biafran and I want South Africa to win, or he just finished that statement there, I will even say, it will even bother anybody. It will even bother me, because we know that is one of the lunatic that escaped from Nigeria that South Africa is helping us with. So he misses.
You just can't help yourself.
But adding that Nigeria at the end of his sentence is what just makes me, go mad. That these people will never learn. And they think is the story of the, when Boo Boo is there and they are talking and they are saying this and that. Now they bring that mentality into our arena. Now that we are matching it with same energy and higher energy, I don't know where they want to cry to now, because it's not only them not crying, they themselves. What I'm happy now is that social media, apart from them not telling themselves truth, even when they now see different things, they now rethink. Some of them start backsliding now. They now start looking inward. It might be true what other tribe are saying. And now some of them are now coming out with videos and word and say that this is what is happening in our community. And I hope in a short distance, not too long, they will all call themselves to order and say we are sorry, and they will come to Yoruba and come out, either the Ohanezeo or these people, and say the Yoruba people, we are very sorry, we misread the calculation, we think we can beat you in this game, but we are sorry for talking to you or disrespecting your land.
It doesn't even matter. No. It doesn't even matter. No, see, let me tell you the truth. No matter what anybody says right now, the ship has sailed. So when it has to do with the way Yoruba land will be structured, the fact that there is no pandering, the fact that it will be wholly either Yoruba people or those that which is a normal thing any sensible person should be doing anyway, only Yoruba people or those that we know that are allies, right, regardless of their ethnicity or ethnicities, we'll work with those ones. But the idea that, okay, if you apologize, we'll not go back to what it used to be, it will never happen again.
No, and I pray it will not happen again. And I pray, and this will teach them a lesson that sometimes you might be gallivanting all over the town, but when you are close to your neighbor that know your secret, don't gallivant near them. Just respect your space and respect yourself. Thanks. I will yield my mic here.
Thank you very much. See, let me tell you what really changes things. It's not even apologies. By the way, nobody even cares about anybody's apology. Let me tell you what is really needed in the Southeast. Sincerely, with all jokes aside, I'm not even trying to. What is needed in the Southeast or for Southeastern people is evolution. It's no apologies. They don't need to apologize to anybody. Apology is like window dressing. What is needed is evolution. The culture must evolve. If everywhere you go in the world, people are complaining about what you are doing, your apologies will not change your character. Your evolution will fix that. This is how people behave now. I can't go around shouting. Remember the book I read last week? I was listening to what I was editing, I was listening to the stuff again. I was checking it out. The guy is a professor, was talking about our showiness. That's our culture. I'm like, who talks like this? Once they evolve to the point where you know how to move in other people's spaces, and the way you will know is not by saying, I'm sorry. No, the way you will know it is the way the person will be involved in your space. And you can tell that they're not doing it for ulterior motives. In other words, the person is not assimilating to take over your land. He's assimilating because he truly cares about you. Just like I mentioned last week, I mentioned the man, Mr. Jude, who's an Igbo man, but again, folks from Delta, maybe because part of that area used to be part of Western region, so it'd be like say they think differently for the most part. But Mr. Jude acts in Yoruba movies is Igbo, right? He speaks Yoruba. Is over 60. He grew up in Lawansin. That kind of person, we can have conversations, but not with these clowns that just jump the River Niger and they come around and say we are all citizens because of the Constitution. And I said something last week. The way you live in people's spaces, you are not there. You can travel because of Constitution, but you can't stay because of Constitution. That's your ability to stay in that place. It's the culture of the people that allow it. The day they say no, and they can do it constitutionally, people will get you out. You will not be able to pinpoint something. This is what some of you also do where you're coming from. In other words, the place will be so difficult for you to stay, and there will be nothing illegal or unconstitutional about what they are doing. You can travel anywhere, but your ability to stay there is because they want you. And the day you become too hard for them to deal with, they will twist things. And the way they will do it for you, they will not do any unconstitutional thing or any illegal thing, but you will know that you're no longer welcome. There's the same we have in Yoruba land. There's a way the owner of the house can tell you to start parking without having to even tell you to start parking. Amongst ourselves as Yoruba people, there's a way we even do it to ourselves, let alone you that you're not one of us. The real issue is the idea of cultural evolution. Any culture that is enamored with the idea of kingship or royalty to the point where they are doing it outside their homeland and they think that they actually confers on them some traditional power or authority is a culture that needs to evolve. Any culture that goes to other people's places and tells everybody, everywhere they go, that everyone else is lazy but themselves, that's a very, very underdeveloped culture. You are not listen, if you come to my land, it's because my land is blessed, not because you are blessed. But my land can bless you, and then you will be blessed. You cannot come unblessed. I'm using that word. I know it doesn't exist in English vocabulary or grammar or whatever, but you get the point. It's not in English lexicon, but you are unblessed. I'm not saying cursed. You are not blessed. You come to the place Ogbiye. Now that Ogbiye, then you now find a way to insert yourself into the way things are done there. Kendo, it's not an individual thing, it's a cultural thing. If it's an individual thing, why do you think I'll be talking like this? It's not individual, it's cultural. If you notice a pattern everywhere you're going and you are still saying it's individual, it means that you're also not being truthful to yourself. What do you mean it's an individual thing? Is it the same individual in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Indonesia? 5,000 people in the Indonesian prison. You say it's an individual thing? 5,000. Last week I saw a video. I saw the video about months ago, to be honest. I've seen it a few months ago, but I saw it again last week, and I wanted to talk about it and even play it here, but I changed my mind. I'll just describe it. They will take people, put them in polythene bags. Then they will suspend them in the air. They will turn them upside down, suspend them in the air, and leave them to suffocate in that polythene bag. Unblessed exists. Thank you very much. Bill, I say, I mean, they teach English language. Ari Niger, thank you very much. Unblessed exists. So some people are unblessed. Thank you. Now I have another word I can use anytime I like. Thank you for that. In Indonesia, yes. Polythene bag. I'm not saying nylon that you carry with your hand, though. I'm saying it's like human-sized polythene bags. They'll tie it around the person completely, turn the person upside down, suspend the person in the air, and the person is gasping for breath. And there are many of them. The video is out there. And I try to dig, who are these people? They are those pushing drugs in their country. Who are those people? You know the exact answer. You don't have to ask me that question. You know. Somebody said they saw the video too. I'm not making it up. Thank you for confirming. I can't play it here because it's so... As a human being, you also feel somehow watching that happen to a fellow human being. You say it's an individual thing. That thing that is happening that will make thousands of people to end up in the same prison and await that kind of terrible end is happening because of one thing, a culture of materialism. If you're not going to face it, then why are we even talking? When do we have people who are materialistic in Yoruba land? Of course we do. Do we have people who are doing terrible things? Of course we do. There's no culture that is perfect. But guess what the culture does to those people? The culture interrogates their wealth. The culture doesn't celebrate, especially when they are caught. Especially, I mean, one thing is not to even celebrate them at all. Another thing is not to celebrate them even after they've been caught and say there's nothing wrong with it, everything's just wrong, which is just weird. There is a deeper thing there. And what you find there is materialism. And the reason for the materialism is not even what you think. I had a session here the other day where I talked about, I'm talking specifically to Kendo. Oshopi was a cultural icon. Yes. Until he was caught. And when it was cultural icon to some, I mean, there are people who, of course, celebrated him. Like I said, there's no perfect culture anywhere. Yoruba land is not, it's not like Yoruba people are perfect. Oshopi is Yoruba. And when he was doing his stuff, yes, it was a cultural icon, but it doesn't mean that the entire culture was supportive of it. And when he was caught, the entire culture was not making excuses for him. That's the point. Nigerian animation, in case you don't understand English language. When he was eventually caught, you don't see Yoruba people trying to explain why that makes sense. Before he was caught, many people were against him, although many people were also for him. After he was caught, the entire culture did not make excuses for the wrongdoing. Have you ever seen a culture where you do something wrong, but people find a way to say, oh, it's because he's from this place. They are doing it to him because of his ethnicity. I've not seen that kind of thing in my life, apart from one place. There's a book I'm thinking of reading to you, so maybe it will help you, Kendo. Guys, we are going to get into the comment section. No. It was a cultural icon. I mean, in music videos, they were interviewing him and making him look like he had something up his sleeves, you know. Which again is what you're going to find everywhere. And that's why I'm saying that. I'm not saying there's no culture, including China. That you not find corrupt people or terrible people. They are, and I say China because China is very, very hard on corruption, but you still find them there. The question is, when you find that person, what do you do as a culture? And Kendo, because of you, I'm going to take a break. We're going to the title in a few minutes, but let me just explain something to you. Maybe this will help. I don't know if it will. It just might. I'm going to read from, not this book, not this one. Now, the question now is how fast I can find the book. I saw it over the weekend in BB now. Or maybe I took it inside. Sorry guys, just a second. I want to see if I can. Okay, it's here. It's right here. All right. Let me find something that I think will probably help. Number. If I do this, it's going to take us time more. Okay, let me say it this way without having to, because if I read this thing now, I will want to explain and explain and explain. It's something from Joy Bokwe's book. There's a cultural understanding of social. I mean, social mobility is not an individual thing; it's a cultural thing, like it's a societal thing, right? So you have a cultural understanding of social mobility. Now, if that cultural understanding, is warped, and you now notice it in different groups, or let me put it this way, in different individuals from the same group, definitely you're not talking about an individual issue. You're talking about a cultural issue. For instance, there's something this man said about how they moved out of the eastern region. And in my studies, I've discovered that one of the major issues where money becomes the king is that, I mean, as you go for a reason. One of the reasons is because of the premium that society puts on money. Now, many societies have that issue, including mine. But like I said, if you don't care about how the money comes, as long as the money comes, there's no way you're going to have a sane society. We need to be telling ourselves the truth. And the same thing goes for all of us, regardless of your culture. If you don't care how the money comes, like if you have the money but you don't care how it comes, regardless of how it comes, you just shall have the money, you will not have a sane society. Because people will do anything for that money. And if you have a society where people are looked down on because of the wrong of society or the caste that they belong to. I'll give an example as a Yoruba person. Again, not the perfect culture, but this might help somebody, especially Yoruba people. The other day, we were talking about slavery the other day, myself and another gentleman. We're talking about slavery and Eru in Yoruba land, and I was explaining that we had slavery in Yoruba land. People say, oh, we don't have slavery, we have slavery in Yoruba land. But our practice of slavery was different from other spaces. For instance, in our sayings, we say things like Onoloji, Eruni Baba. In other words, no matter how far away from home the servant or the slave is, he has a parent. In other words, treat him like a human being. He's a slave. But regardless of how far away from home he is or she is, you still have to regard them as humans. We have a saying, Ibio Jubi, ba se beru la bomo. In other words, you're not superior by birth just because you are freeborn. The slave was born just like you. So, Ibio Jubi, you're not superior by birth. What are they saying in that culture? They're saying that, listen, regardless of where your station in life, there's a way you have to understand the fact that you're not better than this person. That is why, and I've said this several times, there are families in Yoruba land today. We know that some of them 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, they were slaves. Or at least their parents. But today, even then, it doesn't matter. It did not matter then, it doesn't matter now. Why? Because they have been assimilated into the culture. They are now us. I don't have better rights. I don't have more rights than them in Yoruba land. Regardless of how they got here. Even if it got in our slaves. And we have many examples. We just don't talk about it because to what end? The only reason Yoruba person will tell you that thing is if you move mad. That's when they will tell you that. They will tell you things that will remind you of where you actually come from. That means you are moving mad. And that's an exception to the rule. But the rule is you are to be respected regardless of your station in life. You don't just look down on people. I'm going somewhere with this. So, and I'm specifically talking about slaves. Right? Maybe they were, of course, booties of war. You know, and I'm not even talking about indentured servants. I'm talking about slaves. We met Tamofekba. Ibiojubi, Bashiberi Labomo, Onoloji Eruni Baba, only Kontoshiku, and to balance the question comment section. What they are trying to explain is that this person may belong to like a lower class in society, but there is possibility. Thank you, Omerun Joba. That's the first one I was looking for. Omerun Joba. In other words, the child of a slave can become king. What about Iwofa? Iwofa is actually higher than slaves, though. Iwofa is a person, basically in English language, that's indentured servants. Maybe somebody borrows money from you now, and then they give you that person to work the period of, while they return the money, or they work for that money while they're with you. They're going to get their independence or their freedom as soon as they're done. They're not slaves. You don't own them. Slavery means that person is property, and it's as old as man. Slavery means that the person you are now talking about is property, and he has lost his freedom. But in Yoruba culture, that person has what do you call it now? That person does not have to die in that station. There is social mobility, there's upward mobility for that person, regardless of their birth or how they got to town. Therefore, it will be very, very difficult if you hear that Omerun Doba, the slave child, can become king, or you hear that Ibiojubi, Eruni Baba, that you're not superior by birth because you're freeborn, or that Onoloji Eruni Baba, that no matter how far away from home the person is still human like you. You cannot come from that kind of culture and think the same way as the culture I'm about to read to you. And I will try as much as possible not to be direct, but I'm trying to make a point. Oh boy, I can't really say it. I can't read this thing without even mentioning it because they've written it in there already. But I'm going somewhere, so stay with me. Again, I'm not trying to throw jabs at any ethnic group. I just think that some things need to be said because we have this assumption that because we are all in Nigeria, we all have the same stories. And then when we say things, people will say things like it's just individual. The reason I'm reading this thing, the reason I'm even going this route is because Kendo said it was just individual, just one person. It's not a personal thing. It's not an individual thing. It's a cultural thing, and I'm going to explain something to you very quickly. I'll try as much as possible to make sure that doesn't take so much time. So I'm going to read from this book. Which one now? I have two books here. There's a book called Ethnic Politics in Nigeria by by Okudiba Noli. And then there is Igbos 25 years after the war by Joe Igbokwe. Okay, if there's time, which I don't think we're going to have today, we're going to read something from Professor Nkena Zimiro. Well, let me read something to you from. I want to compare two cultures, not to say one is better, but just to say that we have to be very careful in Nigeria with all this. It happens there, it's probably there as well. It doesn't make sense at all. So listen to this. Unlike the more materially developed Hausa and Yoruba linguistic people, the Igbos were more compelled to move. The young ones who were the poorest because of the disadvantages imposed on them by the tenure system. He talked about land tenure system. We're not going to go into all of that because of time. The young ones who were the poorest because of the disadvantages imposed on them by the tenure system constituted the bulk of the migrants. Similarly, the secular and sacred slaves, Oru and Osu respectively, also migrated in large numbers. They consisted the most exploited and downtrodden of Igbo societies and were without social, economic, or political rights. In fact, listen to this. Please listen to this. In fact, colonial activity, although itself generally degrading and dehumanizing, offered them the opportunity to escape the inhuman conditions under which they lived. I'm going to stop here for now. Let me explain something to you. Whilst in one culture there is social mobility available to you and you can become something in life, and we have practical examples. There's an example of a person, for instance, who got to Lagos as a young boy. He was a slave. He escaped the Portuguese and then eventually found his way into the palace of Lagos. He became a chief, a titled chief in Lagos. Not only was he a slave, he was not even Yoruba, but he became Yoruba, and his children and children's children are now Yoruba, and there's no rights that I have in Yoruba land that they don't have. You compare that with another culture where if you were a slave, you are forever a slave. There are two types of slaves. There is the secular slave and the sacred slave, and both of them are generational slaves. In other words, whatever issue they have is generational. Oh, Le Bombay, you cannot escape it. You can't change your that's what I'm looking for. You can't change your station in life. So when the children are born, the children are also born into that thing. So it's a perpetual thing. This situation gets worse. Not only are you not able to change your station in terms of social mobility. I mean, you could have money, but you couldn't even have money at the time. But I'm going to explain something very soon. 1 second. Not only could you not change your social mobility, could you not move up in society, you also now became what they called something akin to a mixed blood. Now, in recent times, when people use the word mixed blood, they're talking about mixed race, right? They're talking about, I'm half caste, which of course some people don't like, but you get the point. That's what people think it is. Some people that are angry and fighting using half caste, mixed blood on social media, I even hear some Yoruba people say it, which of course is not necessary. But whatever you think you're saying is not as bad as this. Mixed blood means that it's not even mixed, it's tainted. That's what I'm looking for. Tainted blood. Such that these other groups of people in the town or in the society can never mix with this other group. This is not to tell you whether it's good or bad. I'm going somewhere. Now you have that people who cannot make progress in society, they don't have any standing. They are forever slaves. Their children after them and their own children, generations of them will always be that. Then this thing happened called colonization, which is supposed to be, like this man says, dehumanizing and degrading. The fact that other people are colonizing you was supposed to be terrible, Abi. But the writer is saying that this thing was actually what offered those people in that category. It offered them the opportunity to escape the inhuman conditions that society had put them in. Now here you get it gets interesting. Sorry guys, there's a clown that's just disturbing me. If you want to, talk about 1 second. Those people then are able to escape by traveling out of the space, migrating. The first set of migrants that you saw, I mean, there were some of them who were freeborns, but many of them took advantage of the fact that Oyinbo don't come. And that's why when you read what happened in Cameroon in the 30s and 40s, when you read about what happened in the northern part of Nigeria, and there's a reason many of the leaders of a particular region in Nigeria, many of them that were born in the early 1900s, from 1900 to about 1940, almost all the leaders from that place were born outside the region. Almost all. The reason is that a lot of them moved out around that time because they took advantage of colonialism or colonization. But here's the crazy part. When some of those people got back home, they were still tainted. But they had something that others did not have. They had money. They had exposure. They had something that you look at them and like, okay, if you be tainted blood though, but at least. And so, before you know it, the idea of power, the idea of respect, the idea of acceptability in society is now not based on birth or on just social mobility that anybody can become rich. It's just the fact, or anybody can become something, just that you are something. In other words, nobody, apart from this thing that you have, not that you are, apart from what you have, you can't change who you are. This guy thinks I'm here to be playing pranks with you. Is that your best? You think I'm doing tit-tat for you? You think if I want to do that, you are not qualified to? Do you know the things I withhold? If I really want to be going about, go for me, I'll go for you. You think you'll be here?
I'm talking about the person. I'm talking about the person on comment section. That's been because he has been rendering words. Kendo, your papa. That's the person.
Okay. Please be okay. Please tag the person. I beg. I know may not be like say. Nah, I'm going to have to. Don't worry. I didn't mute you forever. Okay, let me unmute you because I just muted you for like a couple of minutes. I don't even see you here, Seth. Don't worry, you'll be able to type, but please don't. Let's not do papa. So when I saw, is that your best? I was like, best. We're not trading words, so because I try not to. I'm just trying to explain something. And there may be other reasons. Well, one major reason that allows for, because and guys, this is actually not about an ethnic group, it's about all of us. If you chalk down a person's worth to their pockets, that person or people around you will most likely do anything to make sure that the pocket actually gives them the worth you're looking for. Therefore, that's the only way they're recognized in society. In Yoruba land, when you have money, of course it means something. But no matter how rich you are, if you have terrible character, people are going to speak against you. And character becomes the primary thing that they look out for. Whether you want to become a chief, I mean, culturally, am I saying it is like everybody doesn't do? Of course, we have people who talk about money. I'm not saying that our society is perfect. I'm saying culturally. And I said something last week when somebody said, somebody was trying to be funny, and I said, in Yoruba land, even if people know your father and your mother, and both of them are Yoruba people, and your character is off, they will call you illegitimate. They're not calling you illegitimate because of your birth. They're calling you illegitimate because of your character. It just means that that particular person is not behaving like he should. All of that to say this. When we talk about materialism in some cultures, the truth of the matter is this. If you denigrate people and they cannot be something, not have, they cannot be. There's a saying by a woman, a lady called Daisy Osborne. She said, and this was many years ago, she was the wife of T.L. Osborne, if you know the evangelist. She said, work on being, not on having, because with who you are, you will have. The point is that if people don't work on being, and their becoming or their being is based on what they have, they will do anything to have something. And that is a very, very easy way to enthrone materialism. So when you hear that, oh, people are doing all kinds of things in different parts of the country or in different parts of the world, it's because that's the thing that actually gives them, like, talking about daily, when they come back home and you see, the boy carry. If you come to my father's house and you carry and you don't have sense, you are nothing. And this is not me at this age. I'm saying even when I was younger. You come with money, they will ask you, where is it coming from? They will ask you questions. And I'm not saying the entire Yoruba people, everybody is fine. I'm saying culturally. But if your culture talks about money like water, everybody can do anything, then I want to have that money like water, and you will not be able to. And when the chickens come up to roost, it will affect the home itself, because anybody can do anything to make that money. So instead of saying that it is individual, which is where I'm going, instead of saying, forget it's just an individual, it's not individual. It's something. If people are saying this, if they're saying words and synonym, they should not be saying an ethnic group and crime. And I'm not saying again that there are no crimes everywhere. I need to be putting this there so it doesn't look like I'm on one pedestal looking down on people. That's not the point. It's just that if there's beginning, if for instance as a Yoruba person I start hearing that this thing Yoruba this and that this is a crime, I'll be concerned. I will not say, oh, it's just one person, because for it to be a synonym with my ethnic group, it means that it's more than an act. It's a culture. But if you don't want to accept it, that's fine. But my point is just that I don't like it when people try to make me feel like a fool. Like, you can lie to yourself if it makes you feel good. But don't lie to me, especially when you know that I'm not that dumb. Like, just, if you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. Where did you see in Igbo culture that money is worshipped? Onyekachi. I think your question is wrong. Your question should be, where did you not see in your culture that money is worshipped? If you can answer that question, then we can speak. We can talk a bit. All right, that's enough. Okay. Kendo will have to respond because it was one I was talking to all the while in the comment section. So Kendo, you're up now. You can, respond if you want to. Yeah. There are other things from this book, but I don't want to read it because of time.
Yeah, I've heard what you've said, and a lot of the things you've said are actually true. About if let's say for example that people are not so much talking about wealth so much, but this one thing I want you to understand, like, or where your wealth is coming from so much in Igbo land. This one thing I want you to understand. We growing up, if people even at like maybe have an idea or even think probably this person is into a ritual or a drug or anything, every family will be telling, don't go close. They will be shielding their children from going close to that person. That's the culture I know in Igbo land. Okay, if you even see what happened, like the Otokoto that we talk about today, you actually understand. Assuming they worship, they will embrace those people. Why do you think they brought those people to kill them? If we are saying that the Igbo's culture is actually supporting any way you are bringing money from, like the culture just supports that as far as it's money. I don't think it's completely balanced. You understand? They think, and one thing about this crime, for example, some of the crime we see that our brothers Igbos commit, probably in South Africa, it has to do about the genealogy. Okay, which the person that went to South Africa first, and probably let me tell you something. No, they did not. The Igbos that went the drug incidents in South Africa did not start with the Igbos, but there was an Igbo man.
I'm sorry. Please. Okay, continue.
There was an Igbo man first that was recruited and grew in the ranks and brought other people. That does not mean that the culture actually permitted that. And let me tell you something. When once some of those people come back and people actually know that, if they even have, because they will not even come and tell you that this money we are getting is actually drug money. They won't tell you that. They will try to shield it as much as possible. And if they are shielding it, why are we now saying that it is culture? And let me tell you something, if we want to try to push it as if culture, if you check what is happening in Nigeria recently, you notice that majority of the ritual killings, you understand, is centered in a particular place. And I'm not coming out to say that these people, they worship money too much, or they are doing this. I just understand that it happened from one person, you understand. The ideal way is, for the thing is this, whenever Igbos want to treat that case, they will treat it. It's just that there are people that are a kind of how will I put it? They kind of have empathy towards some of those people that act in those ways. Okay, maybe they say some people are in prisons, some people. There are certain policies that will be put in place today, and within the next 5 years, those people will be flushed out completely in the whole Igbo land. Why am I saying that?
Sorry, 1 second though. Who will put out the policies?
Just what I'm saying is this, that whenever that is to be treated, it will be treated. Because why it will be treated is because it's not a cultural thing. I don't know if you get me. It's not everybody.
Sorry, let me ask you a question. Did you know when the governor said 99.9% of crimes in Anambra State is carried out by Igbo people? Did you hear that?
Chairman, this is the thing,
No, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just trying. I'm going somewhere.
Of the population
no. Listen. I'm not saying. Wait now. See, this is the problem. I'm not telling you that it is right. I'm not telling it is wrong. I said, did you hear when the governor said it?
I heard when he said it.
But I can tell you exactly how you reacted when you heard it. You know why? You just did it now. You just said it is wrong. The analysis is wrong. How can it be wrong?
I did not say the analysis is wrong. I did not say that the analysis is wrong. I'm saying that your understanding of it is wrong. That's what I'm saying. Because if the population. You don't
even understand where I'm going. You don't even understand. You are assuming you know what I want to say. You think I want to say that because 99% of. You think what I wanted to say was that because 99.9% of the crimes are committed by a number of people, therefore a number of people are criminals. Is that what you think I wanted to say? Of course not. No. Like what I was saying. What I wanted to. No, I could not. I wouldn't say something like that. What I wanted to say is that when the governor said that, the reaction of most of the people from that region is what makes me know that they would rather have that. There's a culture. It's not in this case, it's not like I'm saying that everybody is a crime, whatever. There's a culture of victimhood. In other words, let's say it's the Fulani. Even when the governor says 99.9% is from here, there's a victimhood culture that says it cannot be us. It must be another person. It's a blame game thing. Listen, if you don't believe this is fine, but I can tell you something for free. I'm never going to collect money from you. Victimhood and finger pointing, blame games have been woven deeply into the fabric of the culture of the Southeast. I'm not saying it's your fault. You don't have to believe me. For instance, when he said that thing, 99.9% of our people of these crimes are committed by our people, it does not mean that 99.9% of the people are criminals. Of course, that would be stupid to even think that way. But it means that the crimes committed here are committed by our people, not the Fulani. Now, what do you do as a people? You say, this is so bad, so how do we fix it? That's what you are supposed to. You are not saying that you are criminals. You are saying, how do we change it? But what did most of your folks do? They said, It cannot be us. The governor is wrong. I'm wondering, is the chief security officer of the state, but somehow you have better statistics than him, then you see all of that. So what do you see there? You cannot take responsibility because you must be the victim. That is cultural. And I'll tell you something. When that thing when that thing started, that thing of I'm the victim, blame everybody, it did not start because Igbos wanted to be victims of themselves. It started because maybe not the people, but your political leaders in the 1940s used it as a tool. Your military leaders in the 1960s used this as a tool. Your people now think it's your culture. That's how everybody now thinks. In other words, if we're having conversations about Nigeria, what you say is that there's nothing in the Southeast. We are marginalized. We are victim. That idea is a cultural reality. If you don't agree with it, it's fine. If you say it's okay, it's fine. But I'm telling you that it is not, many of the things that you are complaining about, it's not an individual thing. There's a culture of materialism. If you don't agree, it's fine. There's a culture of victimhood. Not because you are victims, but because it's a weapon. It's a weapon. So I'll give an example. If, for instance, you're having a conversation with, in fact, let me give you a very perfect example. I gave this example last week. If you can find the original 1949 speech that Nnamdi Azikiwe gave at Aba, 1949 Igbo State Union, there's something I noticed there. I'm not talking about the one online now. The one on social media, right now, that one is just lied them put inside. I'm going to bring you up later, Solar Village. The original one, he published it in his newspaper then, West African Pilot, September 1949. He talked about how Igbos were better than everybody. I listened to Peter Doche last week, and I could have been listening to Zik. He repeated every single thing that Zik said. You go to the market today, and you hear a regular Igbo person, not a bad person, no, it's just a cultural thing. I am better than everybody. It's everywhere. No, it's not this thing. I'm going to have to mute this one. You think I'm here joking? I'm not here to be fighting Igbo versus Yoruba. Listen, we are talking serious conversation. He went around, and the point is, we are there to dominate, we are there to win, we are better than everybody, we are stronger than everybody, even a person who is selling charger, things like that. Now, there's a part where you have self-confidence. There's a part where you have contempt for others. Self-confidence doesn't have to be arrogance. I am great, I can do well. We do this to our children, positive confessions. You are smart, you are intelligent. I don't tell my children, when my kids are younger, we used to have a lot of, these days they do it for themselves. But when they were a lot younger, you tell them you are strong, I'm smart, I'm intelligent. We don't say, I am more intelligent than my classmates. I am smarter than Kola. I am better than this. No, I am smart, I'm intelligent, I do well, I'm at the top, I'm kiniko. You say that for yourself. This thing of I better pass my neighbor, you see it everywhere. It's cultural. But maybe it's not there from maybe not there from when God created you, but it's definitely part of your culture now. That's number one. Number two, there are two things I found in that speech. I still have it, but I don't have the time to read it now. Number one is that we are superior to every other group. And he said it by saying something. There's a particular phrase he said, which has been changed online right now, but we have the original document. He said that it appears that the God of Africa has specially created so much for a Pan-African. He has specially created the Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa out of the bondage of the ages. This way is what I'm quoting him verbatim. A person who is talking about all of us are one Africa, telling you that his own ethnic group is better than every other person and is the one that will change everything, tells me that he's deceiving me. That's why I don't rate Zik as a Pan-African. I rate him as an ethnic jingoist. I rate him as an Igbo politician, but never as a Pan-African. In that speech, he talked about the superiority of the Igbos. Then in that same speech, he talked about the victimhood of the Igbo, saying that we have become the victims of this. We have been taxed without representation. Meanwhile, in 1947, the Governor General of Nigeria released a statement. I read it here the other day. I don't have to read it now. The Governor General of the Federation of Nigeria at the time had said that the North pays more taxes, the East pays the East pays the least, but the East clamors for everything more than everybody. In other words, they have learned something in the 1940s. That if we use this thing of we don't have anything, we are bad, we don't have federal presence, we don't have anything here, you are not doing anything for us, Nigeria doesn't like us, that to somehow twist the government to do something for them, which is what you see to now. Today, despite having second Niger bridge, despite using your own hands to burn down federal facilities in the name of, because you heard that they're going to bring IDPs into Imo State, burnt down National Open University. Despite doing all of those things, they will tell you that there is no federal presence in the Eastern region today. There are federal colleges of education, federal polytechnics, federal universities all over the five southeastern states. But what does the Igbo person tell you? Tells you there's no federal presence. Why? He heard it from Biafra Radio Biafra, but he also believes it. Why? The man who is telling you on Radio Biafra, where did he hear it from? He did not start it. Whatever Nnamdi Kanu said about federal government presence not being in the eastern region, Azikiwe said it in 1949. It's the same rhetoric that was this man's name, Ojukwu, used. They hate us. They don't like us because we are Christians, which is the exact same thing Chimamanda said in the recent interview when he said because they were Christians, which is the most ridiculous thing to say, that you had the war because the north was Muslim and the east was Christian. The person who led the war was a Christian. Yakubu, go on. Yakubu means Jacob. That's why they call him Jack. So when you reduce everything to they hate me but I'm better, they hate me but I'm better, you cannot tell me it's one person thinking like that. If you don't think like that, I'll respect you, but I'll tell you this for free: you are the exception to the rule. The rule is that you are better than all of us. Meanwhile, the point is, when people say they are better, let me tell you what they're really doing. They are trying to make up for a lack. There's something they lack. In other words, if I'm telling you I'm better than you, I'm better than you, I'm better than you, it's actually because I have inferiority complex. It's not because I'm actually all that. Have any conversation with the average, I'm not saying all, average Igbo person, they will tell you I have more money than you. If your greatness is predicated upon comparison, you are very small. If you cannot become great until you say I am better, you have to compare. I am this than you, I am clinical than you. That is the definition of greatness. You are a very small person. I don't care how much you have in your bank account, you are very tiny. And that's the problem. Where I come from, your greatness should be on its own. You can discuss your greatness on its own merits. If I want to talk about Okoya now, I don't want to say let us compare Okoya and Dangote. Why? If I want to talk about Makadenuga, you talk about him. If I want to talk about my father, you talk about my father. Of course, he's not even here with us anymore. But when he was here, you talk about what he had. That's it. Not let me compare you to MKO. Say what's happened. But if every time you have to have these conversations where you have comparison and you are thinking that this is about one person, like is individual, you are not understanding that you have a duty to your own children. You know why? Because if you leave them in that culture, they will become exactly that thing. I don't want to. We'll spend too much time on this thing. Kendo, please wrap up and then we can move on.
Yeah.
Somebody say my today is better. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I'm sorry. My today is better than. Yes. I'm sorry, Kendo. If you want to really know how great you are, what you do is not I better pass my neighbor. It's I'm better today than I was yesterday. So you look at your trajectory, you look at your life. Between this time last year, where was I? Where am I now? If I'm better than where I was and I'm still on the track to where I'm going, then I'm successful. It's not because I'm better than my brother. My brother may be running a different race. I mean, I've invested all his money in a business that doesn't yield very quickly. Me, I think I'm better than him because I'm having something. By the time he now gets his money, I'm now jealous, which is stupid because jealousy is it's the playground of fools. But yeah. Please say what you want to say.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What you said, a lot of them are actually true. I'll know the Igbos, they have egos. Everything that has advantage has disadvantage. Just like some of those statements you see, those are some of the things that help them. Everything you've said, some of the, like those ego statements, some of those things, I don't do that. I don't say that. And I don't exhibit any of.
Did you lose it?
It's not as if I don't see them going on. Like I don't see them. Hello, sorry. Call came in. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah. Please go on.
So it's not as if I don't see those. It's not as if I don't see those things being spoken by our Igbo brothers, I hear them. They even say it to their fellow Igbo brothers first before they say it to an outsider. So anything you feel that probably they are saying it outside, first off, it started as a personal. They said it personally to themselves first before they're able to say it to an outsider. You understand? So, and I've come to watch that those statements, those are what probably helped them to go and to probably be forging ahead, like to mentally for them. So, although it has disadvantages too, which are some of these things you are listing, you understand? It also means that whoever wants, like somebody has to actually learn so that some of those things won't put him in problem. So, which is like, just like I told you, I don't exhibit any of those things you are saying. But that aside, talking about what I said earlier, you understand? If you check some of these things that they are saying, this, that, that they call Igbos are doing this, Igbos are doing that, Igbos are doing this, that is now a culture thing. I'm telling you, those crime related, you understand, they are not culture things. Why? Because nobody celebrates it. Show me one community that celebrates any of those dropping.
Should I give an example? Can I ask you a question? When Nnamdi Kanu was everywhere, tell me 5 people from the southeast who spoke against what Nnamdi Kanu was doing.
5 people from the southeast.
Yes, major people who spoke out against what Nnamdi Kanu was doing. 5.
Nnamdi Kanu.
The problem is not, no. The problem is not Nnamdi Kanu. I'm not saying he's good or bad. I'm saying tell me 5 Igbo men who spoke against his rhetorics when he was going overboard. Tell me 5 people who said, you got to stop. You are doing too much. Don't say these things. 5.
I can't think of it. I can't think of any.
You know why?
Why?
Kendo,
Why
let me help you.
so?
The answer is none. The answer is none. And the reason is this. The reason is there are 2 reasons from my own opinion. This is my own opinion now. You may not agree. By the way, Onyekachi, when you say are there egoistic people in Yoruba land, of course there are egoistic people everywhere. We're talking about cultures versus individuals. What Kendo said right now, I agree. I mean, if he says he doesn't do it, of course, that's him, and that would be lovely and admirable. But you see, now to answer your question, the reason people did not speak against him, 2 things. Number 1, fear. And it's actually quite interesting for a group that calls every other person cowards. They're afraid. Number 2, which is what is something I've noticed. See, brother, please study Nigeria's history. When these guys were doing what they were doing in the 1960s, nobody spoke against it in the East. Read this stuff now. How do you get to the point where you have 70%, more than 70% of the roads in Nigerian Railway Corporation, more than 50% of the roads in Nigerian Port Authority, Nigerian Airways? How do you have all those things and nobody said, you guys, the way they move, it be like say, nobody, you know why? Number 1, you are afraid of being cast away or cast aside. Number 2, you don't want to miss out if that thing works out. And by the way, every time it works out, nobody says, I don't want to eat. Everybody chops. The reason they didn't speak against Nnamdi Kanu is why I say there's a cultural issue. I'll give an example. The same case, Sunday Igboho, although it was a different scenario, to be honest, but he was also saying things. As he was talking, the Yoruba people, young and old, on social media, in real life, in newspapers, saying you are going overboard. Regardless of how good your original idea is, now you are doing too much. People say that. When some people took guns and went to Oyo State Secretariat trying to start their own quote-unquote Yoruba nation, and the government got the police and the army to disarm them and all of that, Yoruba people were not speaking against the government. We were on the government side. I mean, were there people who would love for those people to be able to succeed? Of course, there'll be people like that, but majority of us spoke against. There's a reason. That reason is cultural. And my point is not to say that I am better than you. My point is to say that if you don't see that issue and you're not fixing it at home and you're having we got into all of this because of the video I played earlier, where the home is getting abandoned, streets are deserted, homes are going desolate, and everything is going to shambles. And a person comes to my space and wants to teach me about how to organize society. And I look at home, where you're coming from, everywhere is in shambles. I'm like, why not go back and fix the home?
Please,
This all you will speak, sir. You will speak, my brother. You will speak. This whole conversation is not a dick measuring contest. It's not like one is better than the other. It's just that we played a video, in case people are just joining. We played a video where entire streets are deserted. A person comes from there and is asking me for street name in Lagos. It makes no sense. Why not fix that thing? But the reason you cannot fix that thing is because if you don't take responsibility for anything, if the fault belongs to everybody else, there's no way you can fix up. And if you don't fix up, nothing's going to happen. And by the way, the reason you are not fixing up right now is also because when they say that 99.9% of certain people doing something are from, they say no, because people know that, we know what's happened and how the thing starts. When it started, people they are bad people. It's Nigerian. Let's have ESN. In Yoruba lands, when people wanted to have something like that, do you know what we did? Which the East eventually did. The governors of the 6 southwestern states decided to work with the houses of assembly. They came up with a law that would establish a body, a security outfit. No, you're just joining. No, Balara, you're just joining. A security outfit that will be able to protect all those spaces. By the way, Ekiti has just done another one now, Seth. Apart from Amotekun. They did that. They now walked all the way to Abuja. Excuse me. To get the National Assembly to acknowledge and to recognize what they've done. Then they were able to pass the bill and the law, and then Amotekun was established. While we were doing Amotekun, you were having ESN. ESN is a group of non-state actors. But you guys were like, do it. Remove the Fulani, anything, just do it. Yorubas now, I'm just telling you something because, of course, it's not a comparison because now the Southeast is doing it as well. Southeast now created Ibubiagu. Here's the problem. The problem is not the comparison. The problem is this. When you speak to Igbo people about Ibubiagu, they tell you they prefer ESN. This was years ago. Anything I'm saying right now, best believe it's either I studied it, or I observed it, or I actually carried out a survey. Ask them questions about ESN and Ibubiagu. Say they prefer ESN. ESN is doing the work. Okay. Now the chickens have come home to roost. People are now saying, Lagos State, what's the name of your street? I'm like, what's your business? Go and support Ibubiagu so they can fix your place. That's the point. If you are not thinking institutionally, just like anything, just make it happen. No structure, just do it. ESN, everybody collect guns. Do you know people have reached out to me on matters like this? I'm like, when you arm your people, who will tell them what to do with the guns? Apart from the man who says that you are now in oath to me. If anybody happens to destroy Nigeria, somebody said it, you know the person. Armed people. If a region or a culture doesn't take responsibility for those things, that culture cannot self-correct. Therefore, that culture is locked up or locked into a vicious cycle of whatever it is that they're going through. And that's the reason for all of this conversation. This is not like Southwest is better. Listen, if I really want to compare myself with anybody in Nigeria, in the world, it will not be any ethnic group in Nigeria, to be honest. And I've said it here before. Anything I want to compare Yoruba people with is most likely China. Because that's a civilization that has existed for more than 5,000 years, unbroken. So I want to look at them and compare them. I don't compare Yoruba people with any group in Nigeria. So just be feeling happy over nothing. So when you look at China as Yoruba, not as Nigeria, as Yoruba, you feel like, oh boy, see a civilization that's existed for 5,000 years, see what they have done, see where they are. What can we do as Yoruba people? That's how I think. Or you look at British or the English, for instance, not all this. So I'm not doing dick measuring contest. I'm just telling you that this obsession with street names, with how things are done in Yoruba land, makes no sense for people who don't care about what happens at home. You can speak now. Thank you.
About the place you talked about in Southeast, that person that made that statement, his statement is partially true. Why? Because I think what really happened in those areas the ESN has a part to play with it, but those places became battleground. And what made a lot of people run away was when ESN killed probably army men then. When army men came around looking for who killed, they don't know because everybody at that point looks like ESN. So they pick anybody that is at random. They will ransack virtually the entire village. So when that happens once, happen twice, that village will become empty. So if you check what's really happened in those villages you mentioned that are scanty, those are actually what happened. So
please continue.
Yeah, so those are actually what happened. I don't know if you get everything I said. Those are actually
I get.
Yeah, in those areas. So it's not as if that people ran away from that place just to. If you check, majority of the people that left there went to the next town, like the next town. They just went to the next town. So they still go in there.
Is there a date they're going to be able to return home?
They will be able to, as it stands now. I mean, are in most of those places now.
Do you know what KOK said about the army in the southeast? Oh boy, this thing is deep. This thing is deep. KOK came out and said, I traveled from Lagos to Ore or somewhere in Yoruba land or to Benin. I think you said to Edo State or something, and there was only Kinikon checkpoints. As soon as I entered into the Igbo land, there's checkpoint everywhere. I'm now asking myself, did they put the checkpoint there to oppress you or to help you? See, my point is that there is everybody's against us, everybody hates Chris kind of mindset. And I think that's the problem. But thank you very much for what you've said so far. Let me just quickly answer Oyekachi. Oyekachi said, does that not negate one Nigeria? No, one Nigeria does not mean you don't have a home. One Nigeria does not make you homeless and a nomad. Again, Oyekachi, think like an owner. If I tell you today, right now, that the Fulanis are creating an emirate in your hometown or in your local government, I'm sure you're going to hate it. That way is how I also think about what you are saying. The same way you don't want a Fulani man to be indigenous to your space is the same way I don't want you indigenous to my space. Why? Because our cultures don't match. So what do I expect? That you're a citizen of Nigeria and that you can flourish in my homeland. You can do well. You should succeed. I wish you all the very best. I want you to make progress, but you cannot be indigenous to my space because you abhor the idea of integration or assimilation. What makes you tick is isolation, and in my place, once you prefer isolation, you are out. In other words, you are out of the Commonwealth. You are there, we are not against you, but you cannot be one of us because you don't care for us. So when you say one Nigeria, this one Nigeria that you guys are always shouting, how come you don't say one Nigeria in Sokoto? Is Sokoto not part of Nigeria? Is Sokoto not part of Nigeria? Sokoto is Nigeria, Kaduna is Nigeria, Kano is Nigeria. Why don't you go to all the northern states and tell them that we have one Nigeria, I should be able to move out Kinile now. We have one Nigeria, I should be able to move out anywhere I like. You don't do that in Sokoto, you don't do that in Kaduna, you don't do that in Zamfara. Now only Yoruba land be one Nigeria. This is the same person. Guys, I don't like saying some things. Last week, an Ebonyi woman's building was torn down in Anambra. The same ethnic group. Forget one Nigeria for a second. One ethnic group. You are tearing down a person's building because they are from a lesser. What are we doing here? Why are we deceiving ourselves? I say it a lot because it's important. Nigeria is not a warehouse. You know, warehouses have no walls. It's just all of us are just free flow. Nigeria is not a warehouse. At best, Nigeria is an estate. Within that estate, there are many houses. The crazy part about the houses is that unlike most sane estates, our houses are not the same. In most sane estates, you have the same structures, the same, in some cases, same colors, same templates. Everybody's doing the same thing. Nobody for Nigeria, some people get bungalow. Don't be your own bungalow. Some people get mud house, not the same estate. Some people get skyscraper. Some people get condominium or condos. Some people get duplexes. Some have flats. We have different houses in Nigeria. The crazy part is this. Nigeria is a place where a person can, in his whole entire life, or the only thing he has built, which is not bad, but his capacity is to build a bungalow, maybe even 2-bedroom. He has built his bungalow. He should live well and do well. No. He will now look at you in your penthouse and tell you how you're supposed to be cleaning your house, how you're supposed to be maintaining your house. Meanwhile, his own bungalow, the roof don't come out. In children don't they live under the bridge because the house is even worse than under the bridge. But he will sit down in front of his house to explain to the person where get penthouse how the person is supposed to clean the window. See, there's a special chemical that they use in be speaking Oyinbo. There's a special chemical that when you mix it, you'll be able to clean the windows because you're on the 25th floor, Cocoa House. Shout out to Awo. You're on the 25th floor, you are cleaning this stuff. There's a way to clean. You don't have the experience of what you're talking about. You have never been able to manage your bungalow. That's the problem. So this idea that is one Nigeria can move anyhow, it's stupid. I'm sorry, I have to use that word. It makes no sense. It's one Nigeria, but I know my house. When I enter the estate, I go straight to my house. Do I visit you? Yes. When I come to visit you, it's your house. You determine what happens in your house. Whether it has roof or not, it is your house. And if for whatever reason you decide to come and visit me in my house, let's say for instance your roof is blown away and I'm a good neighbor, I can tell you to stay in the BQ. Because Ojulon Roju Shanu. But the demon in you that is going to make you tell me to vacate my penthouse or the master bedroom, tell my wife and I to leave because we are all one Nigeria, is the demon that will make you leave the estate eventually. Well, maybe not the estate, but at least my house. You can still be in the estate, just go back to your own part of the estate and everything will be fine. So stop all this one Nigerian thing. One Nigeria does not mean you should be moving mad. One Nigeria means you should build your own space. I'll build my own space. I can visit you. You can visit me. When I visit you, I abide by your rules. When you visit me, don't shout constitution. You abide by my rules. And let me end this particular thing by saying this. If you need constitution to behave rationally, you are not a human being. You are not. Let me not say it that way. May not be like that they insult people. If you need constitution to act normal, you are underdeveloped. When I say underdeveloped, I mean your mindset, your brain is underdeveloped. If we're having conversation and the first thing you're shouting about is constitution, it means you are from an underdeveloped culture. You see, developed cultures don't have to have a constitution to know how to behave when they move to other people's spaces. They don't ask for it. I'm not asking you section 2 or subsection what, subsection what of the Nigerian constitution tells you to do this, tells you to expect me to behave like certain. It means you are not thinking. You have not evolved. When I get to Anambra, which I visited a number of times, Anambra, Abia, Imo, Enugu, at least those 4. When I get to those places, I adapt. I don't go there shouting, I have human rights section, can you come, subsection, can you come, Nigerian constitution? Nobody cares. You don't need that to move. When you do the right thing, and I've said it several times, if people, and this is where I'm going to end this, if people notice that you are one of them, that you are part of them, they will treat you like that. If they notice that you think that somehow you are better, they will put you there. That your pedestal will be better than everybody, but you will be there. And what you said, Kendo, earlier about, oh, maybe that's what makes them good. So self-confidence makes you progress. When you have conceit, when you have inferiority complex, no matter how great you get, and this is the crazy part, not great, no matter how much money, because it's about money for the most part, no matter how much money you have, you still have the mindset of a villager. One country does not limit people where to live. Do you use your ears to listen, or you're listening with your fingers? Sorry, guys. Information center. 1 second, let me finish. Information center, you're listening with your ears. You're listening with your finger. No, don't mute him. You are listening with your fingers, you should listen with your ears. You can move anywhere you like, but you're not going to determine how they rule their space. If them born you well, let me say it in Nigeria pidgin. If them born you well, go Sokoto, go tell them how to rule their place. All this your frigbogwan that you're always doing, like the thing that they make your dick hard, that they happen to you when you get to Kano. Now street name only will just change a bit. You will see plenty things. You will see things, even you will say, how great thou art, O God. You will see things in Yoruba land. You think that you know what you are doing. You have no idea. People are just being quiet because we have not been quiet because of you. We have been quiet in spite of you. We are quiet because we want to. And the day we stop being quiet is not because of, it's because we want to show the other side you don't know. This I can move anywhere. Try it in Kaduna. And by the way, this thing you just said right now, the way you're moving, this thing happened in 1966. Insulted everybody. I can do anything. I'm a Nigerian. I'm one Nigeria. When they grabbed your people, and that's the reason I say, when people ask me something like, oh, how come they only do it in Yoruba land? Is it because King Khan said the reason they have not done it in Yoruba land is because Yoruba people have not done to them what the Hausas did. And I'm praying that it doesn't happen. I'm really praying. Because after 1970, if you know what it means to be humble, all these humble, there is no other group that's as humble as Igbo people in the north. I think they teach their generations. If you like, go and try it. So we are all one Nigeria. If I come to your house, I'll respect you. If you come to my house, respect my laws. Tell me that I even went across, they did not remove my name. This is Charlie Boy. They never ever changed this signboard. These people move too much. You are telling the people they mumu for not removing your name from the signboard. This was in 2024. This issue about changing street names doesn't make sense to me, though. Yeah, Yekachi, it makes sense to people who are developed, like you are not yet there. Hopefully you get there at some point in your life. When you get there, discover that it's actually a very, very important thing. A very, very important thing. And that's why you don't have, your entire space littered with Yoruba names. And we don't care for it, to be honest. But the point is, you are walking around the street saying that, these Mumu people never remove my name. Number one, listen, it's not your state. Number two, it's not even your house that's close to that bus stop. The people call that place after you. The people celebrated you. You can't say the people are Mumu. Okay. Somebody says we have Yoruba streets we have Yoruba streets in the east. What's my business? You can remove them. It takes nothing. I don't even care. It takes nothing from me. The funny thing is that those Yoruba people that you have their names on their, have you heard them say that your town is no man's land? No. You go and look for. I can tell you there are about 2 or 3 names in Yoruba names that you ever find in the southeast. 2 or 3 in places that matter. Awolowo, although you hate him, but it is what it is. Olusegun Obasanjo, and in some funny alleys you will find Wole Soyinka. I found once what the. Let me not say what I thought it. I mean, it was just kind of funny, the signboard and where it was. But the point is, those people, Awolowo, you should forever be grateful to him for what he did to you, especially during the war. Soyinka, that one spent about 20 months in prison because of you during the war. Olusegun Obasanjo, I mean, you know what that is. He loves you. They don't go everywhere shouting, "It's no man's land." Some of your own names, which is why I support this removal of Mbadiwe. I support it 1000%. He did nothing of worth for Yoruba people. He should not have anything named after him in Yoruba land. Does that mean Igbo people should have nothing named after them in Yoruba land? No. I mean, I mentioned it. Mr. Jude, the actor in Yoruba land, is an Igbo man. That one, if they name something after him, even me, I'll celebrate it. Is Igbo, but I'll celebrate it. Mbadiwe, Mba. That one that spent, and I read the book last week, Rebirth of the Nation. Spent an entire book lying. No. That one that they said he ran across the field, they didn't touch him. The one that the day after the coup, Jesus is Lord, the day after the coup, Mbadiwe insisted that he must be the Prime Minister of Nigeria. No. They need to change that name. I support it. And I don't care if they don't make the name Ken Saro-Wiwa. I don't care. They like, they should make Saro-Wiwa. Or look for an able person who is actually Towulo Funjoba. You say, somebody, I don't care. It's not so much, number one, I prefer a Yoruba person. Let me just say it straight. Nobody says your land is no man's land. Also, I don't disrespect restricting people where to live. Nobody says my land is no man's land. Guys, June 542, please give me some minutes. I want to read something to you. Maybe you guys think that I'm joking here. See, nobody said your land is no man's land. You must think I'm doing beer parlor conversations. No, I'm not. Let me read something. If you hear this and you say nobody said it, then that's on you. But I'm coming. I will help you. Hopefully this will help you. Hopefully, if it doesn't, then that's fine. I mean, I can't. You can get a horse to the stream, but you can't make it drink. Mumbo, I'll just read this thing to you, then you tell me if it makes sense. The first person who made that statement was an Igbo man, and he said it's in 1947. His name, Jaja Wachuku. The second time that statement was made, it was not by a person, it was by a group. I'm coming, I'll find it for you guys now, and I'll read it. I'm reading this thing because of what you said. When you said it's just one, nobody said it. Wow. I must find this, I must find it. The number of books here, so it might take a second. Please try and bear with me. Okay, I found that page. It's from, this is from Separatist Agitations in Nigeria since 1914 by Tamno. I don't want to go back to the beginning of the page, but that's his name. I want to read something from page 569. No, we don't put books on Radio Mio, but I can maybe take a picture of a page and put there. So maybe I will put the picture. All right. The controversy over Lagos, Nigeria's capital and leading commercial center. By the way, this is separatist agitations in Nigeria since 1914. The controversy over Lagos, Nigeria's capital and leading commercial center, caused more bitterness in 1953 than it had in 1950. During the 1950 and 1953 conferences, which discussed this issue, delegates from the eastern region made it clear that they regarded Lagos as a no man's land. 1950, 1953. It was that statement in 53 again. They said in 50, said again in 53. It was that statement that made Papa start saying Yoruba land should get out of Nigeria. Before eventually the British now did what they did and they were like, okay, it's fine, let's just stay together. Let me to you how this happened. During the 1953 conference, the Action Group delegation led by Obafemi Awolowo emphasized the historical connections between Lagos and Yoruba land. By the way, this Lagos we're talking about was not Lagos State. There was no Lagos State until 1967. So we're not talking about Lagos State, we're talking about Lagos, the island, the capital. Well, it wasn't capital, but it was going to be the capital at the time, right? But now they have even made the information about the entire state. Or the mindset has now been transposed to the entire state. It says, during the 1953 conference, the Action Group delegation led by Obafemi Awolowo emphasized the historical connections between Lagos and Yoruba land. Awolowo expressed willingness to allow the western region to contribute towards the cost of building a new capital elsewhere, provided that Lagos and the colony districts will continue to be administered by his region. In other words, Papa was saying, we will raise money, give it to you, build somewhere else. It doesn't have to be Lagos. We will give you money, we'll contribute towards it. They did not listen in 1953. Do you know what? 20 years later, they started doing it. It was in the 1970s that they started planning Abuja. By 1991, everybody moved. Papa said this in 1953. Which is why I say he's just in a class of his own. How How is Awo? Is incomparable? I dare say he's immortal, especially when you talk about his ideas. So no, I'm not the one you're going to tell. Nobody said your land is no man's land. I have documents from your elders, and that's what you guys now say. Everybody in your place says these things, and you. When I say everybody, I don't mean every single human being, but the vast majority of your people think like this. By the way, I just really don't need one. Somebody said I should share it. Let me share this one now on the Redomi Global. We'll share it on Redomi Global. Is to get lost in the general group. So I'm going to send it to the learning material, so the bookstore. Okay, it's there. It's there now. If I don't remember, please join Redomi Global. Someone say no man's land did not start with Igbo. Mr. H, where's your source? Everybody just be talking. This is not Kinio. It's not vibes. You have to quote who said. When I said my own, at least I told you where I found it. Tell me where you are finding yours, because none of us were there. None of us was there. None of us was there. You were not there. I wasn't there. So if you're going to be so bold about what you are saying, you have to tell me exactly where you got it from. And make sure it's not from the person who thinks I'm not thinking straight. Because we are, at least here we are. Here we are, lifting our hands to you. Here we are. Vast majority don't think so. Any sensible thinking person knows each state has indigenes. Well, you're going to have to say this to your political leaders who are pushing to become indigenes of every other people's space. If you are saying any thinking person, you say any sensible thinking person knows each state has indigenes. So I have a question for you. Why is it that in our history as Nigeria, now only political leaders from your place ask for indigenous right, or for the right of an indigene in spaces that are not ancestrally theirs? You cannot gaslight anybody here. Just in case you don't know, it ain't gonna work. All right, 2 more people and then we can move on. Somebody wants the book. We don't share books on the global, on Redomi Global. If you want books, you have to go to Redomi Books. But what we share, we share resources on Redomi Global is on Telegram. So please, the link is there. But choosing the actions of what people said to judge an entire tribe is wrong. Okay. We'll have a lot more time dedicated to the topic that we're discussing. So Solar Village, please come up. If you want books, please go to Redomi Books. We don't share books, and the reason, of course, is because copyright issues and all. Copyright issues, we can't, be seen, no. So if you want books, let me put the title here as well. t.me/Redomi Books. But if you want maybe resources or pages here and there, you can find those ones in Redomi Global. We don't want to be accused of plagiarizing or distributing people's stuff. All right. Solar Village wanted to speak about something, but we really have to move on. Solar Village, are you there? You said you wanted to say something for a while now, so please quickly say what you want to say. And then Kendall will round up. Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm there. Afternoon. In fact, I really short of words this evening because I'm about driving down to my house. You bad that anyway. Saying about me. So
Ben.
Money king phone shirt. I want to call my phone shirt. I really appreciate you. God bless you. Move my drive by, so
all right.
I'm joining.
Thank you very much.
God bless.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. God bless.
So we're gonna have Kendo to wrap up, and then we'll move on from there. Somebody says on TikTok, be talking about tribalism while your selfish politicians are cashing out Family United. My politicians are building things that your space. No, let me not do that. It's unfair. Let me not do that to you. I want you to be able to sleep at night. My politicians are actually doing so well. I mean, the Ogun State governor just announced the investment of an Indian company, Arise RIP, I think that's their name. They are building the largest textile factory in the world. It will go online in some months, and they've already given them 10 hectares of land somewhere in Ogun State. While they're doing that, I read the land clearing going on in Ekiti State, because as a Yoruba person, you can't just be thinking about your state. We have to think regionally, as far as development is concerned, and nationally as far as interaction with other groups, right? But in terms of development, first, regional. That's how Papa did it. So Ekiti State they're doing fantastically well as far as clearing lands, preparing for the next agricultural season. Oyo State has its own stuff they're doing. Lagos, of course. Oyo is they're opening up a new CBD, Central Business District, in Ibadan. They're moving it from, there's the one in Dubai still there, but they're building another one now. Lagos is Lagos. Lagos is hosting this boat later this year. We have 2 rail lines online. Then we have another one coming up very soon. So there's a blue line, there's a red line. Ondo State has something they're doing with why some people are crying and asking God, and saying, God, why didn't you give us sea? Why didn't you give us sea? Ibadan the Oyo State governor built a dry inland port, seeing there's no sea in Ibadan. And Ondo that has sea is working with a Swiss consortium to build a seaport, just like Lagos did with Lekki and is winning Badagry. Ogun is also, they have flagged off the new seaport that Dangote is going to be building there. Oshun had a conversation with, there's agreement with the Minister of Solid Minerals to ensure that the people who are going to be mining in Ogun State actually has the state having stakes in those companies, right? So I don't know what part of the country you're from, but my politicians, they're not the best, because I don't compare them with anybody, and they can do better than they're doing. But by and large, they are trying. They can do better. We need more roads. Like I visited Ibadan, the roads are beautiful. So I hope to see more of that in different parts of Yoruba land, especially in Ogun State, because there's so many, issues, especially with the border towns in Ogun State, So a lot of those things. I'm glad. And then, by the way, for Yoruba, there's something in the works. Dawn Commission, for instance, they're working on regional integration. And now that SWDC will be going online very soon, Southwest Development Commission, they'll be working with Dawn Commission, because those ones already spent the last 12 years creating blueprints for the Western region, for Southwest. So it's going to really, really be a blessing. And just plug in, by the way, if you're Yoruba, especially if you're in diaspora, or even if you're at home, plug in. There are opportunities in all of these things. So somebody says, yes, Ibadan roads. Yes, Ibadan roads are good. There are many things that can be done, but I'm not one to come around and be shouting, my politicians are stealing my money. That's your own testimony, not my own. God bless you. All right, Kendo, let's have you, and then we can move on to other things.
So back to what I was saying earlier. Some of those things that people talk about, like pushing it as a cultural thing, if they look at it deeply, they see that it is something that it came to people's understanding later, and they are finding a way of dealing with it.
What is culture? What is culture?
Culture. What do you mean?
The basic one. The basic one they taught us in primary school. All of us remember that thing. What is culture?
Accepted norm now. That's what I see as culture.
Okay, so the culture. When we say culture, are we talking about when it was introduced, or the fact that it has been accepted?
What I'm saying is, even the accepted part is not there, because people assume what they feel it is. Because if those things, people why people actually even come out to probably are dragging and saying, what about this, what about that? It's probably if they are saying it as if it's a tribal thing. Inwardly, even if that person they are talking about is the person's brother, the person is ashamed. I mean, in the southeast, they can't come out to speak to when others are speaking. So like nobody actually accepts it, aside from when they are trying to drag it with other people, when they feel that probably they are attacking their regions, that is in entirety. They try to, first thing they do, they try to want to defend the act. So most of the time it comes off from trying to not want to sound as if you are all that bad. They start pinpointing other people's ills too, because you are talking about okay, what about this? What about that? What about this? But a normal person will start thinking, this person, you are not even you are not even talking bad about what the person is doing, but not actually looking at the scenario that led to that information. Okay, check majority of those information, check the platforms that are pushing it. You see that those platforms, some of the things they do is they are just pushing everything Igbo ills, all the ills of Igbos. So it makes any Igbo person that goes there to be defensive first before every other thing. But if they come to a community meeting, that person will not side that his brother that is doing that. No community will take that person that is doing that. So if we say that is a culture thing because people are defending it because of the platform that are pushing those things, I don't think that is. I think that's a lack of complete knowledge. That's a partial knowledge.
All right. Thank you. I hear you. Thank you.
So another thing I wanted
we have to move on though. We have to move on. Okay. I hear you, but I'll tell you one interesting thing. If the Ebonyi woman's house was pulled down in Anambra community and you don't have any outrage against that, it's literally because of the social ladder that your people believe Ebonyi people occupy. You can say no to it, and that's okay. But it is what it is. Thank you very much for contributing to the conversation. And now I think it's a very good time to move on to this topic. All right? But maybe I say I shut you up. Take 30 seconds to finish up what you wanted to say. You said you have something else to say. Just 30 seconds or 1 minute max, please, because we have to move on.
It's also buttressing on what we were talking about, because like some of those areas, there are things that need to be corrected. Those vices committed by Igbos, probably in South Africa, even the one in Ghana. When we are done with this, you can go to their website, their crime website, and see that majority, 99% of the ills that are committed in their land is actually Ghanaians. Just check, scroll down for let's say the last 1 year, just be looking at the crimes being committed, looking at the people that committed the crimes. You actually see that 99% of those crimes are committed by Ghanaians. Why? Because Ghanaians are the majority there, and it's a normal thing. But once people want to polarize things, instead of tackling those issues, they try to isolate certain situations. And why they isolate certain situations, it comes up from some of these platforms that the only thing they do is actually to be bringing about any ills. Let's say, for example, ills committed by Igbos in a particular place. Let's say about 10, and maybe anytime you are looking at that platform, it is only ills. You just believe that the entire Igbos commit ills. but you tend to forget a lot of every other thing that actually does not spell crime, but also spell probably doing good by Igbos. For example, if you take a look into majority of these manufacturing companies, you see that the majority of their merchants too. Their merchants are also Igbos. Majority of their merchants, and all these their merchants, the manufacturing companies the manufacturing companies in Nigeria here. Majority of their merchants, their big merchants, are Igbos, and some of these their merchants, they also
who are the manufacturers?
The manufacturers I'm talking about, if you go to like China, all these Chinese companies, the ones that do tiles, the ones that do the ones that does production as a whole in Nigeria, majority of their merchants are Igbos. Okay,
listen.
If the Igbos are
listen, you're not getting the point. See, oh boy, I can't. Time to log on. You are not getting the point. See, the reason I like want you to speak is because I also don't want to look like an Igbo bashing platform. That's why I wanted to just speak. But you are going in a very interesting direction. If a people complain about another group, let's say they say, oh, there are Igbos doing this and this, and you have a thing amongst your people that you don't speak against that thing, everyone will say, people will say, everybody, you all do it. You don't speak against these things. You just be telling them that, how about the good one? The bad one they're talking about, you are saying, forget about that bad one. That's the one that concerns them. You say, oh, let's act like it doesn't exist. Let me tell you about the good one. That's one. Number two, some of the good ones you are saying, sincerely, I don't like to think this way because I mean, I know the story of someone like Cosmas Matuka, who went from very little and became really good, great. And, you know, we have stories like that. It's important to reiterate cases like that to inspire people. But we also have many cases of people who go to certain shops in different parts, not just in Ghanaians are complaining about the same thing. Go to the shop, take shops, sometimes pay rent. But this happened, by the way, in Yoruba land. Someone was complaining about it. Selling goods at below cost price. In the name of, I buy tiles from the manufacturers. Who cares? People can't compete because, one second though. Without going into the details, you have to have another source of income for you to be able to buy things and sell it below cost price. In other words, you are not there to sell, you are there to wash. You should understand what I'm saying. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. But does this change the fact that they are very good Igbo? Of course. They are good Igbo men, they are good Igbo business people. But like I said earlier, two things. Number one, when you guys hear about something that is not right, you don't talk. And you have two reasons. Number one, you guys are very, very fearful. Number two, you also don't talk because you don't want to be left out if that thing works out. That's what I've noticed. So you can't have those two things going on and then saying that at least we have good people. Of course you have good people. Of course I'm going to acknowledge you have good people. But when they talk about what is not right, you guys don't talk. You guys just, you are a bigot. You are a yugot. You are a trigot. You are Sabo. Even amongst you, the few ones, very few ones who somehow muster the courage to say something, you tell them they are Sabo. By the way, if you don't understand Sabo, Sabo is saboteurs. You're Sabo, you're saboteurs, you're this, you're that. So how are you going to now tell people that we have good people somewhere? It's not like you don't have people. Again, you have good people. If you've never had any good person that you've ever known, everybody knows Dora Queenly. Who told you we don't talk? My ears. My ears. The fact that you are whispering under the bowl, you are whispering inside the dungeons. You have to go inside one dungeon to go and talk and shout there. Doesn't mean we are hearing you. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. This thing is showing inactivity. Please, if you're on TikTok. By the way, let's try and get this thing to 100K on TikTok, please. Thank you. right? And please join the team, drop gifts. Let's get this thing out there. You are being biased, sir. Yes, I'm biased towards the truth. I don't care about pandering towards you. But thank you very much for being here, Onyekachi. If after everything I've said right now you still say I'm biased, I agree. Anything you say is correct. Rojo Maro Milejo. If you say I'm biased, you are right. Don't worry, you don't be biased, eh? Don't be biased, just be fighting me over the name of my street. None of them here will say anything about that. Never. They cannot speak against Nnamdi Kanu. That one is Lord and Savior. Is another Savior. By the way, that song, that exact song, same lyrics, same tune, they sang it for Juku. I have the video. It's on YouTube. It's not like I have it like I was there. It's on YouTube. The exact same song, the exact same tune, they did it for Juku. Go figure. Holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Correct. Don't worry, you will never speak against that one. Once the chickens come up to roost, you start shouting that people hate you. Don't worry. I'm actually helping you more than you think, but it's okay. The reason is that if BGIE works, Biafran government in exile, if it works, you don't want to be left hanging. You want to make sure that you also have your place, so you would never speak against it. But you come here and tell me that we also speak against it. Okay. If you dare for this Prof. Sweet Gaza, hey, this guy, the words you use sometimes. All right, let's move away from all this. Again, Mondays, we spend a lot of time on the news. So, I already decided that Tushma Monday near. But Tuesdays will not be indulging ourselves. We'll go straight to the topic. Okay? But thank you very much for being here. I hope. Let me tell you something. Sometimes one person will just send me a message and sometimes when people will send me messages and they will threaten me. Of course, they can never fulfill the enterprise. If they try it, they are gone for. But generally speaking, people are angry and insult and curse me out. That's fine. But sometimes once in a while, out of this dark shadows, you just see one bright light of a person who is inspired or who is helped or who asks for sources or something and who is not Yoruba, and actually makes me feel good in the sense that, not feel good in the sense that I'm happy about myself. I'm saying happy that the message is getting to somebody. If that one person can imbibe it, they can teach others and their children. And I've said it several times, the ones who are older, if you are my age and above, and I'm very young, not as young as you think, but I'm quite young. If you are my age and above, if you change, that means God is interested in your future. But you are not. The point is that young people should hear this. Yoruba people should know these things. Nigerians should know these things. But young people should also know it so that they can grow up and not think they are victims of anybody. Igbos are not victims. They are citizens. Like everybody, they have rights. But like everybody, they are not special. I'm not better than you in the idea of Nigeria. You're not better than me in Nigerian enterprise. Once you understand that, when I come to your place, it's your house. When you come to my place, it's my house. Don't come here shouting, I'm a Nigerian. I don't bloody care. The same way, unless I'll say this and then we'll move on. The day this thing it will still matter to me. I won't lie to you. It will still matter to me. But if you can go to Kano and say that thing to them, go to the front of the palace, the Emir's palace, and say it. If you leave that place with your head on your shoulders, then let's talk. After you have succeeded doing that, then you now go and do it in your hometown. You open your place to everybody. Once you are done, you cannot come out. But no matter what you do, this is how I want to run my land. And no, we're not just going to stop at changing names. There are some things coming up very soon. But before I used to say, let's be measured. Me, I'll be measured, sure, but don't be measured. Do whatever you like. Insult the hell out of everybody. You are better than all of us. the chickens are coming home to roost. May God help all of us. Last thing on the news, President Tinubu confers national honors of Office of Order of Niger, 3-bedroom apartments each, cash award of $100,000 each to the 24 players, and $50,000 each for all the members of the technical committee of the Super Falcons. This is beautiful. $100,000 is about 150 million naira for each player. By the way, there's one of those players, I think it's Aluze, who is an educator in the UK, in the US, has a master's degree, bright girl or lady. It's actually quite nice, because if he takes $100,000 home, no go be like say no be money. So $100,000 is good money regardless of where you are spending the money, in Nigeria or US. Before we move on, let me just play something to you. Let me play something you're hearing from the president, and then we can go to the topic of today. Since we are still here and this is happening right now, we'll just take this and then we'll go to the topic of today. Take a listen to this.
Nothing else could have expressed the Nigerian spirit. Nothing else could have represented this crucial time, crucial victory. On behalf of the grateful nation, I hereby conferred on the players the 11-man technical team with national honor of officer. I hereby direct the allocation of 3-bedroom apartments
Just a shout, just a happy, they're happy.
The players and technical crew in our renewed Hope Estate. In addition, there is a cash award of the Naira equivalent of $100,000 each. To the 24 players. And the equivalent of 50,000 to the 11-man technical team. Once again, I congratulate you. And I will continue to pray for you. With this, Nigerian spirit is unyielding and will never die. God bless you.
Bye.
I'm sorry. I saw another news. I couldn't, me no be like, so you know why I laughed? Take a listen to.
Using this place, I was born here. I was brought up here. I was born in Waterside, yeah? I went to this school, Center Man, yeah? You see this mango? I used to climb this mango, and Canaries, the then bishop, will come here and stand here on the ground, and I'll be begging God to jump down. But when I came here as governor, they were ready to pluck all the mangoes for me. If you go to the library there, it was opened by Ojuku. It was open when I was.
And sometimes these videos, Oman going around. So that's the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that's good, right? A lot of young people will be encouraged to serve Nigeria and to do their best, and I'm actually very happy with what the girls did. Fantastic work they did. I mean, I'm sure the families will be proud. 3-bedroom flats in the Renewed Hope Estate. There's one thing I was going to say earlier about, today is Monday, so we spend more time on the news. There's one thing about the Tax Act. FG empowers National Revenue Service to get loans. The federal government has granted the newly established Nigerian Revenue Service, which is like all the revenue bodies, including FIRS, will now be NRS. They've granted them the authority to borrow funds for its operation from any source and so on. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Let's just stop it for now. But it's just a lot of things are happening essentially, and we're just proud of the president and of our nation. If it's about Kusi, Allah ba ase. Allah for ni ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti agbára. Allah therefore Allah ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àti agbára to be able to observe and see opportunities and plug in so that we can also get our own reward. Okay. All right. We're going to move to the next section of the session. Now, our papa be this so. All right. So, thank you very much for being here. We're going to move to the next section of today's class. This is the class now, apparently. We've been talking about Awolowo, and the title has been Awolowo's Path. We've had a number of sessions, and today we're going to move a bit higher. Probably going to spend about an hour on this today. Then tomorrow we're going to go a bit deeper. We won't spend as much time on the news. So I've said we'll be spending more time on Monday on news on the news. We'll be spending more time on the news on Mondays and on Thursdays. But this week, let me quickly announce that because of family engagements, we'll have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, but not Thursday and Friday, because we have to go and do end of the year party. We did one last week. We have to do 2 this week. So if I go and get 10 children, I be saying at 10 I go over, and to put all of them for one class. Well, anyway, so this week, Thursday and Friday will not be available. But next week we'll be doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So it'll be 4 times per week. We used to do this 6 times. They made it 5. But then it's got that we have so much to read, to study. So I look at my library over the weekend. Many books I've not read. It's time to start having more time to do that. Listen, Igbo and Yoruba don't even hate themselves. This is just part of the when these fools, and I'll use the word fools, when they started this nonsense in 2022, this was before the election. I remember saying it again and again. You're not Linduro. Oh, they do it themselves. Politicians did not do anything. This whole thing. And by the way, whether you hate Yoruba or not, nobody cares. I don't even mind. If you like, hate me. Don't call me. But the important thing is that you started the job. We'll help you finish it. By the time we are done, let me tell you the good thing about this. By the time we are done, everybody will know their place. That's the point. It's not hate. It's restructuring. What's happening right now is restructuring. Restructure the entire place. By the time we are done, you know your place, I'll know my place. Because You guys have been embraced. You think you're all that. So nobody hates anybody here either. But you're not going to be moving mad without consequences. May God bless you and give you understanding in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, let's get into our. Nnamdi Kanu started this nonsense. Oh, you think it's Nnamdi Kanu? It's even worse than that. What Nnamdi Azikiwe did in the 30s and 40s. Don't worry. In this series, we're going to get to the NYM. We're going to get to the politics of the 1940s. Azikiwe was the posh version of this clown. But I shouldn't even be comparing them, to be honest, because I think they are far apart. But he planted the seed. It's just so sad. All right, what have we done so far? We've talked about Papa. We've talked about how he was born, where he was born. He was born in Ikene, present-day Ogun State. He was born March 6, 1909. We've talked about the circumstances surrounding his birth. We've talked about his father, David Shokpolu, his mother, Maria Funyela. We've talked about how the father passed, when he was just about 10, thereabout. And we also talked about how he had to travel to Abeokuta. He was in Ibara with his uncle and then with his grandmother. And they had to do all kinds of things to be able to get to school. He had to gather firewood, fetch water, work as a houseboy in 4 different, places, just to be able to finish primary school. And eventually, in 1926, he was done with primary school. That's at the age of 17. Thank you for the gift, Olowori Yawore. I can use that kind of name on TikTok very long. Olowori Mibao. Well, thank you for the gift. All right, so we talked about father. I went to school, and eventually he finished in 1926. 1 second. Okay, he finished in 1926. He wanted to go to grammar school, or eventually go to the UK to study law. Because, of course, while he was in Abeokuta, he saw lawyers in their wigs and their gowns, and he wanted to be like them. 1 second. All right. Wanted to be like one of them. But eventually, he opted to, and there was being trained to become a teacher. He was supposed to be there for 4 years. It was free boarding, but you had a bond. You had to sign a bond. You'll be trained, but you have to teach as well. Eventually, he taught. It was waiting for a year, but he taught for 2 years in Abeokuta, and eventually decided to become a typist, a shorthand typist. So he learned the craft, learned the work. Like somebody said jokingly last week, that those guys were the tech boys of their day because they made way more money than the teachers. And so eventually he got a job in Lagos working for a German company. So he had to leave Abeokuta. Of course, Wesley College was in Ibadan. After the school, he went to Abeokuta, taught, then he went to Lagos, worked with a German company, and then had to be relieved after a while, nepotism and all. And after then, he found his way back to Wesley College, Ibadan, and worked there as a clerk. And we had all that conversation last week. All right? So we're going to move on from there. Yeah, I also talked about the chapter 6 of his book. By the way, the primary book for this session is Awolowo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. This book is available on Redomi Books, right? Please avail yourself of the opportunity. You can get it anywhere in the world, right? So please check Redomi Books for that, and that will be of help. Thank you very much. So he talked about years of preparation, how he worked, how he got inspired by people like Herbert Macaulay. But something interesting I'll just take from this thing before we go on to the next chapter. He says the Lagos Daily News, of which Herbert Macaulay was proprietor and editor at the time, was an inflammatory sheet, S-H-E-E-T. Ultra-radical, intensely nationalistic, virulently and implacably anti-white. Africans who were friendly with white men or who went to the length of dining and wining with them were denounced as imperialist agents and branded as having sold Nigeria for their personal gains and advancement. So he said it was because of these things and the mindset that they got from these nationalistic views, so to speak, made them not even want to eat with white people, right? And he said something very interesting. He says, looking back upon it, our resolve was, so he said they had one resolve, himself and his friends. He said, we resolved that on no account would we fraternize and dine with white people who were the symbol of our political enslavement. Again, I think it's understandable if you think like this as a young person. We also have to grow out. We have to grow out of certain things, and he did grow out of these things by saying, he says, now looking back upon it, our resolve was uncalled for. It was really uncalled for. First of all, because we were beneath the notice of the white men in Abeokuta in any case, and secondly, because we were too far below the level of the handful of Africans in Abeokuta who were eligible for invitation to meals or socials with them. Then he mentioned that it is I must confess, however, that ineffective though it was when it was made, the resolution had made a much deeper impression upon my mind than I realized at the time. It was not until 1953, a year after I had been in office as Minister of Local Government and leader of government business in the western region of Nigeria, that I sincerely felt free to fraternize and eat with white officials. It is on record that before 1952, all the invitations to social parties that were sent to me by the Chief Commissioner, Western Region, and the other governor of Nigeria, and the governor of Nigeria were spurned by me out of hand. In spite of myself, I did not even show the courtesy of acknowledging them. It was some 20 years later that I was unable, you know what? Sorry guys, I need a cup of water. So it says here, the spell and the impact which the personality and the views of Albert Macaulay cast and made on me must have been enchanting and profound. It was some 20 years later that I was able to wade out of the slough of prejudices with which I had been indoctrinated against certain Nigerian leaders, and to make my own independent appraisal of the part they had played in our national struggles. All right, so he said all of that, and then he talked about how he got his job and how he eventually landed in Wesley College, Ibadan. Now we're going to the interesting part. This is about, we're turning a curve, so to speak. So we're going to enjoy this. Okay, today we're going to spend some time on his work as a journalist. And then we move to NYN. So after this, we're switching gears from now, right? And then we'll get into politics. So let's start with let's start with chapter 7 of this book. If it be, I'm going to read this one as well. It's called Power of Finished Witness by Obafemi. So I read this as well. So it says, I entered the employ of the Nigerian Daily Times in September 1934. You can just come in, please hold on. I think the TikTok is quite funny sometimes. It'll take you a while to hear what I'm saying. But trust me, the mic is good. My sound changed. Really? Is it better now? Sorry about that. Put it that way. Please confirm. Hello, can you hear me now? Is it better? We're good now? Okay, I apologize. I think it was maybe when I was moving the cables and all. Don't worry, we are making progress. But for now, we are surrounded by cables. All right, where were we? Fraternity of the Pen. But thank you to all of you, especially the first person who talked about it, and everyone else. Thank you. Aisha. So let's get into chapter 7. Again, this topic, we're going to be doing a lot of reading, okay? When we get to other things, we'll free up a bit. But for now, I think it's important for us to learn the basics about Awo himself. So 1934, Papa was 25. I entered the employ of the Nigerian Daily Times in September 1934 as a reporter in training. During my period as college clerk, I took correspondence courses for the London Matriculation Examination in journalism. I'll take that again. During my period as college clerk, I took correspondence courses for the London Matriculation Examination and in journalism. I took the London Matriculation Examination in January 1934 and failed. I was commended by my tutors in journalism. I decided not to repeat the London Matriculation Examination until later. I had wanted to pass the examination not with a view to becoming a teacher or civil servant, but so that if at any future time I had the money to do law, I would have no difficulty in securing admission into one of the Inns of Court. I wanted to do journalism mainly as a means of raising money for my legal studies, and partly because I was interested in the profession. Okay. But journalism was an unprofitable, frustrating, and soul-depressing career at that time in Nigeria. There was a general but inarticulate contempt for newspapermen, particularly the reporters. They were regarded as the flotsam and jetsam of the growing community of Nigerian intelligentsia, people who took to journalism because they were no good in anything else. Journalism was not as well paid then as a good job in the civil service or in a mercantile house. Only editors and their immediate assistants could afford to own a bicycle. Even Mr. Ernest Ikoli, the most brilliant and most formidable journalist of the time, did not own one. By the way, please note that name, Ernest Ikoli. You're going to hear that name a lot, you know. He was Papa's first boss in journalism, and he also became the leader of the NYM. So we'll talk about him. He's an Ijo man, but he was in Lagos, and he was a very good man. Even Mr. Ernest Ikoli, the most brilliant and most formidable journalist of the time, did not own one. He could not afford it. He could not afford a bicycle. The editor of the Nigerian Daily Times, the only prosperous newspaper, used a bicycle for a long time. Then he owned a car, which was nothing more or less than a ramshackle box on 4 wheels. I thought it miraculous that the editor, short, fat, with a protruding belly, could get into it at all, and that after being in, the strange mechanical contrivance did move. We of the fraternity of the pen were feared rather than respected. We were accorded recognition as social functions. A top civil servant, no, not top civil servant, he was an editor of a newspaper. Ikoli was, not Okolio, Ikoli. Ikoli was an editor of, I think later he became Nigerian Telegraph. All right, so let's continue. We were accorded recognition at social functions, but this was done on purpose. Those concerned wanted to see their names in print in the best possible light. In this connection, certain hackneyed expressions must be used in the report. It would not do to say Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so and so on and so on. It must be Mr. So-and-so, a worthy scion of so-and-so and his amiable consort, Mrs. So-and-so, niece so-and-so, and so on and so forth. What he's saying basically is that they mention them in public functions because the person who is mentioning them wants their names in print. And when you talk about them, you can't just say Mr. Busui Oris. You have to say Mr. Busui Oris, the son of so-and-so, a scion of this family, and his wife, ni so-and-so, to Shah Agbonaruge. So it says the words in brackets ni so-and-so must be added in order to show that the consort, that's the wife, was doubly blue-blooded. In other words, the royalty, whether that is monarch or in terms of Awolowo on influence. If after a few days the host or chief guest or celebrant, as the case might be, did not see anything about his function in the paper, he called upon you at the office or accosted you in the streets to find out why he had been so maltreated and humiliated. If you belong to the drinking and gluttonous, I'll take that again. If you belong to the drinking and gluttonous species of Homo sapiens, and if during the function you had helped yourself to several quarts of beer or shots of whiskey, and to a good quantity of food, the displeased individual might even venture to question your propriety for failing to perform your own side of the implied socio-journalistic contract. Again, what it means basically is that if you go to parties and you eat a lot, they expect you to cover them in your newspaper. I never experienced this form of affront myself because I never drank and was then and still am too shy to eat in public. To the extent that my income for the time being permitted, I had indulged myself for my days as provisional teacher in cigarette smoking, but I abjured the habit on 6th March 1934 as one of my birthday resolutions. Besides, I always try to be tidy and clean in my appearance and to maintain, at the very least, a facade of supreme self-confidence. I was therefore a reporter with a difference. In a society which was riddled with vanity, snobbery, pseudo-Victorian aristocracy, and England ladies. England ladies they are described somewhere down there. Is the phrase they use in Lagos to talk about ladies who had been to England. Okay, so they call certain ladies England ladies. So people like Shade Thomas will be an England lady. They are not English, but they are England. They want to learn it. Let me just quickly explain that phrase from the footnotes. England ladies is a phrase which was common in Lagos in those days, and it was used to distinguish ladies who had been to England or any part of the United Kingdom for further studies from those who had not. They were in a class by themselves, and they looked down upon other ladies and all gentlemen who had not been to the UK as inferior beings. But some of us who had not been to the UK regarded them as contemptible. For one thing, all they studied in UK was domestic science or music. For another, the life they lived morally was far from edifying. It's not different from people today. Like when people say, I remember when folks send messages on YouTube or TikTok, or sometimes they'll start by saying, I live in the UK. I'll be like, I think it's why so he's saying that he says, I was therefore a reporter with a difference in a society which was riddled with vanity, snobbery, pseudo-Victorian aristocracy, and England ladies. And I explained that the England ladies were ladies who had been to England or any part of the United Kingdom. Maybe they went there to study, so they got back and they felt they were better than everybody else. And so they called them England ladies. And he said that he doesn't see any sense in the way they behave, because number one, it's not like they studied anything serious. They studied domestic science, like economics and music. So it's not like they are changing any society. But he said more importantly, they also lived they had a very terrible lifestyle. They said it was not morally edifying. All right, let's move on from there. The newspapers circulating at the time were not commodities of which, from the point of view of literary art and technical craftsmanship, any self-respecting person connected with them could feel justifiably proud. The Nigerian Daily Times was technically the best paper then in circulation. By the way, let me just pause to say it here. In Nigeria, the very first newspaper in Nigeria was published in 1859. It was published in Yoruba language. The very first newspaper in Nigeria was published in 1859. It was called Iwe Iroyin. Àwọn Ẹ̀gbá àti àwọn Yorùbá. Ìwé ìròyìn. That's the very first paper that was published. There's a history behind that. We'll talk about it someday. Even the history behind the name and how it came to be Ẹ̀gbá àti àwọn Yorùbá instead of just being àwọn Yorùbá. It was the way it was interpreted in England. We're going to talk about it one of these days. And then, of course, after that, you now had some papers springing up in Lagos. All right. So the Nigerian Daily Times was technically the best paper then in circulation, but it was on a strictly professional assessment and unpardonably dull journalistic and literary product. A veritable stagnant pool of stale... Baba is angry with this book. Oh. Akelebao. No, where are you? The first one. By the way, Iwe Iroyin was published 2 years after Samuel Ajayi Crowther got to Onitsha. Iweroyin was published 2 years after Samuel Ajayi Crowther got to Onitsha. And to be able to publish a book in 1859 in native tongue that will be purchased by the people, you can imagine what kind of people those people were. There's so many things I want to say about that itself. We're going to have a session on Iweroyin. It's actually all about news, media development in Yoruba land. Let me write it down. The evolution of media. All the first things that has to do with media in Nigeria happen in Yoruba land, and then how that affects our interaction with media today. To be honest, it's not just Yoruba land, it's also in Nigeria. So if you're discussing the evolution of media in Nigeria, you're essentially discussing the evolution of media in Europe. If you're discussing evolution of media in Yoruba land, you are inadvertently discussing the evolution of media in Nigeria. Interesting. Let me even tell you one funny. Somebody wrote something in my comment section on TikTok. See, nobody knows it all. But there's a sense of humility that should come with ignorance that you don't find in some of these clowns. So there are some things I'm ignorant of, but you have to be humble about. Like, don't be stupid. Somebody went under one of the videos and said there that you said that how would you say that? The question was a rhetorical question. I wasn't asking to get answers, but it was just quite crazy. Essentially saying that I was wrong to say that Azikiwe was on a phone call with Nwafo Rizu because at the time there were no phone calls there were no telephones in Nigeria. They just used Telegram. Iweroyin was not published by John Penn Jackson. No, Iweroyin was published by Henry Townsend. No, it wasn't John Penn Jackson. Henry Townsend was the one who published Iweroyin, not. And he was a missionary, by the way. And he also had some dealings with, a lot of dealings, I should say, with Samuel Ajayi Crowther. So let me just erase this thing because other people, in case we go on, but it's Henry Townsend. True, Motigbagi. No. All of us, we're all learning. We're all learning. Please, can you write it again? Thank you. I asked this 5 seconds just to. Okay. You should be able to type now. All right, let's get back. So yeah, the person was saying that there's no way Azikiwe would be able to communicate with Nwafo Rizu using telephone because there were no cell phones in the 1960s. That was his argument. It says because there were no cell phones in the 1960s, there's no way Azikiwe will be able to communicate with Nwafo Rizu in 1966. Let me first ask, does anybody think that argument makes sense? It's one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. Nigeria has had telephone since the 19th century. You know what? Let's also use this as an opportunity to, I don't want to mix up the numbers. It was in the 1800s that we first got the telephone line in Nigeria. And that's different from Telegram. Let me see if I find 1886. Between Lagos and Abeokuta. No, not Nitel. There was no Nitel. This was 1886. Between Lagos and Abeokuta. Nitel was in 1985, but there was already had telephone. The first telephone line that was installed in Nigeria was between Lagos and Abeokuta, and it was in 1886. And so if somebody is speaking 80 years later, that was 1966, so and you're telling me that the person doesn't have cell phone, as though cell phone is the definition of telephoning. Cell phone is just another product, another way of doing it. People have been doing it in different ways before that. Right? But Nigeria is interesting. People just, like I said, people, and somebody wrote something on Twitter last week. I saw it said that the knowledgeable ones are very quiet on social media. John Payne Jackson was Lagos Weekly Record. Yes, he was also the one who wrote the almanac, the Lagos almanac. You know that list that people always put on Twitter, the 1891 census of Lagos. That's from Payne's almanac. One day, maybe when we discuss Lagos, we'll read from that book. I mean, I think there are 2 volumes of that book. So yes, John Payne was in Lagos. Well, Henry Townsend was in Ibadan. Sorry, was in Abeokuta. Indira was in Ibadan. 1886, my lord, these people have held Yoruba back. No, seriously, I mean, the first telephone line was Abeokuta, Lagos Abeokuta, 1886. So, when folks now say Azikiwe could not be speaking with Nwa Forizu because he did not have cell phones. I mean, even we grew up without cell phones. There were no cell phones when I was growing up. We had this, I don't know what they call it, that one that you have to turn. Blackberry, but not Blackberry. Sorry, that was my son. Not Blackberry. Blackberry is a type of cell phone now. So this one that you have to turn. Number I grew up in Ibadan, so it was 02 landline. Yes, 02. I remember the number, but I don't want to say it out. Analog phones, yes. We have to turn it all around. I just be calling people anyhow. Man, we didn't. There was also trial when I was growing up, but trial came later. Trial came in the. Wasn't it in the 90s? You know, and then of course, when it's locked, oh yes, so that we use padlock. The squad that were just calling anything. I'll call my friend. He will now call me back, and I'll call him. Then I remember neighbors. Then a lot of people were going to Western Germany. It was Western Germany, not even Germany. Western Germany, and the UK. So neighbors, I really want to go and call them. They now come home. They now come to our house. And that's even better because that was already Nitel era. Nitel era started in 1985. Nigeria took control of the old telecommunication. P&T was 1960, around 60, I think. Was it Paweleo? But I don't know if I'm correct. Yes. P&T was after independence. Then Nitel was 85. Then all of those things. Yes, P&T was before Nitel. Anyway, the point is, that time, what P&T is going to say, P&T could require a cell phone. So using cell phone to now join, no, ITT is a company now. ITT is a private company. That's the one with MK Abiola. And the infrastructure, I mean, let's not change today's topic, but I was just trying to make the point that, you know, people write some funny things in the video, in the comments, and the person on Twitter said something last week. He said that the knowledgeable ones are usually quiet, but the ignorant ones are very loud and they do it with confidence. And because of that boldness, you assume what they're saying is true. The person just was trying to, in his mind, he was trying to say something smart. There was no cell phone in 66. All right. Let's get back into this. Even with padlock, we are still calling just by pressing the switch. Bad people are in this comment section. Bad people. I'll tell your daddy. All right, so let's get back into this. Does anyone know whether Nitel still exists? They exist, but not as Nitel. It's now called Entel. And there was a time I mean, to be honest, it's good news and bad news, right? It's good news and bad news. They couldn't compete with the MTN and Glo. They couldn't. They couldn't compete. They tried mobile as well. They tried mobile telephoning, and for some reason, they just couldn't compete. So, which is nice, to be honest. I mean, it's bad news that, something like that should still, owned by the state-owned, that should still be in operation and doing well, is just moribund. But it's good news because without them, we're good. And it also shows that the service was not effective or efficient. It wasn't efficient. So hopefully something like that will happen to NEPA too. Because what's the sense? What's the sense in having, I believe, that's what I'm saying, that when you study Papa's book, you may have to also change your mind about certain things. So for him, in his own days, he believed a lot in state-owned businesses, welfare society. I believe in it, but not the way he did. Like today, you can't be doing welfare services in Nigeria. You can't be doing state-owned companies. I prefer privatized stuff. For instance, in 2007, when refineries were privatized, I think we talked about this the other day. The federal government sold refineries to people. Folks bought it. We're going to, fix it up and start, pumping out fuel. And the Nigerians went out. It's our commonwealth. We all own it. It's all ours. It's our own. I remember NLC at the time. With all due respect, I think that was one of the most backward things that happened to Nigeria. 2007. From 2007 to 2005, it's 18 years, right? In these 18 years, I cannot be sure we've had 100 tankers leave all those refineries combined. So what happened? What's his man's name? Yaradua came along, reversed the sale of those refineries, and we're back to status quo. So no, we didn't sell it to. It belongs to all of us, but it's not producing anything. Meanwhile, you have staff, people being paid pensions and salaries and pensions and gratuities on nothing. But that was what now made Dangote then go ahead to create a bigger stuff, the refinery that we're now enjoying right now. See how long it took us. Sometimes I think state-owned stuff, especially in a country like Nigeria, maybe if you do it on a regional basis, maybe even that one gonna save, because we saw what happened with Odua company before God saved us. Because I want to be general, long at our. But generally speaking, I think if the state-owned organizations or companies cannot compete with the private sector, then they might as well just focus on regulation and let people compete. So it's not a bad idea. It's bad that Nigeria doesn't exist anymore, but yeah. By this way, this thing happened to many public companies in Nigeria. But we still have some things that work in Western Nigeria. For instance, we have Wema Bank, which is owned by Southwest government. So that's a blessing. Aska is dead, sadly. I don't know if Caxton Press is still working. They used to make boxes and books. There's Wema Estate, that one still works. There's Cocoa House still works. They have real estate, those ones still work. Yes, those ones still work. But Ovaltine, paper making companies. This man is not a normal person. This man, apart from say they do school, say that they do free education, they can't ensure say that they print books where the school go use, where the students go use. Right? So all the books that will be used in all the schools in Western region were produced by Western region, which means that now you're going to be able to employ people to work in that factory. What's called Caxton. A lot of great things that this man did, but we still have some things working. We have Premier Hotel. I think it's undergoing renovation. There's Lafayette Hotel in Ibadan, Premier in Ibadan. There's Lagos Airport Hotel in Ikeja. There are some very great things that are still working, by the way. We hope they, keep working at it. Back to the book. The newspapers circulating at the time were not commodities of which, from the point of view of literary art and technical craftsmanship, any self-respecting person connected with them could feel justifiably proud. The Nigerian Daily Times was technically the best paper then in circulation, but it was on a strictly professional assessment an unpardonably dull journalistic and literary product, a veritable stagnant pool of stale, colorless news, and a musty reservoir of articles which lacked animation, pungency, and nationalist flavor. In content and style, the Nigerian Daily Telegraph, under the editorship of Mr. Ikoli, and the Lagos Daily News were the very antithesis of the Nigerian Daily Times, and therefore much better. By the way, you understand why you need all those adjectives to qualify Nigerian Daily Times by the time you get to why West African pilots actually thrived, the one owned by Azikiwe, but that'll be much later. Let's continue. So he says, in content and style, the Nigerian Daily Telegraph, under the editorship of Mr. Ernest Ikoli, and the Lagos Daily News were the very antithesis of the Nigerian Daily Times, and therefore much better. But most of the time, the Telegraph was printed in type so battered that only a long-suffering person could bear the ordeal of reading more than the short, bracing, and thunderous editorial. Sorry, someone on YouTube is saying something. Katharina Oloyede. She said, it is not only Nigeria that streets are named after Igbos. All over Lagos, you have thousands of streets that are named, so people should calm down. Those thousands of streets will soon be changed. That's the point, ma. Those thousands of streets, it's either you are Yoruba or you are one of us, like you are integrated, and they can have your name. Again, like that, Shoki. All those other people that don't care about your brand, they also say, oh, he's smelling. They'll go and get the names on their streets back at home. God will bless all of us in Jesus' name. All right. The Lagos Daily News had ceased in 1934 to answer the name of a daily paper. It published only when Herbert Macaulay, alias the Mogul, alias HM, alias the Wizard of Kirston Hall, could afford to buy newsprint and ink and persuade his irregularly paid and half-starved compositors to work. Whenever this paper made its appearance, it sold like hotcakes. When I left Wesley College to join the Nigerian Daily Times, I did so with my eyes open and after mature consideration. For the whole of my time as clerk of the college, I was on a salary of £3 per month only. Were earning as certificated teachers. 2 attempts to get the principal to give a rise in salary were of no avail. I found myself in a cul-de-sac and I decided to leave, giving the principal 5 months' notice. I felt certain, and I was proved right in this, that whatever happened, I would make more than £3 a month as a reporter. I also thought, I'm going to take that slowly. I also thought, and here I was proved flatly wrong, that overseas newspapers would accept my articles for publication and pay for me. Guys, I started reading like this when I'm tired, but I will get to it. We'll go read and well before we come out. We'll end well. I was proved right in this, that whatever happened, I would make more than £3 a month as a reporter. I also thought, and here I was proved flatly wrong, that overseas newspapers would accept my articles for publication and pay me well for them. At the time when I was doing a correspondence course in journalism, I wrote some articles of interest to West African readers for the West African Review, but they were neither published nor returned. The topics were mainly political. 6 years later, in 1940, I believe, 2 of them were published. Wow. Isn't that interesting? After I became something, we'll get to it. It says 6 years later in 1940, I believe 2 of them were published and I was paid a few guineas for them. The editor was presumably short of manuscripts and had no alternative but to look through his old files and on discovering my articles, use them. When I was in the Nigerian Daily Times, I sent many articles to other overseas newspapers through an agency, but they came back to me with the same solemn regularity as I had dispatched them. My literary agent was a most sympathetic gentleman. He never failed to write to pat me on the back each time he returned my manuscripts. They were good, he would say, but the subject matter, they were invariably diatribes against British rule, would not appeal to English readers. I tried my hand at short stories, but their fate was the same. Save that in this case, my agent made it clear that my technique was not quite up to the required standard. I spent about 8 months altogether with the Nigerian Daily Times, 3 months in Lagos as a trainee without pay, and 5 months as the resident correspondent in Ibadan. My fellow trainees and colleagues were Mr. Olatunji Idowu, then Hamzat Shola, Mr. Aribi, there are many names, Mr. Aribi Jose. They were respectively posted to Ijebu-Ode and Oshogbo, also as resident correspondents. For our services, each of us was paid £2 per month as retainer fee, and I think it's a pence per inch per column of every report that was published. You know what? We have to go back to that thing I found last week. Koti Setu Dada. That, if you remember, we're doing this thing where they write shillings. I think it's shillings. All right. Half shillings per inch per column of every report that was published. It was in the matter of publication of news on which our real living remuneration depended. Let me jump from all of this to something else. Our editor-in-chief was, I'm reading this thing because later. Our editor was Chief CAA Titcom, the Ligegere of Ake Abeokuta. He was every inch an aristocrat, always riding his high horse, distant and not easily accessible to people at our level. He was nevertheless kind-hearted and humorous. The news that mattered to him most was in order of importance, that relating to the late Sir Adeyemo Alakija and his family, the Roman Catholic Church, and Egba affairs. Any criticism of the first two and of Egba Native Authority was taboo. In addition, unless definite instructions came from the very top, nothing critical must be written about the Nigerian government or expatriate officials. And things were happening which aroused the just resentment and indignation of young Nigerians. As there was, please take a listen. There's a reason for all this, Turenchio, Emagbo. Things were happening which aroused the just resentment and indignation of young Nigerians. As there was no effective vehicle for the vigorous ventilation of suppressed grievances, a journalistic vacuum was thus created, which Dr. Azikiwe very cleverly exploited and usefully filled when he returned to the country in 1937 to establish the West African Pilot, which, whatever its literary defects, was a fire-eating and aggressive nationalist paper of the highest order, ranking in this regard with the Nigerian Daily Telegraph under Ekoli and the Lagos Daily News, but much better produced. It was naturally very popular, the very thing the youth of the country had been waiting for. Newspapermen in the employ of the West African Pilot were better paid, and they assumed a new status in society. Civil servants, teachers, and mercantile employees resigned good and pensionable posts to lend a hand in the new journalistic awakening. Some of these enthusiasts were eventually disappointed and disillusioned on other grounds, but the fact of a journalistic revival and revolution was widely recognized and acknowledged. The Nigerian Daily Times was very swiftly reorganized in order to meet the challenge of the West African Pilot. A substantial amount of foreign capital was injected into it, and the dead wood in the editorial section was cut out to yield place to younger and more imaginative elements. R.B. Paul, Esquire, head of the West African newspapers, came to Nigeria himself and for a while personally directed the initial operations. An expatriate editor, Mr. H.C.E. M. Bates, was appointed. He and Dr. Azikiwe soon fell foul of each other. Their story is actually quite interesting. We'll get to it later. He and Dr. Azikiwe soon fell foul of each other, and there was a fierce press war. As a result, there was plenty of hot and scintillating stuff to read in the Pilot and Times, but my sympathy and that of all Nigerian nationalists was with Dr. Azikiwe. So let me just pause to say something. Like I said, it's going to get very interesting because we're in journalistic terrain. I think we already got the point. I already mentioned it before. The idea basically was that there was everything was tailored, straight-jacketed in a certain way in terms of the newspapers at the time. And so there was a vacuum the Azikiwe filled. And when you read this thing, it reminds you, just like talking about Twitter. So young people wanted to talk about what was happening in the country. The older gentlemen would not want to put that in their newspapers. They don't want to talk against the government. They want to be prim and proper. Azikiwe comes in and was loud, and it was unabashed, and it was, able to ventilate whatever grievances the young people had. Therefore, many people started reading his papers, and also kind of jolted other newspapers to wake up to the responsibility. But Papa said here that regardless of the fact that there were, back and forth with the Times, every nationalist in Nigeria decided to work with Azikiwe. When we get to talking about NYM, you see why this is so. There's a reason this happened. We're going to get into that without rushing. Please don't stop our tapping. Thank you, Concilium Proventus. You have not told us the meaning of this, your Latin name. But please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. On YouTube, Facebook, please like and share. Thank you very much. Charlie Boy just finished an interview called Lagos No Man's Land again. No worry, we're going to play the video tomorrow. We'll play the interview tomorrow. We'll talk about it. But again, we won't spend much time on the news like today. Anyway, I want to try and finish this newspaper part, at least for now, and then we'll get into other things tomorrow. All right. In spite of his bias and predilection for certain personages and institutions and the dullness of his paper, which I mentioned, Chief Titcomb did not by any means lack the news instinct of a good journalist. One afternoon, one of the other two men and I sat down in the office chatting. Chief Titcomb then emerged from his sanctum sanctorum. We pulled ourselves up under the glare of his big eyes and overawing personality. "What are you folks doing there?" he inquired. As he did so, something of a smile lightened his face. "Just chatting," we replied. "You should be out collecting news," he said. "Well, sir, it is all dry in town. No news," I explained. Then let one of you go and jump into the lagoon to oblige the other," he remarked with a big smile, and both of us and Mr. Ayolijadu roared with laughter. The only person who did not appear to see anything to laugh about in this joke, and who was as sphinx-like as ever, was Mr. A.B. Laughton, the assistant editor. He was fastidious and rather of a serious character. He was a very industrious and devoted worker, and a journalist with greater flair for a weekly magazine than for a daily paper. His chief task was to edit special articles for publication. Somehow, I had very poor luck with him. We're going to jump all this part, but I like the part where I talked about when he said, "Kick on him, boss do. I could boss sir." Concilium Prometheus, me teach Prof Bawo, all of us are learning. When he said somebody should jump into the lagoon, so the other person can cover the news. Anyway, that's quite funny. Okay, let's just take in small, dear. So he says here, "I did several articles, but they were left untouched on Mr. Laughton's overladen table. I decided to migrate from the controversial fields to the non-controversial, and so did one article on Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. It suffered the same fate. I got to the office very early one morning, dug it out of the pile of manuscripts on his table, and brought it to his notice on his arrival. He had read it, he said, but apart from the article not being topical, he thought it was too big for my name. Since I was the author, I did not quite understand what he meant. I later sent it to the late Juse Mohammed Ali Effendi, who published it in his weekly comment and wrote me a glowingly commendatory letter into the bargain. The triumvirate in the editorial section of the Nigerian Daily Times in my time consisted of Chief Titcomb, Mr. Laughton, and the late Mr. Ayolijadu. Mr. Ayolijadu was the brightest and best of them all. He was a literary stylist and withal a taciturn individual who wielded a mighty pen. He was a sub-editor, and in that capacity, he did all in his power to encourage the three of us, both during the time of our training and when we were out in the field. I had boundless admiration for the man. I disagreed with him only on one issue, which I then considered to be vital. Guys, it's just Latin for wise counsel. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for teaching us Latin today. You're a wise man. All right, so guys, listen to what I'm about to read. It has to do with Azikiwe, just to give you an idea what Papa thought of him and when things began to change. When things changed, he wrote it, which is why I like this book. Okay? So he says, I had boundless admiration for the man. Which man? Mr. Alijadu. He called him the wisest, the brightest and best of all the three in the editorial section of Nigerian Daily Times at the time. Okay? So he says here, I disagreed with him only. I had boundless admiration for the man. I disagreed with him only on one issue, which I then considered to be very vital. And that was his assessment of the literary and political merit of Dr. Nnamdi, then plain Mr. or Professor Azikiwe. So sometimes they used to call him Mr. Azikiwe or Professor Azikiwe. Dr. Azikiwe did a series of articles on the liberty of the press for the Nigerian Daily Times. Mr. Alijadu thought they were not worth publishing. They were learned stuff all right. Please, Emagbo, there's some interesting things. They were learned stuff all right, thought Mr. Alijadu, but they were neither original nor were they written in a language suitable for a newspaper. Chief Titcomb thought differently and he published the articles. I myself agreed that there were too many long and ponderous words in them, and that many a reader would have to have a dictionary by his side in order to understand what Dr. Azikiwe was talking about. But the point remained, I argued, that Dr. Azikiwe did not direct these kind of articles to the average reader. They were meant for those who were sufficiently educated to understand and appreciate them. I had not met or even seen Dr. Azikiwe then. Because of my admiration for the man, I was given an assignment. So, for which man now? Azikiwe. I said something last week. Azikiwe's writings are full of bombast. Yes, he used big words, just to sound educated. Like, use very, very big words. And I think that's the issue that Alijadu had with his writings. So, I'm saying this to make it very clear that as of 1937, when Azikiwe was already publishing, so 1934, when Azikiwe was writing, it was a celebrated figure of some sort, right? Especially in the speaker's circuit, so to speak, in Lagos at the time. So I want to read something to tell you how Papa saw him, so that when we get to another page and you start seeing what changed, you will know. So you start seeing how Papa now changed towards him. You know what changed, okay? Because of my admiration for the man, that's for Azikiwe, I was given an assignment to cover the 3 lectures which Dr. Azikiwe delivered on his arrival in Lagos towards the end of 1934. The first lecture was at the Baptist, no, what's in Remy? Uncle Methodist, but then Baptist story along. It's past 7, fa. Nipe Leo. You're laughing. It's true now. I saw Methodist. I was reading Baptist. That means I'm tired. But yeah, let's just do a bit more. We'll do a bit more, then we'll continue from there tomorrow. All right. So it says, because of my admiration for the man, I was given an assignment to cover the 3 lectures which Dr. Azikiwe delivered on his arrival in Lagos towards the end of 1934. The first lecture was at the Methodist Boys High School, and the subject was There is Joy in Scholarship. The audience was very small, but the fame of the brilliance of that lecture reached all corners of Lagos and the mainland in no time. The other 2 lectures were delivered at Faji School and Ansarudin School, Alakoro. The crowd at Faji School was so big. The crowd at Faji School was a big one, so big that I found it too stuffy and inconvenient to stay inside. I went out and stood on the ground beneath the windows behind Dr. Azikiwe. There, with the light through the windows, I made my notes. The organizer of this lecture was my friend, now Senator Olujide Shomolu. The crowd at Alakoro was much bigger and indeed so tumultuous that the lecture had to be given in the open air. The highlights of these last two lectures were the expositions of Dr. Azikiwe by his economic and political philosophy for a new Africa. By the way, if you want to understand what all of this was about, there's a book I would recommend that Azikiwe wrote in 1934. It's called The Renaissance Africa. So most of the things that he said in that speech, you find in that book. Most of the things he said in this particular speech, you find in that book. So it's economic and political philosophy for a new Africa. And let me just say to you, we don't need that philosophy alone. It's a philosophy that erases people's uniqueness and people's peculiarities. Whatever makes you tick, you have to remove it to have a new Africa. Which is why I said when I hear a new Nigeria is possible, sincerely, I don't think of Peter Obi. I think of Azikiwe. His own time was a new Africa. All right. So he says the highlights of these last two lectures were the expositions by Dr. Azikiwe of his economic and political philosophy for a new Africa. This philosophy was elaborated under four main headings. Number one, political risorgimento. Big words. By the way, I can assure you, these were the exact words used in that book as well. Political risorgimento, economic determinism, social resurgence, and spiritual balance. Of those four, the one that irks me is number 3, social resurgence. That's why he said there should just be one Africa, no Yoruba, no Igbo. He mentioned it in the book, no Yoruba, no Igbo, no this, no that. You know what? Since, we are all learning, let's just read something from that book, and then we'll come back to this book. All right. So you have an idea how Azikiwe was thinking in the 1930s. By the way, for the most part, I think that became the basis of the political outlook of folks from the Eastern region, to be honest, in my opinion. Let's just read some of those things that Papa mentioned here. Just maybe we also feel like I say we did there when they do the risorgimento. The new Yoruba bourgeoisie were enamored by Zik as a pander to their elitist sensibilities. You have 100% correct, sir. 100. All right, so let me quickly read something to you from what Papa was writing about here. This is, by the way, this now is Zik. This is the preface of that book, The Renaissance Africa. It says, history is full of movements which brought about a new social order. The Renaissance, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, the American and French revolutions, the Bolshevist Revolution exemplified the verdict of history with reference to sociological dynamics. In Africa, outside of the immortal contributions made by the ancestors of the African, in Africa, outside of the immortal contributions made by the ancestors of the African, in antiquity, when Ethiopia was at the height of its majesty, and their forebears during medieval times, when Songhai was in its splendor, African society has remained stagnant. The slave trade and some of the evils of imperialism have helped to perpetuate the static conditions of Africa. These offer a challenge that the new Africa must come to pass. The philosophy of the new Africa hinges itself on 5 bases. These are indispensable to its realization. I guess he added one more thing to the 4 things that Papa talked about. Number 1, spiritual balance must be cultivated by Renaissance Africans. This means respect for the views of others. Concilium, really? Interesting. There's a book, maybe one day we'll do it. One day we'll read that book by Ayodele. Where no? Is he uneducated elites or educated illiterate, something like that? I can't remember the title. So it's inside here, but I'll find it. It's somewhere in there. I think there's something with. Is CC today? You see today, people who try to make themselves, look as if they know what they're talking about, like they are the creme de la creme, but they don't really care for anything. The educated elite in the Nigerian society, that's the name of the book. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society is a very damning book. The man insulted all of us. So when the time is right, we'll read that book. But let's get back to this. So it says spiritual balance, which it says, according to Zeke, must be cultivated by Renaissance Africans. This means respect for the views of others. Difference of opinion should not destroy friendship. In the old Africa, difference of opinions intensified the wide gap between the various sections of the community, and so on and so forth. Then said Voltaire said that although he might disagree with his opponents, yet their right to say their opinion must be considered, even if it causes death in so doing. Number 2, social regeneration must be experienced in African society. African conventions cannot be said to be consistent with what is ethical. This is the part I really want to read. African conventions cannot be said to be consistent with what is ethical, just, and equitable. African society must be democratic. The ills of the present social order hinge on the continuation of the forces of man's inhumanity to man. Let the Renaissance Africa take upon himself the burden of looking at his fellow African as a man. Nothing more, nothing less. Tribal appellations cause tribal idiosyncrasies. These ultimately lead to vanity and superciliousness and disharmony. A regenerated social order must come. Fanti or Ga, Temne or Mende, Yoruba or Igbo, Bantu or Tuareg, Bubi or Hausa, Jollof or Kru, all are Africans, all are human beings. A man's a man for that. So that's the part I said makes me just, find it quite interesting. His own mindset was that we are all one, which is not true. We all know that now. Let's go back to the book by Papa. So we're going back to Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. We have a few more pages, a few more paragraphs, I think, before we move on. So he said Zeke's philosophy was elaborated under 4 main headings: political resurgimento, economic determinism, social resurgence, and spiritual balance. In a manner which was both charming and disarming, he subtly and implicitly laid claims. This is one of the reasons some of those editors had problem with Zeke. Zeke is the forefather of Philip Emeagwali. Who remembers Philip Emeagwali? Don't worry, once I'm done, you understand the connection. In a manner which was both charming and disarming, he subtly and implicitly laid claims to fields of learning which were truly Catholic and almost limitless. The word Catholic just means universal. Now let us run through the pages of history he proclaimed at Faji School, and there was thunderous applause which lasted some 2 minutes. It was the first time in Nigeria, so we, his hearers, believed that any Nigerian was academically competent and self-confident enough not only to enter just a few of the pages of British history, British Empire history, or European history, but to run through the pages of all history. As we were made to understand, Dr. Azikiwe's reputation had preceded him to Nigeria through his book, Liberia in World Politics, and there was a general belief that he was the most outstanding Nigerian scholar in the academic history of the country. Now, this declaration by him proved it. Whether he actually succeeded in running through the pages of history, whether he was accurate in the route he chose in the race, or whether the milestones and landmarks to which he pointed were genuine and true to fact, no one cared to inquire. Go and verify. The genius of New Africa had spoken, and there was an end of the matter. Go and verify. In other words, just say some big things, you go and verify, which you will not go and verify. Why? Because it's the genius of the New Africa. Then at Alakoro, he said, among others, the following at carefully chosen intervals. Quote, I am not a very good student of the Hebrew language, but Professor so-and-so of the University of so-and-so in a very scholarly exposition, discourse, treatise, thesis, or dissertation written in Hebrew, the English translation is not available, said so-and-so. I am not a very good student of the German language, but and so on and so forth. I'm not a very good student of the I'm not a very good student of the French language, but and so on and so forth. In other words, Baba will just come and say, I'm not a very good student of the Hebrew language, but Professor Kiniko said something, and we don't even have the English translation, but this is what it means. I'm not a very good student of French language, but then will say something. So that, of course, the uproar of applause, which greeted each expression in identical terms, is better imagined than described. The impression was definitely created in the minds of Dr. Azikiwe's hearers that he was a linguist who understood and spoke several languages, including those he mentioned in the course of the lecture. You know, when I said that Chimamanda did something last week, when she said, no, not last week, we listened to the video last week, we listened to the audio last week, where she said something about, we don't really know how many people died, but some say 30,000 people. People like that will, if you ask them what number, I'll tell you that I didn't really see any number, but he wants you to believe a particular number. That's what Zik used to do. I'm not a Hebrew scholar, but Kiniko. So when you say those things, it makes people look at you in a certain way. Let's continue. There's something by my beard. That's cable. Oh, this one is from my handkerchief. Thank you, Ijeshaman. Thank you. I think that was from my handkerchief. We don't know if it was mutiny or a coup. Zig. All right. The impression was definitely created in the minds of Dr. Azikiwe's hearers that he was a linguist who understood and spoke several languages, including those he mentioned in the course of the lecture. But Mr. Yolijadu was unimpressed. The only other person who did not think much of Dr. Azikiwe's political philosophy and scholastic claims at the time was Mr. Ernest Ikoli. Mr. Idowu stalked the Nigerian Daily Times longer than Mr. Josie and I did. He was more fortunate in his posting. He had scarcely arrived in Ijebu-Ode when one of Nigeria's famous trials, known as the Ijebu-Ode conspiracy case, started. The trial of a number of chiefs and leading men in Ijebu-Ode charged with conspiring to kill Oba Daniel Adesanya the Awujale of Ijebu-Ode lasted several days. And the Nigerian Daily Times, I'm rushing because that's not where we're going. The Nigerian Daily Times carried pages of the report of the proceedings in the case every day. So let's jump to it was a fortuitous windfall for Mr. Idowu. It was hard going in Ibadan, but was still in Osogbo, as between Mr. Josie and me. I do not now remember who left the Nigerian Daily Times before whom. In my case, it was clear that I would never succeed in raising enough money to become a lawyer before the report. It was clear that I would never succeed in raising enough money to become a lawyer from the reporting business. I'll read something from here, but let's just quickly understand. Zik was in Ghana. He returned to Nigeria, went back to Ghana. He returned from US, went to Ghana, eventually left Ghana for good, 1937. And that was when he started the paper. So we're going to get into all of those things much later. But I hope, I don't want to just talk and jump. I want us to actually read together. Somebody says, talk about the Nigerian elections in one of your videos. A common tactic of disobedience is to claim that Igbos voted for Obasanjo as opposed to Wu. Olufalaye was the Yoruba candidate. That's somebody on YouTube. Jishaman said, the money you are maintaining your beard with, Ogao. Kilo leto yen. Kobale danoni. I'm never going to say anything about that. It is well. I want to finish this thing today. All right. But it's 7:31. Don't worry, we are good where we are now. You for send Prof bed oil. Can you count down Kosi? I owe you long. Thank you. All right, so let's finish some parts of it before we go. So I know that when we come tomorrow, we won't have to. We'll say repeat it, but at least it won't be the first time. If they do so you're one of my supporters. By the way, if you're not supporting what we're doing here, please support though. Today I think I'm going to put up the account details. Please support what we do. I'm sure you know it takes a lot, so please support what we're doing. Thanks for the gifts, by the way. I saw many gifts earlier. Thanks for the gifts. Thanks for your support. Please support us as well. When we put out the bank details, please support what we're doing. We're going somewhere big. We're big, but we're going somewhere even bigger. Okay? And it would be nice to have you on the ride. I wish you say, please go on. Rest today, new. I will continue. Just give me a few seconds. You don't go when you're long. All right, let's continue. We're going to finish soon. Please share the bank details. I will. Once I'm done, I'll bring people up and I'll share the bank details. So that way it won't be on my face when I'm reading. But thank you very much. I really, really would love. Remember the screenplay for Banjo, Consolium. Where are you, Consolium? Guys, this is actually very important. Where are you? Are you in Nigeria or in the UK? The answer to that question is actually very, very important. You're in Lagos. Okay. We'll talk. Also, when I begin to have one more day, I think I'll be able to do a few more things. All right, let's read a few more things. But thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. So, Ezekiel used to use a lot of big English and everything, but Ezekiel was not impressed. Deshadu was not impressed. Eventually, so by the way, the first time, let me just put it this way. The first time Papa saw Azikiwe was when he went to cover him speaking. So Azikiwe was speaking in 3 schools in Lagos. He went as a reporter and then as a journalist, and then he was there to cover the event. And from what you have seen so far, what the impression is that Azikiwe actually was highly regarded by Papa. He was 5 years older, by the way. He was born in 1904. Papa was born in 1909. But he was doing so well, right? He was an orator. He was speaking. This was in 1934. That was the very first time Papa saw him. Okay? So he was working as a journalist, but then he had to leave. And he's leaving because he had to make money because he was trying to get to the UK. All right? Concilium Proventus. You were the one who first talked about stage play, Abi. Guys, I'm sorry. You know what? Concilium, please, I'm not able to find you easily, but I see you right now. Please send me a message now. I want to ask you a question, but it's not even a big deal. I just want to confirm if you're the one who talked about stage play, and I want to ask you what made you come up with the idea of stage play before the movie? That's what I wanted to ask. That's actually the question, but you don't have to chat it. You don't have to say it here. We can discuss that in the DM. Thank you very much. So it says here, I do not remember who left the Nigerian Daily Times before whom. In my case, it was clear that I would never succeed in raising enough money to become a lawyer from the reporting business. My interest in journalism and association with newspapers did not cease with the severance of my connection with the Nigerian Daily Times. There is something in the saying, once a journalist, always a journalist. In the midst of my dissatisfaction, by the way, Papa eventually went on to establish his own newspaper. Okay? That was 15 years from this year. This was in 1934. 15 years later, Papa founded Nigerian Tribune, which, by the way, is the longest surviving newspaper in Nigeria today. They had a 75th anniversary last year. So he says, there is something in the saying, once a journalist, always a journalist. In the midst of my dissatisfaction with the Nigerian Daily Times, I entertained the ambition that when I came into my own, I would establish a newspaper which would be livelier and better run than that paper. In the meantime, I made up my mind to be a freelance, which in the then Nigerian context simply meant writing for the love of the art and for no pay. I wrote a number of articles for the Nigerian Daily Telegraph. Let me ask a question. We've been here all the way. Is it class, Abi? Who was the editor of the Nigerian Daily Telegraph? So we are in class. So who is the editor of the Nigerian Daily Telegraph in 1934? Ikoneko. No, Payne was in Lagos. Lagos Review. Okay, I think the person that wrote Ikone wanted to say Ikoli. And you're right, by the way. Lagos Daily News. But that one is no. Lagos Daily News was about Macaulay. Payne was something. A stage play will whet the appetite for a large screen production. Thank you very much, Concilium. Thank you. By the way, that's one of my expertise. Stage productions. Oh boy. But I like it when it's musical. So yeah, but thank you for that. I'll work on it. Oshula Waino, when July. And we'll embark on 30 December. Chike Legacies. Good evening, sir. Good evening, my brother. You may come. Okay. Careful, Rochelle. I make a kobo. I take a kobo like Barlon. You will do well in Jesus' name. All right, let me continue with this. So, yeah, you are correct. The editor of the Nigerian Daily Telegraph was Ernest Ikoli. Let's continue. I wrote a number of articles for the Nigerian Daily Telegraph and not for the Nigerian Daily Times. At a later stage, I contributed unnumbered articles under various pen names, including Afrique and my own initials OA to the Daily Service. I will explain Daily Service later. Daily Service became the organ of NYM, but eventually became the first paper that Yoruba people eventually had to be able to play in the media space in Nigeria in the 1940s. But this is still 1930s. So he says, I was in fact the unofficial volunteer legislative council reporter of that paper for some 3.5 years. My articles were mainly political and always highly controversial. I must have antagonized the powers that be in the process, but I couldn't have cared less. I was gratified that I had the approval of the majority of my people. I'm sorry, guys. I'm noticing something in the book. All right. So he says it was for about 3.5 years. He was writing for the Daily Service. It says my articles were mainly political and always highly controversial. I must have antagonized the powers that be in the process, but I couldn't care less. I couldn't have cared less. I was gratified that I had the approval of the majority of my people for the views which I expressed. There was one which I wrote which evoked the most controversy of them all. It was titled Hints to the Clergy. The theme of it was that God did not answer prayer and did not need to. I quoted Paul in support of my contention. Says he in his epistle to the Galatians 6:7, be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Who was paramount therefore was the seed we what was paramount therefore was the seed we sowed. If sow we good or bad seed, neither the want of prayer nor its profusion would detract from or alter for the better the quality and the nature of the seed already sown. The Christian churches felt outraged, and I remember that churches of the Anglican Confession devoted one Sunday to controverting my heresy, and I believe to praying for the redemption of my soul as well. There were many rejoinders in the papers too. By the way, at this time, Papa was an agnostic. So Papa was agnostic at this time, Eventually he turned around and became a serious Christian, but at the time, though we were all members of the Nigerian youth movement, the daily service as the... Bro. All right. Though we were all members of the Nigerian youth movement, the daily service was seen as the official organ of the movement. Fighting for survival against the onslaught of Dr. Azikiwe brought Mr. Ernest Sikoli, Chief H.O. Davis, Chief S.L. Akintola, Premier of the Western Region of Nigeria, and me instantly together. Mr. Ikoli and Chief H.O. Davis practically slaved for the paper on salaries of £15 and £12, 10 pence respectively, and they were paid these paltry sums only when there was enough paper. There was enough money in the papers. You know what? This one, I'm having to repeat the sentence twice. It means I'm tired. 7:43. 2 more minutes and I have to end, please. So he says that they were fighting for survival against the onslaught of Dr. Azikiwe, and he brought together Mr. Ernest Ekoli, Chief H.O. Davis, and Chief S.L. Akintola, and himself, Chief Awolowo. And Mr. Ekoli and H.O. Davis practically slaved for the paper on salaries of £15 and £12, 10 pence, respectively, and they were paid these paltry sums only when there was enough money in the paper's coffers. Chief S.L. Akintola and I earned nothing for our part-time literary labors on the paper. The motto of our movement was selfless service, and we sincerely rejoice in rendering such a service. We'll continue from here tomorrow. I'll try as much as possible not to spend too much time on the news, maybe 1 or 2 hours, but nothing after 4. If we can do 3:30, it would be nice, but nothing past 4. Then we can get into Awolowo. All right, let's bring people up. If you'd like to react to some of the things we've read so far, some of the things we've talked about, by the way, is how Papa got involved in the journalistic business. So he had, moved from his employ as a clerk in Wesley College, Ibadan, and had to work for the Nigerian Daily Times. He talked about how he was also, of course, having to work from Ibadan, writing in Ibadan, and how they made money, and how he was covering the news, covering the event, 3 events which had Dr. Azikiwe speaking in 1934, and what he considered Azikiwe to be. He considered him to be. He was an admirer, so to speak, of Azikiwe, and then of course talked about how they got into the Nigerian youth movement. We've not talked about youth movement, but at least we've mentioned the daily service in connection with the youth movement. We'll get deeper into this tomorrow, and then we'll see what happened to him after he left his journalism profession, so to speak. He was still a freelance journalist, but not, a full-time journalist. He went into business. What happened while he was in business? We'll talk about that tomorrow. No, we'll talk about NYM and what happened in business. And of course, when he went to school in the UK, we'll mention all of that tomorrow. They will get into the political things tomorrow as well. And they will continue on Wednesday. So this week we'll be here Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, but not Thursday and Friday because of the engagement. So thank you very much for listening. If you'd like to speak, please send your request. And as promised, let me put up the account details for those who want to support what we're doing. Would you guys believe I was typing Radio Make Global? All right. 1 second, guys. All right, so that's the account details. Please use that to support what we're doing. Miss Catherine Oloyede, thanks so much. Ko atoto no ataro. The Lord bless your efforts. Amen. Amen. Thank you. All right. Looks like all our people got the message, so we don't have so many. By the way, because of the nature of these sessions, I understand how we may not have a lot of, because it's more teaching and studying together than it is. And I get it, but I know that a lot of you have things to say, but maybe not today, and I understand that as well. So tomorrow, when we get into the political thing, I think a lot of people will have more to say. So for now, we're just discussing his job, so there's really no big deal. But I said I'm reading this thing because I'm trying to lay the foundation for what happened in politics. For instance, you're hearing certain words like daily service, NYM, NSC Poli, H.O. Davis. Those names are going to come up by the time we get to NYM, which was how he got involved in Nigerian politics. Go. So, we're just laying the foundation. We're going to build on it in the coming days. All right. So tomorrow we'll build on all of these things. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any addition before we cook bawole for today? Any questions? By the way, somewhere along, where is the bank account number? Oh, Ray, follow my finger. Can you see it? Can you see it now? That's it right there. GTB 01618541103. I hope you can see it now. So that's the account. No bow. Can you see my finger? The one my is index near you. Can you see this index finger? That's the account detail. So I'm pointing at it. Wait, can any other person see it? If you're on TikTok or YouTube, if you can see the account details, let me know, so I'll know whether it's me, whether it's you or me. It's me, not you. It's you, not me. Okay, other people can see it. Okay, so please just look towards where my hand is, like this. You'll find it there. I'm sure I'm not blind, lol. Okay, you know what? Maybe it'll be like, let me type in the comment section. Hopefully you'll be able to pick it up. Don't worry, it happens like that. You'll be looking at something and not see it. We look through. We don't really see with our eyes. We see through our eyes. We see with our minds. So your mind may not be there. Somebody says it's very clear. It's right there now. I think you should be able to see it now in the comment section. This one, you can't miss it. Oh, you're on desktop. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why. But it's written in the comment section now. Can you see that one? All right. So, any other question? All right. Thank you very much, Integral. And thank you, Mr. Yomikun Awoshe. Any question? Are we good? Okay, we're going to call it a day now. So, tomorrow, 1 p.m. if your time, you can. So it's difficult for me to make this promise, but I really would like to just start talking at 1:30 p.m. So I'll just listen to music for about 30 minutes. But usually we're editing and stuff. so sometimes it takes a while. But we'll see how we can start early tomorrow at 1:30. But I also like the music. I think it helps you to, get started. You enjoy the music. So it's not just like you're coming, we're just talking. So we'll try that again tomorrow. We'll see how that works. And I'm sure we're going to have a great time. All right? Thank you very much for being here today. Everybody in the comment section, thank you for tapping and sharing and liking and, engaging. We're 149.5K today. And notice our numbers have gone down. So we have to begin to take it up again, especially tomorrow. Let's try and not go below 200,000. These things help the live. It's also one of the reasons we're able to get on the FYP so people can find us, and then the message can travel. Also, please engage the videos on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, everywhere, whichever platform you prefer. You're going to find Busui Oris there. Please engage the videos and share, right? So other people also know what we're talking about. And lastly, let me thank all the gifters. Thank you very, very, very much. I do not take it for granted. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for all the gifts you gave. I saw roses and coins and flowers and hats and all kinds of things. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. And thanks for using the back details as well. We're going to continue from here tomorrow. We're trying to understand Awo. We want to go beyond just talking about the politics, but to knowing the person. And then we can, follow his trajectory. That's why we're calling it Awolowo's path. So tomorrow we'll continue from here. To have a wonderful evening. We're going to play our anthems now. Usually before we close, we usually play our two anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, we're going to have to let you go because of copyright issues. So we're going to say our goodbyes to you right now. I'm saying my goodbye. Thank you, Val. Thank you so much. So have a great evening on Facebook and on YouTube. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time on Tuesday. That's tomorrow. Thank you so much. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. So our YouTube, TikTok folks, let's have our anthems.